and they are making their way around track and enjoying the chilly conditions. So they have got an opening lap behind the safety car. Let's hope to get some tyre temperature in, otherwise we are going to have some cars spearing off in cold tyre conditions. Great to see the campgrounds filled and the low haze of barbecue smoke hanging out over the campgrounds there. A magnificent festival atmosphere here at what is the Winton Festival of Speed. Fantastic day two, a massive program ahead for us, starting off with the Regularity, the tribute cars Regularity, Group N and invited, the big draw card here this weekend, the Group N's, the Heritage Touring Cars and invited, Formula Ford, Group S and invited, massive field. Really looking forward to seeing how Alex Webster can pull through from about the third row of the grid after coming from the rear of the grid. This morning, Touring Car Legends 5-litre Touring Car Sprints, historic sports sedans out there, the big bangers of Australian motorsport. MG and invited British cars, Alfa Romeo Racing, M&O Sp Ra and Formula V. Porsche 944 will round out the morning session, and then we do it all over again. Giggling in the background like a schoolboy coming to the Winton Festival of Speed. In fact, he's a lot like me every time he comes to the racetrack. He is very much like a young man all over again. Phil Memory looks over his shoulder at who might be behind him. Phil, how good is it to be here Sunday morning, sun shining? It's cold, we're not going to deny that, but the sun's up. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Oh, it's going to be terrific. And one of the highlights so far has been you reciting the alphabet.
The second part of the alphabet anyway.
So, yeah, absolutely brilliant to be here. And, of course, we've got Emma Dean here with us as well.
Thanks, Phil.
Really good to have you on. How did you find yesterday?
Great, fantastic. I loved my day yesterday here, first time at the Winton Festival of Speed. This morning is, well, there's no other way to say it. I had ice on my car, so I think it's 3 degrees when we woke up. It's a balmy 7 degrees now and low UV out there, but stunning day. And good things come to those who race, Phil.
Absolutely, and we've got some great cars out there. Have you got a bit of a pick as to one that you might like to be driving out there at the moment?
That one, the white 120Y, if she can keep it wheels up.
I'm not falling for that again. I'm not telling anyone that story. The car's out on track right now, Phil. Yeah, I think I'll sound like a broken record from yesterday, but it's that Porsche Flachbau on screen right now with the BASF livery, my favourite, and still one that I've got to tick off the list of ownership, so can't wait to go hunting for one of them.
I've got to tell you, and I'll put my first gratuitous plug into the broadcast right here, right now. That car was raced by Chris Holmes, and he's been on the Grassroots Racing podcast. So on your way home tonight, you can
well done,
dial it up and listen to Chris tell the story.
I'll search for that episode. Yeah. Thanks, Darren.
Tell the story. Hey, Phil, last night you stayed back at the track until late, not because you have to, but because you wanted to, with the V8 Sleuth thing down in the museum last night.
Yeah, and that was absolutely fantastic. Aaron Noonan did a great job with that, as we see one of the cars a bit distracted there.
In the frost.
Yeah, he's gone out to check out and see where the ducks have nested. Got the car going again and coming back onto track. I couldn't quite see a number, so I'm not 100%
it's
sure.
A Lotus Elise
of
some description.
Oh, lots of trouble, usually serious.
Yes.
Lotus, yeah, there's we go. Got that one in. We didn't use it yesterday, but going back to last night.
Until you've worked on one, which I have, you don't realise how true that acronym is.
Yeah, I've also worked on one as well, and Lotus Europa.
Nice
anyway,
car.
yeah, they're beautiful looking car, but they just sort of fell apart, didn't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, last night, one of my heroes from my latter years of high school, Norm Beachy, was one of the guests there. Absolutely brilliant to see and hear Norm speaking again. Of course, he's been hill climbing. He'll know from having been around me for any more than about 30 seconds that hill climbing's a bit of a thing with me. And Norm has competed in a number of hill climbs, which isn't quite so well known.
So it was quite the panel there last night.
It was.
Sandra Horn, who's been doing a bit of publicity and a bit of social media stuff for the VHRR here this weekend, she said this morning it was a great night and got to meet lots of like-minded people, and I guess that's when you come to something like the Winton Festival of Speed. I'm looking forward to lunch already. The Festival of Speed is that it's wall-to-wall like-minded people, isn't it?
Absolutely, and everybody just is so open and happy to have a bit of a chat. If you're here today and you haven't been down into the pits, it's a place that you should go, and if you're not here, then you should get here to go down into the pits and wander around, have a look at some of those marvellous machines that are here, have a chat to the teams, the drivers. They're usually very happy to chat to you about their cars and what the history of the car and maybe the history of themselves.
Terrific. Thank you, Phil. Big shout out to all of the VHRR Club sponsors, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts and Equity One. Fantastic to have Equity One as the proud sponsor of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. They're a Melbourne-based company. Equity One are a public non-listed financial institution specialised in delivering reputable finance services for investors and competitive loans for borrowers. The team at Equity One include an experienced group of portfolio managers and credit experts to make your experience with them as seamlessly as possible. Check them out at www.equity-one.com.au, and we will see the man himself from Equity One, Dean Kutzmead. He's running in Formula Ford, historic Formula Ford, throughout today. And I'm going to use that as a segue to our great mate Tom Reed, who has been our Formula Ford commentator at the last two Festivals of Speed. And Tom is debuting on track right now this weekend in the Quincy English-built Formula Ford, a fairly rare chassis to be, or brand to be even in Australia. And Tom is doing a terrific job, really enjoying it. And this is learning about cold tyres, cold track in a Formula Ford.
Yeah, and cold air coming in through the helmet at the moment. It's a bit chilly out there, but certainly really, really good to see him out there having a go. Lovely young guy, and he's quite good on the commentary as well.
He's doing very well in this regularity at the moment, sitting in position number 2 on 48 points there, Phil.
Yeah, the breakfast brand races are at it, but one of the things that you won't know with the regularity is who the winner is really until it's all over. So you start off with 50 points and you lose them as you go around and you miss your nominated time by too much. If you go too fast, you get penalised more than you do if you go a little bit too slow. And if you go way too fast, you might be pointed in the general direction of your trailer. So we have on 50 points still is Bates in car 57. And I think we might have put the Moz on Tom. He's down to 43 points already.
So Barry Bates is running in the Thompson Special as part of the subclass, the LB Sports. So yesterday we saw the historic groups J, K and L running out on the track on their own event, but they've been included in the regularity today. So we'll just have a quick look. It's the number 92 of Francis Robin in the Ford Millthorpe, all the way from 1937. The number 92, who's now just gone back, dropped back as well. So we probably move down through the field so we don't moz everybody on their way out the door. Rodney Brereton in the Ford Roadster from 1932 as well. Great to see these old cars just being presented beautifully. Like, it just drove past our vantage point and it is absolutely glowing in this magnificent winter sunshine.
Absolutely. I just spotted Jane Vollebrock go through in her MGB. On screen we've got some other lovely cars there. Car 20 just going past our vantage point, and I'm not quick enough to pick it up, Darren.
Neither am I. Ford Mustang GT 350, the Phillips Pender car we've just seen streaming around the sweeper. There's the 92, which we were just talking about. Yep, the Ford Millthorpe. some classic hand-built cars, aren't they? Specials that we see a lot of Ford and Holden and these sorts of specials coming by. The number 16 comes charging through there, and that's one that we know well, the George Reed special with Graham Raper at the wheel, and that's part of the KA group of JK and L Sports, and doing a terrific job. Number 16 just looking out there at the moment. Dropping outside the top 20 there for number 16, but it looked as though it looked like Graham was out to set his own personal best rather than competing within the confines of the regularity.
I think the commentator's curse might be affecting everyone there, Darren, right now. Maybe we should stop talking about them. I'm just watching the sweeper and seeing all the tops of cars, and with the open tops, the tops of helmets glistening as they go out in that morning sun. It is gorgeous, and it looks picturesque out here this morning. But that grass, if you touch that grass this morning and happen to go a little bit sideways on it, it's going to grip you and pull you in.
The green accelerator.
And you will accelerate through that at a rate that will catch everyone by surprise, and it'll be really hard to get out of this morning because it'll just be like oil.
There's a couple of things I've learnt already today, from Phil. First of all, I've never heard the grass called the green accelerator, but wow, what a description. And of course the breakfast brand. So now, I've been doing motorsport pretty much all my life, so you only take little tidbits out of each race meeting, but Phil's in just one session giving me 2 take-homes right there.
Well, the green accelerator is trademarked.
Well, I like that. It's a nice brand. I'll support that right throughout the day.
I'll just preface that, Darren, by saying that they're the tidbits that you're allowed to say on it.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Well, Phil touched on it while you're at the track, and if you're watching the live stream and you're in Albury or a Shepparton or a Echuca or even Melbourne, by the time you get here, it's only going to be about 10:30, so you're going to have a full day
100%.
live 3D or all dimensions motorsport is the best way to do it. The live stream is fantastic because it brings in friends and family that otherwise can't make it to the racetrack, and we shout out to them, have a great day watching our broadcast. But certainly the being at the racetrack is fantastic, and as both of you alluded to, spend some time down in the pit and paddock area, mark off the categories or the groups that you want to see on track or the races you want to see on track, but spend some time in the pit and paddock area because that's where the real stories are told, and that's where you'll see people's heads rolling back with rollicking laughter as someone points at a drop of oil underneath something that was from 1932.
Of course it's got a drop of oil under it. That was how they were built.
Yeah, that's lubricating.
Isn't that where all oil came from? Was British engineering?
Let's leave that to one side.
We can't forget, Darren, the amazing team at the canteen. The canteen's fully stocked and was so busy yesterday. They must have done a roaring trade. Really happy punters out the front there. There's loads of space on the lawn to go and plonk yourself and watch some great racing. And we've even got some vendors here with race memorabilia, track memorabilia, and all sorts of things out there. So there's plenty for you if you do come down. Bring everyone and have fun.
Terrific to see some of these JK and L cars mixing up in here as well, and they're pretty quick as the number 36 just comes streaming down past us. That's Tom Reed, the Quest FF86, and of course Tom will be commentating with us throughout today, and his dad had a ripping run yesterday, got a 2nd place, so his enthusiasm was untamed yesterday as the number 210 also streams around there. The Datsun last year, the Regularity is won by a Datsun Bluebird, so you don't actually have to have a George Reed special from 1938. You can have a Datsun Bluebird from 1982, the old Datsun
100%.
Rally Reliability.
Or a Datsun 120Y. It's, you can get out there and just about anything. You only need a limited speed licence, and you haven't got to go through as many hoops for a licence to be able to do this as you have for a circuit race event. It's a good way to step into motorsport, and it seems to be a good way for people to step out of it as well.
MGTC, car number 44, currently sitting in position number 2. Barry Bates in the 57 has come back to the top of the sheets in the Thompson Special from 1962. So the 44 is Andrew Church in the MGTC, 1948. And those TCs are a beautiful looking thing. Bolt a supercharger onto the front of them, and it absolutely rips the hair out of your head as you head driving through the Yarra Valley on the way to a lovely day at some wineries.
Just seeing on screen the Millthorpe special going through again on the old start finish straight, and here comes young Tom. So really good to see such a variety of cars across such a length of time, like the period of time from fairly, relatively speaking, new vehicles to some that are probably a little bit older than you and I, Darren.
Yeah, just a tad, and that's okay. Not all of us were born in the glorious 70s. And
well, of course, I'm only 17 and still dyslexic.
Well, I know in my marriage I'm the immature one, and so I just got to, we all know that and acknowledge that, so that's fine. There we go. There's a modern car, an XL, which, wow, 10 years ago, who knew that we'd have 6,986 logbooked XLs throughout Australia, and every time you throw the gates open at a race meeting, there's 50 XLs lining up.
I can guarantee you, though, for any XL driver, the driver briefing for this regularity would have been the nicest driver briefing they've ever been in.
Well, I tell you what, the other thing with that, Em, is that yesterday we had Cadell Ambrose up here, who is currently the pilot of the magnificent John Galway Audi in the National Sports Sedan Championships, and Cadell was the Victorian XL champion 2 years ago, and as a result of that experience and a little bit of Toyota 86 racing, he's now driving arguably one of the fastest race cars in Australia.
There is no question that the XL class pumps out some great drivers, but they do get the most stern talking to at the driver's briefing every morning before racing.
Is that because you go and talk to them?
No, it's a bit of a smash 'em up derby at times, depending on who's out there.
Okay, so that draws to a conclusion the second part of the third part of the regularity. We've got one more part to finish this off at 105, but it is Barry Bates that sits nicely on 45 points there. Then it's the 44 of Andrew Church, the MGTC, on 44 points. Then we drop off fairly heavily to Jane Vollebrecht on 40. The Guernic entry there on 39. Tom Reed landing himself in P5, which is nice, on 38. Taylor on 34. Louise Raper there on 7th with 33 points. And on we go right back down through the whole timesheet. So each time, Phil, we come on track 4 times throughout the weekend. Those numbers are added up. The one with the highest number will take home the regularity trophy.
I believe so, and it's no surprise to see Louise Raper up there. She's always a very keen competitor out there in the regularity, and must have the ability to be able to just tap out that time somehow mechanically in the car, because you're not allowed to have a clock, you're not allowed to have any radio or any sort of device in there that can give you some sort of an indication as to how long you've been on your way around the track. It's got to be all out of your own head, so
consistency is key.
It's a challenge, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that there can't be too far away the technology where you can put on the visor of your helmet, the little screen. I'm sure that's out there.
A heads-up display.
Tom's a young fella; he'll be on that. We'll quiz him later on that. I'm sure there'll be something that we can certainly try and find out there. What a terrific way to open up day 3 of the Winton Festival of Speed here at the Great Winton Motor Raceway. Green grass. A big hot ball of burning hydrogen in the sky. Let's call it the sun for everyone else at home. Blue skies, and we have got an absolute massive day. We opened up the doors for cars to go on track at 8:30, and then the last ones will be disappearing off track tonight at about 5:30. I don't know of an event where you get that much value for your entry fee, and the entry fee has, for the first time ever in the history of the world of any event, has actually decreased this year. So come and join us trackside. It is always the best way to do it. As I said earlier, if you're somewhere in Gippsland, you can come across the beautiful Alps of Victoria. It's probably a bit of snow there, but have a crack at it. Come down the Hume from Albury, Wodonga, Echuca, Shepparton, Wangaratta, here in 10 minutes from Wangaratta.
Yeah,
no, probably 25
20.
minutes. Keep on the limit.
20.
Up from Melbourne, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. You'll be here before lunch. So come here and join us. And if you can't, by all means, please stay on the live stream. and I'll draw your attention to the bottom of the screen. Shannon's, My Race Lab, Premier, FS and Spagnola and Co there as well. Autohouse 300 from Moorabbin, Cave Hill Engines, Equity One, Cryocycle, Rubbercraft, NV Paved, and all of our great sponsors that support the VHR are Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive, Auto Parts and Equity One. Thanks, Em. Thanks, Phil. We are going to get into the tribute cars for their regularity in just a moment. There are a lot of people that come to the track nice and early this morning to see these cars make their way out on track. The tribute cars for the regularity. And I've been joined by Brett Florence, and I've been joined by a very accomplished journeyman race car driver, DSO, advisor to the stars, spanner to the stars, Nick Higgins. Nick, welcome to commentary, mate. Great to see you back at the Festival of Speed, but not driving this year, mate.
No, unfortunately not, Darren. I've decided to take a year off. I'm heading off overseas in a couple of weeks' time, so money sort of filters there. But hopefully we'll do some laps later on, maybe this year, or we'll be back in the seat next year in the Cave Hill Engines Healesville Toyota little Corolla that we ran up here last year.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, that car I think has changed ownership. Is that right? Is that what's happened or not? Or it's for sale?
No, Stu still owns the car, but the car is on the market. So if you jump onto My 105, where all the great race cars are on the market. So if anyone's sitting at home, they want to get into the sport, jump onto My 105 and you can find a car at your budget.
Of course, Brett Florence is right alongside here. He's taken 20 minutes out of the, I think it's about 160 hours he hasn't slept. And coming to the racetrack, Brett, this is your baby. You love you're in the background of this category and have been for quite some time now. Great to see these cars on track, and it is a regularity, so it's exactly the same type of event that we've opened the doors with this morning. So it's all about being against the clock, but boy, we sort of roll our heads back in reminiscence with this sort of thing. And Nick, you took part in the Corolla here last year, and I just look at this car on screen now. This has actually had some pretty serious setup done on it down at Jared McLeod's workshop at Maverick in the last little while. So if it was given a bit of a hurry along, it's certainly going to turn in the lap time.
I'll tell you what, though, but if you look at it, you'd say that was 1980, straight away. It's awesome. And Graham couldn't be here yesterday, but he's here today. So we'll get to see it for 2 laps, which is fantastic. Or 2 sessions anyway, so that'll be fantastic.
Oh, we've got one off down there. Tirana of some shape gathers it all back up. And the number 28 gets pointed back in the right direction there as well. So that's Andrew Ortlip in the GTR X, as he calls it. And gathers it all up. Going in for a pit stop in one of the old Winton 300s there, heading into the old pit lane.
Oh, well, it's no damage, which is good.
Terrific stuff there. So, actually, Nick, we're just talking about the Pi Audio Falcon there.
Yes.
When you take your tribute car
yes.
to someone like Maverick Performance, Jared McLeod, one of the good setup guys in the, I'm going to say, privateer world, you're pretty serious about going on the track, aren't you?
Oh, for sure. And really, these days, you need someone who's quite mechanically minded to take your car to there. Instead of bringing a car out here and the car's not quite set up, you'd rather have someone like Jared, or there's some other motorsport dedicated shops around, to do a car setup, so know when you come into turn 1 here and get on the brake pedal that the car is going to stop and turn left or turn right. So, it's take it down to Maverick. There's other race shops around, but it's the wise thing to do.
And it really is, when you look at it, the race car ownership is about 0.2 of your life.
Correct.
So when you get to the track, you want to make sure that
Absolutely.
that 0.2 focus bit of your life goes well, isn't it? That's what you want to do.
I've dropped my car off before down at Anthony Dove's.
Another spinner. The 86 goes
which is
around.
Lachlan from South Australia, so no damage there, which is good.
So I'm going to say cold track, cold tyres, guys. These.
There's a famous Larry Perkins comment about that.
What was it?
Yeah, we'll just leave that.
It is on YouTube.
And it's actually been doing the rounds on social media over the last couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
With young Jack Perkins sitting beside
Yes.
going, oh, geez, I'll take that in.
I like your use of adjectives there, Dad.
Yeah. But, like you look at Pete Shibris, who's, in the Legends category and Group C&A, and his young guy, Chris, is out here. It's his first event, and he's loving it. So we've got some good guys coming on.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what the beauty is that we all don't have the wherefore to, and I said yesterday to you, Brett, I'd love to have a Big Banger VK in the garage, painted up in the day-glow orange and white, because as a kid, that car Brock did 3 races, won all 3 of them.
Yep.
How iconic. I'm not going to be able to wrestle that off the Bowdens or whoever owns it now, or the champions of this world. But it'd be nice to have one and build one up yourself, and you not just leave it in the shed, drag it out and come with your mates.
You talk about that car, and there was 3. There was the Grice car, and there was the Kmart car. And personally, I'd love the Kmart car.
Yeah.
It's an awesome looking thing.
Well, the good thing about the Kmart car is you can still run the livery and
That's
not have to black it out.
Exactly.
And that's the best part about this category, is that was so many cool liveries with privateer cars. As we touched on before with Jared McLeod with his dad Peter, had won some of the best liveries.
The Slick 50 car.
The Slick 50 car, and Brett's building a tribute car to Peter McLeod at the moment with his VK. So
yeah, it is pretty cool. And you look at some of these and you go, I remember that. I have no idea who the driver was, and someone goes, oh yeah, Graham Crosby drove that.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go, oh, I know the name. I've just forgotten the car.
Speaking of Pete, this is his son in the Mobile VK there. So, and that's a great car. It was one of the cars that used to be in the Champion collection, actually.
Okay.
They bought it, and so it's a pretty cool thing.
The other good thing about this, when you look down the state of origin, and I'm not about to throw a state of origin concept on this because that gets a bit feisty when we do that. South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, Tasmania, and Queensland, we're seeing these cars come from. So
exactly.
it's not just people from local sheds in Melbourne and surrounding sort of districts here at Winton. It's people with genuine enthusiasm, and I love the fact that the rego on that Rover is SD1.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just so cool, isn't it? That it describes it all.
what a great car though, the Rover. They were very big in Europe with TWR, with Tom Walkinshaw's group, and we get to see him run here too. So if anyone's looking at building a car back at home and want to go, you know what, I want to get out, there's so many cool little cars that you can actually run. Like, for instance, the little Corolla I ran, we've got Escorts. There's just so many. It's an endless.
Nick, you'll like this one. Our great mate Stevie White grew up there in Bayswater North and used to run his little Pee-wee 50 around the park down the back of the drains and stuff there. His dad had the CDT Gemini, which ran at Bathurst.
Yes, correct.
I want someone to do one of those. There is a CDT
Yes.
Gemini here this weekend. I think that's in the Group A, Group C class. But there's some history. Like Stevie White's dad, I reckon Stevie should do that himself.
Apparently there's a guy building a Gemini coupe at the moment for this category.
It's been.
How long's it been in the build for?
About 20 years, I heard.
It's actually 13, but who's counting? So, but yeah, well that Gemini that we've just alluded onto was actually my mum's car, and then Dad and I started doing club sprints, and that's how I met our famous commentator here in Darren Smith. Was running a little RX3, and that car that I've got did club sprints at Phillip Island, Calder, Winton, and also at the Thunderdome. So, but yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, we are getting yeah.
That's got an engine in it, so that's as far as we've got so far.
I have no idea where my RX3 is these days, but best not in my shed. Those days are well and truly gone for me.
And we're talking about the Rover. It's coming second overall.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's have a look now. The last regularity with Phil, Emma and myself, every time we mentioned a specific driver, they dropped off the leaderboard. But certainly the number 77 is leading the way now, Brad Robinson, in the GTR Tirana. So age will not weary them in regularity type work to get out there. The 90 of Chris Hume, the Rover SD1, which we're all sort of having a good close close look at out there, the white, blue and red one. Of course, there's the Bastos liveried one out there as well, which is just going through the sweeper now. Car number 18 is currently third on the road, which is John Hoskins in the Ford Falcon. And just kept the V8s thumping past our position here. And we're getting a good look at this yellow VL. In fact, I saw a Bellina VL road car in the show area yesterday, and I was just walking back to the car, and a guy walking past me just about blew his brain. He went, "Oh, look at that, it's a VL Bellina." I had one of them when they were new, and I looked around and his eyes were wide open. It was like, it's not just the stuff on track, there's the show cars and everything out there as well.
The cars turning up in the paddock are unbelievable. There's some awesome show cars.
Look at this. This is pretty cool too as well. If you've got any idea on Mount Panorama history, that car there represents something really special for a great man of Australian motorsport, being Alan Moffat, and of course Colin Bond, which, by the way, off the back of the result of that, Turn 1 and Turn 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park are called Moffat and Bond corners, and that was announced at the Muscle Car Masters. It's going to be 15 years ago they did that, but that car there, that fastback or that coupe, just represents some amazing memories. I've got to admit, guys, at the time I wasn't happy it was happening. But as you get older and you appreciate those sorts of achievements, and I guess when HDT replicated it a number of years later with the two VKs, it was like, well, yeah, we've vindicated that now. One for the blue side and one for the red side.
And there's the model that did it.
Yeah. I do like the fact that they're representing their modern business there. Rail sand down the side of the car. That's pretty cool as well. So you get to have a bit of a tax break as well as having the car in the livery that you like. You get a bit of marketing benefits.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great. They've just got a car. He's come out. It's pretty simple, and he's having a ball.
And currently fifth on the
he's
on
very
the standings.
consistent.
Yeah, we go to car number 7 now. So that's down in 16th, which is Nick Taylor, the VC Commodore iteration there. This is something we touched on yesterday, Brett, the little Escort there as well. The Escorts were, I'm going to say, in the under 2 litre realm in the Australian Touring Car Championship, overrepresented. And I always hark back to, I know Gary Rogers didn't run, he ran his in a sports sedan, but the likes of Rod Stevens and some of those...
And Bob Holden.
Legends ran for a long time in those Escorts. But this is a real event, and it's taking place right in front of us now. The Group CNA Touring Car Tribute Regularity number 2, currently being led by Brad Robinson, and he's been up there for quite some time. 41 points, and he's got a nice lead over car number 90 of Chris Hume there in the SD1 Rover. So you'd have to suggest, with only a couple of minutes left, unless he breaks out horrendously, this is going to be a nice little lead into the regularity for the weekend. Of course, these guys get another run at it at, I think it's 1 o'clock. We've had a bit of a change at 1:10. They get another run at it this afternoon. So at the end of that one, we will have a winner over the weekend for this regularity.
What a beautiful car this is, the Schweppes Janssen Parsons car. Like, that is just a fantastic looking livery. And this is
that's a new one too.
Yeah, this is where we harp back to. Like, you don't have to have a Brock or a Johnson or a Moffat car. There's so many cool privateer cars back in the day which excelled at Bathurst and Sandown. And
I love the race we were talking about, the 83 race, and Jansen came down the end of the straight and spun it in the back and shot. Don't drag the cameras away from it. In the captain's true fashion, grabbing attention wherever he could. Sherry Ripe in blazer down the side. This is definitely picked a livery here with very sparse looking sponsorship logos and things on the side of the car. But wow, you look at the combination of those colours and you picked it, Nick, and it's a Janssen car.
Yeah.
There's no chance that it's not.
And it's like, we've moved the category so it's up to, sort of more modern supercar type cars, which is where the pinnacle car in the Shell Falcon comes in. And, you know, guys we've sort of taken it up to the year 2000 in line with where heritage touring cars are sort of heading. And, you know, it's now open to guys with, like, you could build a Super 2 BMW if you wanted, you know, like a, you know, E36 or something similar. So, like, the world's your oyster, really.
Yeah. Plenty of E36s
that's
floating
right.
around too.
You know?
E30s as well,
Yeah.
right? One weekend at the State Series and come and do the Festival Speed the weekend after. You get plenty of use out of it. Checkered flag has now waved on Regularity number 2 for the tribute cars. Regularity, it is the number 77 that is going to lead this stanza of the 3 parts to the Regularity. Brad Robinson will take the honours in this one. Chris Hume, quite some points away, so 41 to 36, and then we go to car number 18, John Hoskins in the Falcon, the 76 of Matthew Ryan, Holden Tirana there as well. So Aussie built cars across the top 5 places in this. I'll just take back what I said. Raul in the Commodore in 5th, and then we go to the number 11, another Commodore. So we keep going with these Aussie sort of cars. Then we go to the 91 of Hode, and that is an LJ Tirana, and we're down to 16 points. So quite a few of these guys have broken out, haven't they? They've lost a big whack of points for as far as the Regularity is concerned.
But look, I'd have to make a special mention to Auto Haas Vehicles Storages from Moorabbin. They've sponsored this event in particular. Taz, who's it's his son, but Taz normally runs out here with us, but this weekend couldn't make it. But yeah, look, their business in Moorabbin, it's new, but they've come on board as a category sponsor, which is just fantastic. So a big thanks to them at Auto Haas in Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin. So, and then our normal regular sponsors like, you know, McDonald's Automotive, Equity One, Shannon's, Cryo Cycle, you know, Aussie Saws from Ballarat, My Race Lab, and, you know, Racer Industries, which supports our club, which is fantastic, and same as Premier Hire, you know.
Certainly is. It attracts quite a few people getting their name out. And a lot of the time they're well-meaning members of the club that come out there. They also want to get some value out of their sponsorship.
Exactly right.
And one of I don't know who coined the phrase, but support the sport that supports your sport just keeps jumping to the front of mind. If you need to get your car serviced and you're in Wangaratta, there is no reason why you shouldn't go down to McDonald Automotive and have a chat.
Yeah.
And get your car fixed or repaired or serviced down there.
Yeah, it's like Lloyd's Fabrications from Ballarat. You know, those guys, one of their cars runs normally. Again, it broke, but it's not out here at the moment. But they're a regular sponsor. They come on board every year. So we really thank every one of our sponsors here at VHRR.
This is the first part of the Regularity as the car's rolled out. Cold tyres, and around goes the Ortlap car number 28. It's interesting, here's the number 18. We're just watching the 86 spin there, which was only moments later. But Nico, you'll like this, the 18, the Bow tribute. And big shout out to JB. I don't know whether he's out of bed over in Europe at the moment, but he's posted some photos of the Volvo he used to race, of the dash. It's a tacho, a boost gauge and a temp gauge, and he's like, very uncomplicated dashboard. And he's really enjoying it over there. But you know, when you see a tribute car built to the Bow 18, you know, like, how cool's that?
It is great. And we had a bit of a battle last year out here, like the little Corolla. It's faster up the top end, but I think that's what touring car racing really misses. You've got the variety of different cars, and it's sad that part of the history is gone.
Yeah, I guess at the top end of things, but you know, you move down to the State Series and things like improved production and sports sedans and things like that. Well, we're about to go into our first race of the day, the Group N, and invited. I'm going to take a quick break, guys, because I've got from 8:30 to 5:30 on air. Thank you so much for you two joining, and a guy that rarely has a smile on his face, Darren Knight, is just about to jump into the commentary booth. Thanks, guys. We'll catch you later on. Welcome back trackside here at the Winton Motor Raceway. A very big welcome to those watching online, but certainly my advice to you is to pack up the kids, pack up the family, get mum, dad, grandpa, cousins, and all head to the racetrack because that is a beautiful day here. There is already a healthy crowd making their way into the track. Rest assured there's not a long line out at the gate there at the moment, so you can drive pretty much up, hand over a pittance at the gate and get in and enjoy a really cool day of racing. And we've got the first race for the Group N's rolling out on track now. Now, they should have had a race yesterday, but I'll get Darren Knight to weigh in here. Does huge welcome to day 3 of the 2025 historic Festival of Speed, or the Winton Festival of Speed here, mate. And the first race for Group N's, it's going to be on, isn't it?
Certainly will be. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone at the track, and good morning, everyone tuning in to the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel live stream. As Darren mentioned, should have had a race yesterday, but unfortunately the qualifying session in the morning was brought to a very rapid halt when the Mark Lenstra Cortina unfortunately ventilated its block, and no one put in more than 2 laps. So competition rules, you must complete at least 3 laps to qualify for a grid. So the race yesterday was turned into a qualifying session. So this will be the first time in race conditions for the Group N and invited cars this weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid sheet. A big field, 40 cars making their way out on track. It didn't take too much to work out that the guy that sat on pole last year sits on pole again today. Brad Tilley on pole position, Mark Tessari right next to him. Last year's winner of this race in his RX2 car number 13, Peter McNiven, the Victorian there. Michael Michelli alongside in the 69 Mustang. Chris Stern lines up on position number 5 with Josh Axford. We go back to Adam Bressington in his Mini coming out of position number 7. Now that could be a giant slayer here this weekend. Peter Muellerman in the menacing all black number 43. I say that only about the car because Pete Muellerman is actually a champion fella, a lovely guy, and really up for a chat at any point in time. In fact, sometimes he's late putting the helmet and driving suit on because he's still chatting to people right throughout the weekend. Jeff Mundy, Glenn Miles in the first of the charges, David Noakes, Gary Finnemore. Great to have Gaz there in the number 9 Mustang. Pillikers, go back to David Brown, the first about Datsuns, Evan Goebel, David Murphy, Craig Miles, Kirk Davis, Rob Burns, great to see Rob back there, Adrian Moyle fronting up in a Mazda here this weekend, Dom Leo, Stephen Hay, Max McKay, Josh Harrison, Dean McLaughlin, Les Walmsley down there in 26 in car number 99, Vic Draper in the number 65, Graham Hill in that blue Mini, and he found his way a long way down there in position number 28, Phil Barrow, Anthony Green, Gordon Cox, Chris Janicki, Don Knight in the number 32, Paul Gilbert, Pete Oliver, Mark Maxwell, Liam Reed, Rodney Evans and Jeff Vo make up the field, and I think we've just about got them all to the grid. It's over to you, Daz. I'm about to got to get a breath.
Yes, I was waiting for you to do the Barry Oliver breathing through your ears trick, but he didn't do it. Mark Tessari, unfortunately, is missing from the front row of the grid. The big HQ Monaro should be starting alongside Brad Tilley in the Mustang. So, unfortunately, Tessari is not lined up, which is disappointing after that great qualifying performance yesterday afternoon. Getting very close to a start now, so a nice big hole in front of the Mustang of Michael Michelli, number 69. Keep an eye on him as he blasts off the second row alongside Peter McNiven in the Mazda RX2. And they're away. Good start from Tilley, hooked up very well. McNiven will slide into second in the Mazda.
Wow, Tilley has got himself a ripping start there, and Michelli just got left behind a little bit there, but joined along there is the red and black Mustang, buried back down through the field. Here comes that fantastic Escort. This is a perfect place for the Minis and Escorts to weigh in on it. 69 of Michelli just handling this newly relined, it's 4 years ago, relined turn number 4. And away we go.
Chris Stern up into 4th in his 68 model Ford Mustang with a 302 Windsor under the bonnet. Josh Axford very quick away in the South Australian Escort number 3. In fact, right on the tail of Chris Stern. Adam Bressington already having a look under the number 43 all-black Mustang of Pete Muehlman. Adrian Moyle, I saw in the background there, just having a bit of an off in the ex-Darren Hossack purple 4-door RX2. Hopefully Adrian's back on the track. Had a troublesome qualifying session yesterday in his first run with the little Mazda.
Yeah, and Darren Hossack was down there with him yesterday trying to rectify a problem they had with that car, and I think they've got it right, but it's obviously found some pace and run off the track down there on cold tyres. Really, it's still, we're up to about 9 degrees now here locally, and the sun's been on the track for a good couple of hours now, but once that air temperature just gets up a little bit more, these cars will certainly, I'm going to say, maybe not in this race, but maybe their second race, the tyre will come back into question here. And this is probably where the Escorts and the Minis are starting to find their way very nicely indeed, being that they don't quite need as much grip as these big cars as they push the limits. But Brad Tilley and the Tilley family are absolutely synonymous with top flight, podium-winning Group N cars. And this at the moment, in this, what's going to be a shorter race. This is only an 8-minute duration race, and we're only got just over a minute and a half left in this one as well. So it's a short, sharp affair here today, but certainly the main event, you've got to say the premium event of the weekend will be the historic touring cars for their 50k race this afternoon. So this is a short, sharp warm-up and get their feel away, because they only had a very, well, as Darren said, a short qualifying session that was chopped up yesterday, and then a proper qualifying session later yesterday. So this is their first hit out in earnest, but Brad Tilley is certainly proving his worth.
Brad Tilley absolutely checking out. Look at the lead he has. Almost the length of the old back straight now, heading into the, we call it the new part of the track. It's probably 25 years old now. It just shows you how old we are. Brad Tilley, great performance on a very cold track. Peter McNiven holding down second place in the Mazda with Michael Michelli third. Josh Axford up now into fifth. Got in front of the Mustang of Chris Stern on that lap. So great performance there from Axford up into fourth, in fact. So Stern back to fifth in the Mustang as Brad Tilley continues to lead.
Josh Axford, the South Australian there in the Ford Escort RS 1600. Very rapid little piece of kit at the moment, but not being able to take it up to the highly strung Tilley Mustang, and we're getting some great shots of the Tilley Mustang. Probably give us a look back at positions 2 and 3 in this race, because that's really where it is, and into the mid-pack where we start to see where Mundy is. Peter Muleman, Miles sort of battling it out for position 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th on the road. There's some good movers in there. Muleman now coming under attack by the Miles Charger. It's a great mix of and representation of Australian Touring Car Championship cars and drivers, Mustangs, HQ, Holdens. Sadly, Mark Tassari hasn't been out on this grid, so Daz, if he does get out there, he'll be off the back of the grid for the big race for the Group N's at 1:30 today.
Peter McNiven on screen in the RX2. He won the 50k Cup, the Just Cars magazine 50k Cup last year. The longest race we have for historic touring cars in the land. Of that exciting finish with Brad Tilley, who was leading in the Mustang. Unfortunately, had some brake issues, had zero pedal as he came out of the S's, and Peter McNiven went on to take the win. So holding the Mazda flag up high at the moment in second place. Jason Humble, I know he is this weekend not competing, but he's spectating. His fellow racer Andrew Williams suggested that Jason might be a bit scared of Winton, just looking for the reaction because they're right down on the fence in front of me. So Jason Humble will be back at the Bend for the Bend Classic in October in that famous little RX2 of his. But Peter McNiven doing the job for the Mazda boys at the moment, up in second place in front of the Michael Michelli Ford Mustang. Axford still fourth, then it's Chris Stern in the Mustang fifth. There's Chris Stern, his first race, betting for 2 years in the number 90 68 model Ford Mustang. So we have 3 generations of the Mustangs racing this weekend. Jeff Mundy in the 68 model Chevy Camaro has his hands full with the all-black Mustang of Peter Muleman right behind him. That's a huge battle for 6th place at the moment.
David Brown in 12th place there in the Datsun as well, just in the back of that last shot going through, and running very, very wide in the Mini there. Great memories of Minis around here, and I always hark back to the great Ted Brewster, who there was a tribute race held for Ted here not that long ago with all Minis on track, and an absolute worthy tribute for a great bloke of Australian motorsport. Under brakes now.
Don Knight, the Ford Cortina Mark 1 GT, number 32, having a battle there with Gordon Cox in the second generation Cortina GT. That's the Mark II model with a 1600 Kent under the bonnet. Cox goes through on night. Cox, of course, the racetrack representative for Racer Industries. He has the trackside van here at most meetings in Victoria. Puts up the old sign. He'll be back in 10 minutes. He's got a race.
Yeah, and has been for some time. Great to see Coxie at the racetrack. There he is in the 77, getting through it on Knight quite easily actually down there in turn 4. Knight just sort of capitulated and allowed him to press on through. And now timing screen is telling us we've gone 3 minutes over time here, so not too sure how many laps this race is going to be now, but the official race time tells us time is up, and we're still going for it.
Have to keep an eye on that checkered flag.
We do. We absolutely do keep an eye on that spot there, and well, at the moment it's not going to be too hard. We just got to keep one eye on Brad Tilley. He's around at the water tower now, plunges into the cleavage and around the old gum tree. A couple of iconic parts of the Winton Motor Raceway. As soon as you say those 3 words, people know exactly which part of the racetrack you were on. And around past the GMSV hoardings up at the top end of the track. Past all the campers. Great to see, Daz, the campers here this week. It really does give the title of this weekend is it a festival, and when you put tents up, that to me means it's a festival. That's what the music industry says anyway.
There's an idea for next year.
Yes, isn't there?
How about we get Grinspoon playing in the car park?
It'd attract a whole lot of campers, wouldn't it?
And commentators.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Brad Tilley leading this first race for the Group N historic touring car.
There's the checkered.
And will take the win in the Ford Mustang. The little 289 Windsor under the bonnet of the Mustang of Brad Tilley. Doing the job. Brad been steering these types of cars for many, many years. Takes a very easy win over Peter McNiven. A great drive in the little Mazda RX-2. Josh Axford might have crossed the line in third. I think we've lost Michelli on that final lap, have we? Just waiting for the timing to update.
No, there's Michelli. He's gone through.
Yep,
definitely gone through in the 69, the blue Mustang.
So a good return for Michael Michelli. Hasn't raced like Chris Stern for a couple of years. So excellent drive into third place in the Boss Mustang, number 69. Axford, great drive into fourth and little Escort. He'll be pretty pleased with that. Chris Stern will be fifth. Jeff Mundy will be sixth in his 68 model number 6 Chevy Camaro. Had a great battle there holding out Pete Muhlman, the 3-time club champion for historic touring cars in Victoria. He was 7th in the Mustang. Glenn Miles, the first of the Chargers. 2 Chargers out there, the Miles boys. So good drive there from Miles to be 8th outright. David Murphy in his beautiful white XU1 number 101 was 9th. And Adam Bressington doing it for the Mini fans, finishing in the top 10.
Great to see Andy Williams and Jason Humble waving to their mates in Group N as they go past. I think they must think they're the king and queen, just giving their nice little wrist shuffle wave to the guys going through. But a massive field of Group N's, and Daz, this is really going to be light up the venue here at 1:30 today for the Group N, their main race for the day. Really looking forward to that. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Thanks very much.
Look at the front row of the grid. It's last year's 1 and 2, and they're going to have the front row of the grid. How do you see that playing out?
Well, the V8 boys particularly will have to be filling up those tanks, because there's been a few times when we've run these longer races early on in the piece and people trying to save a little bit of weight by not putting as much fuel in the tanks and then paid the price when they're running out, which is always slightly embarrassing. So the V8s will be brimmed for sure, and also the smaller cars, McNiven, Axford, they may come into play with their lighter weight, not using up the brakes and tyres as much as the big V8s do. We're looking at around 16 or 17 laps, and that's quite a journey for some of these V8s with brakes and tyres. So that will be very interesting. We saw that great race obviously last year between Tilley and McNiven, and they will certainly be in the mix as they head towards the checkered flag for that 17 lapper, the Just Cars Cup, 50k Cup, the longest race for historic touring cars just about in the country, I think. Yep. There's not many races that are that long. So make sure you are trackside for that, or tuned in, of course, to the old V8 Sleuth YouTube channel. That race will be on around 1:55 this afternoon.
So keep yourself well and truly rugged up here at the track. It's a lovely day. Sun is out. People have got the puffer jackets and duffel coats on and beanies still. But if you're at home, I thoroughly recommend that you turn the TV off, jump in your car and head to the racetrack. You will not be disappointed here today. We'll take a quick break because up next is the Heritage Touring Cars and Invited. Back in a moment. 2025 Winton Festival of Speed started bright and early on Friday morning with free practice right throughout the day. We had a terrific day yesterday with qualifying all the way through the morning and started racing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's racing all day today here at Winton Motor Raceway. A very big thank you to Equity One. Check them out at www.equity-one.com.au. Fantastic sponsors for this event, of course, Premier, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, all of the big naming sponsors here this weekend. We have a fantastic program for you right throughout today, and I reckon we've started it off in top fashion for racing with the Group N's out on track, and now we go to the Heritage Touring Cars, essentially Group A, Group C cars, the grid making their way around, and as a result of a really good Saturday of racing, Elliot Barber in the Yellow Pages car is going to lead the field around. Chris Stillwell in the Cosworth powered Sierra, the Colin Bond car from all those years ago in the Caltex livery. Adrian Alesi in the Walkinshaw Commodore and Steve Exisa in the VC. Trevor Schumack in the little BMW, and really looking forward to seeing that Super Tourer start to stamp its authority. Anthony Tenkate all the way from Queensland in the number 22. Darren Knight stays right alongside me. Great to see these cars travelling from all over, like Adrian from Queensland.
Certainly is, Darren. Good morning, everyone. If you've just joined us on the YouTube B8 Sleuth channel, and of course everyone here at the track, fitting that these cars are coming out after the Group N historic touring cars, because basically these are the cars that took over from the Group N era. So Group C, the local category, for 1973 through to the end of 1984, and then the international Group A formula that Australia adopted 1985 running through to the end of 1992, so right up to the end of 92. So, and then of course we had the category that became V8 supercars in 93. They used to run around with Group A stickers on them right at the start, which just confused everyone. It was a local category, and we know how big that has become. So these are the genuine article, folks, the actual race cars presented in their actual livery from the day, and also mechanical specifications. So very valuable motor cars out on the track, and they'll be starting under a rolling start condition. What a drive from Elliot Barber in the Kerry McMahon owned RX-7. That car is for sale, folks. If you want to jump into the sharp end of Heritage Touring Cars, magnificent performing motor car. And here we are getting ready for a start.
Graham Ross will start from the rear of the grid. Had problems yesterday, and well, Alessi just pulled out the side there trying to get it. Very crowded in positions 3, 4, 5 as we go 3 wide down into turn 1. It funnels in. Schumack goes around and he gets clear of the racetrack surface, so that's good. No one else got tangled up in it, but that's a rare mistake from Trevor Schumack, your Michelin tyre man here in Australia. But the front of the field sorting themselves out. Ian Ross has already just got through on the little CDT Gemini there, so there's the Behemoth and the little car there, isn't it? The XD and the Gemini side by side.
So Barber and Stillwell, handy break now over our third place runner, which looks like it'll be Adrian Alesi in the Walkinshaw Commodore. So Trevor Schumack just rejoining, but right at the back of the pack. Glenn Gerstle was also involved in that, had to take to the grass to avoid Schumack as he got the little BMW sideways. So Gerstle will be coming through the field, a very quick VH Group C Commodore. So we'll keep an eye on the bright yellow and black machine. You mentioned Ian Ross is coming through from the back after gearbox problems in his Mike Emery XD Falcon. So good to see Ian back out there and circulating in the Sol Falcon XD model out there.
Nice to see the Ignis Alfa also out there. Look at this Cosworth charging hard. Got a bit of work to do. Elliot Barber is absolutely hooked up in this RX-7 here this week, and there's nothing strange about this. An RX-7 around the Winton layout is a very winning formula across many different categories in the era, but also a little turbo Cosworth Sierra was absolute weapon to beat in the Group A era. So we've got a Group C era car here, and of course we promised yesterday we'd explain to the kids what Yellow Pages was. It was a book about 100 millimetres thick, and it had everyone's name and phone number in it. And let me tell you, when you rock up with my surname, it's near impossible to find your name in there. These days I'm pretty sure we're trumped by some other surnames in there, but bit of damage on the car there for Glenn Gerstle. Obviously a tiny bit of contact with the BMW of Trevor Schumacher there at turn 1-2 there, so that front spoiler just sort of got a little bit cross-eyed, if you like. There's Ian Ross now. Well, Ian tells me this is one of the Ford fans' favourite cars because it is only blue and white, and of course that is what represents the FOMO Co. That's their corporate colours, and had some problems yesterday. Super T10 out, Super T10 in, but he's certainly pushing his way back through the field now, up to 15th place there for car number 49.
Peter Aboud in the VL Commodore. That's the model that preceded the Walkinshaw. That's an ex-Holden dealer team built car that ran in Western Australia. Good to see Peter out there in the last of the carby-fed Commodores as Elliot Barber continues to lead from Chris Stewart. There is Adrian Ellis in the number 40 Walkinshaw, that famous body kit developed by Tom Walkinshaw Racing in England. Barber leading in the RX-7.
The Walkinshaw bodied VL Commodore, you say you've got a Walkinshaw and that's immediately what you've got, isn't it? It's not a VL Commodore, it's not a Group A Commodore, it's a Walkinshaw.
Some people called it a plastic pig back in the day, so I wasn't one of those.
No, either was I lusted for a Walkinshaw, and I actually lusted for this particular car here, that Exa Turbo that Justin Nielsen does such a great job to keep that going around. And I've got to say, in Justin's ownership, that car has grown in stature and reputation. People legitimately come to the track with their old Nissan jackets on to see the Christine Gibson, now Justine Nielsen Exa going racing.
Yeah, developed by Gibson Motorsport. Freddie's wife, Christine Gibson, raced that car alongside a very young Glenn Seaton at Bathurst when Seaton was still 17, I think. Front-wheel drive, turbocharged, so the definition of torque steer, really.
Yes,
but Justin has certainly developed that car over the years, and it's a lot happier these days. It suffered from a little bit of lack of development, I suppose, with Gibbo, of course, concentrating on the two turbo-powered Bluebirds for the outright placings, but great to have an example of a very rare motor car here this weekend. So Barber doing it very easily out in front now on the RX-7. 13B peripheral port under that lovely shaped bonnet.
Does look good though. It's actually got him. He's got this set up very, very nicely here indeed in the Cabbage Alexander. Replica of the day, well not replica, sorry, actual car of the day. Phil Alexander was a rotary guru and bolted the engines together very well, and even in the modern era still does do a very good rotary. Here's a magnificent looking BMW, the E30 M3, which started the tradition of M3s, of absolute pocket rockets out of the BMW factory. These days they put V8s in them, but this was a very, very high revving, very potent four-pot. And the International Group A. Oh, and he's just tried to get up the inside there of Exisa.
David Toe, the number 44 JPS BMW, really putting the pressure on Steve Exisa in the Commodore. Nipped a brake there, a little bit of a brake lock up there for Toe. Up into fifth place at the moment, trying to get fourth over Exisa. Here they are again. So Exisa in the VH Group C Commodore. 308 Holden under the bonnet. The M3 2.3 litre 4-cylinder machine, a car that was based off the 323 but shares almost no panels at all with the 323, so a very special body kit. I think only the roof panel is about the same as on a road going 323, and Toe looking under Accessory as Barber continues to lead in the RX-7. Stillwell still second in the Sierra, the Colin Bond machine.
How cool's that? Flames out the back of the rotor because they push raw fuel through the engine to keep the temp down, and hits that boiling hot exhaust. And then the turbo, which just puts raw fuel in as well, and comes out as brown or black smoke. So two different variations of technology that is used there. The interesting thing with that Toex Cisa battle is that those two cars would have never met each other on track racing. They're a Group C era car and a Group A era car, and this is what's pretty cool about here this weekend. We get to blend the two categories. Gives us a huge field of racing cars, and they all look fantastic. So we get a good look at the number 52 there as it heads up to the bottom end of the track. And that is Glenn Gerstle, who got tied up in that first corner incident. But Elliot Barber driving away magnificently here. Just over 2-second lead. You don't need any more lead than that in a short, sharp race. As we get a bit of a look at Ian Ross.
The XD Falcon. Ford had absolutely no interest in motor racing when the XD was released, and it was developed as a racing car, homologated in fact by Murray Carter, and also Gary Wilmington in New South Wales did a lot of early work for the Falcon. Interesting thing is, Murray being the cagey chap he is, he homologated the XD Falcon using the 6-cylinder taxi pack weight. So it's actually a little bit lighter than the V8 machine he was intending to race.
And that's interesting. I was talking to Ian, his car, he said to me, it started off life as a taxi and was built into a race car, and the cage is a copy that came out of the Commodore. So they used, keep the cop money down, they used the same sort of design in the Commodore. So very interesting, the XD in Australian touring car history. Here's the Gerstle car again.
The ex-Fred Geisler machine, a perennial privateer at Bathurst, particularly Freddie Geisler.
In the same vein as the Lusty brothers, yeah, that's what same sort of era, same sort of assault. And we go to the other end of things, a factory BMW that Jim Richards drove so magnificently, and I touched on it yesterday. The BMWs were the cars you went for when your favourite Ford or Holden that you were waving the flag for didn't win. So if your Holden didn't look like it was going to win, you'd prefer the BMW to come through for the victory. And of course, Jim Richards did have a touring car championship in that car.
87, of course. Jimmy swept the board in the M3, took his second championship in the BMW. Of course, won the very first Group A regulated championship in 1985, which of course the first round was right here at Winton 40 years ago. Jimmy took out the win in the 635 BMW that preceded the M3 that we're seeing David Toe race this weekend.
Barber just got the last lap board down, and his main protagonist getting bottled up behind some slower cars there. Great to see the 59 Capri Components car of Laurie Nelson. Laurie, a famously Victorian privateer right throughout Group C, Group A era in Capris to replicate his business, the Capri Components business in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. And Laurie also took on board the Fox body style Mustang as well, famously did for quite a long time in the privateer world. There was so many of those privateers, Daz, wasn't there, that got out and about and made the Touring Car Championship what it was.
Yeah, it's not like these days where you basically have to sign up for the whole series. In those days, you could roll up as a privateer with an approved race car, with a race licence, and just enter whatever round you wanted. And of course, Mount Panorama saw a plethora of privateers, some of them only having one run for the year. It certainly made things interesting for the fast guys.
Justin Nielsen on screen now, currently 8th position in that turbo car. Have a look at this, Elliot Barber putting the XD down a lap as they plunge into the bottom end of the race course here. One more corner to go for Elliot Barber, and he will be greeting the checkered flag. A 6-7 lap journey. There it is, checkered flag. That's 3 from 3 for the Yellow Pages Elliot Barber driven car. Once it changes ownership, I'd applaud the new owner to just keep Elliot in the car. It seems like a good combination.
I'm sure these Apex Hunter podcast fans will be voting for that idea, but a great drive from Elliott. Takes a win from Chris Stilwell in the Sierra. Adrian Alesi doing it for the Holden fans out there. There's still plenty of them out there in the Walkinshaw Commodore. He was 4th. Steve Axisa in the first of the Group C Commodores. He was 4th outright. David Toe 5th in the little BMW. Anthony Tenkati was 6th in his Group C BMW. Then it's Glenn Gerstel was 7th in the Commodore. Justin Nilsson in Darren Smith's favourite car, the Nissan Pulsar Exit Turbo, was 8th. Don Dimitriadis in the Lansvale Smash Repairs of Walkie was 9th. And Dean Howe in the 635 Group C BMW rounded out the top 10.
So that will see the end of historic touring cars for their race 3 there. Sorry, heritage touring cars. Race 4 will be at 2:05 this afternoon. I said it earlier, Daz, if you look through today's events, pick out a couple of your favourite events. You want to be trackside, squash your nose up against the fence and enjoy the racing. But in the meantime, do what you're about to do and head down and rub some handshakes out with some people down there in the pit and paddock area.
I thought you were going to say rub people up on the wrong way.
I'll leave that to you.
Thank you very much.
Specialist.
Comes naturally. So, Heritage Touring Cars, they'll be back out on the circuit, as Darren mentioned, at around 2:05 this afternoon. So, a few timetable changes. I did mention the 50k cut for historic touring cars. That will be on at 1:30 now, not 1:55. So, make sure you're trackside or on the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel for the live stream of the Winton Festival of Speed.
I did actually see some people down in the back of the paddock yesterday. Wandering around through the back of the paddock and had their phone in their hand watching the live streaming whilst mixing it up with the people out in the pit and paddock area. So that's pretty cool. I hadn't thought of that. We've got an encyclopedia and a virtual TV in our pocket all day now, haven't we?
It's amazing, isn't it? Line up for the coffee and don't miss anything.
Yeah, exactly. Darren Knight, thank you very much for all of your great information, and we look forward to catching you later on in the day. Formula Fords are lining up in the paddock area. We will be back with Formula Fords in just a few moments. Hope you're enjoying your day here at the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. Formula Fords on track. Super impressive the way the race control are managing this event this weekend. One field rolls off, the next field rolls out. I'm Darren Smith. I'll stay on the mic and we welcome a guy we recommend that he looks back at the replay of the Regularity this morning and of yesterday, getting talked up as a rock star of the future. Well, either way, he's looking after it in the on the racetrack with hands and feet or here in the commentary booth. Welcome, Tom Reed. We've got the Formula Fords out on track, and your old man did a pretty good job yesterday, and he's landed himself on the front row of the grid.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone at home and at the track. Yeah, it was a pretty eventful race yesterday, all getting laid on the formation lap by Malcolm Osler, who comes off the rear, and the leader, Jack Clifford, went off through the sweeper. We saw multiple other cars going off throughout the race as well due to the slippery surface, but we turn our attention now to a 13-minute race on our Scree McBride off pole, who pretty much dominated yesterday after taking the lead from Clifford. Reed second with a close battle between he and Clifford yesterday. McGuinness, Davison, Grant Walker, Evan Farrell, Dean Koutsamidis made his way up to 8th after qualifying 15th. Then we go to Bryce Rogers and Johnny Gree, who rounds out the top 10.
Huge field, as always, in Formula Ford, assembled here at the Festival of Speed. Andrew Torty in 11th, 12th to be Neil Richardson. Bill Faulkner out of 13th. Sean Whelan, the South Australian, and of course Neil Richardson, South Australian as well. Big welcome to them over the border. Eric Bellamy to Paul Faulkner. Matt Scott to Craig DeGottardi. He's a New South Welshman. John Baker. Matt Veal out of the ACT. Richard Maguire. Ben Rawson. Glenn Woodford from South Australia. Malcolm Osler we touched on out of New South Wales. And Chris O'Connor not going to be taking his spot on the grid. So This is for real. This is a lights to flag race, not a regularity. This is exactly as we've seen Formula Ford racing over the years, and yesterday's race did show us that this is not just historic racing with people showing off their wares. This is actually for real. It's not sheep stations up for grabs, but someone should tell the drivers that, because this racing is frantic as all Formula Ford racing can possibly be.
So cars forming up on the grid, yellow flags taken away as they get into their grid slot. Should start to see a green flag at the back of the field, and we can get this race underway. 2 white cars off the front row. Jack Clifford will be looking to get into second by turn 1 and grab the race lead throughout the day. Red lights on at the gantry, set for a start, and we're underway, and it's McBride with a pretty good start. McGuinness is going to go up the inside now into turn 1, but Reed takes the lead. I think McBride has missed a gear throughout this. Reed defending on the inside from McGuinness, takes the lead. Jack Clifford looking at third with Nick McBride through turn 3, but it's Reed out in front, McGuinness, and then McBride and Clifford side by side through turn 4. Further back in the field, Ben Rawson and Richard McQuire rounding out, but Reed holds the lead into the sweeper. Clifford with a moment dropping a wheel on the exit of turn 4, looking to get third spot off Nick McBride.
So that Reynard we touched on yesterday is just having a bit of a struggle out there as well, but the number 15 of Andrew Reed, he's doing a terrific job out there. The RF89 Van Diemen in its period livery, and Andrew's doing a terrific job as the Group FC, so the later of the Formula Fords represented in historic Formula Ford racing, and he's got himself established a handy lead. It'd be probably the biggest lead he's held in a Formula Ford race over the years, and we're only talking 3-4 car lengths, but they are banking up behind. Nick McBride will certainly come at him, Clifford as well, Andy McGuinness, he's a hard-nosed racer, and right behind them they've all got to be aware of Richard Davison, multiple state champion, winner now in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and of course father of 2 of our great drivers in the supercar world as well, current spec racer Will Davison, his son, and I'm sure Will's watching on from the Gold Coast, his dad doing a pretty good job, pretty stout job at the moment. Started out of 5th and holds 5th at the moment.
Reed still with the lead here, a comfortable margin over McGuinness, who's defending massively over Nick McBride. Clifford sends it up the inside into turn 3, and they make contact, he and McBride. Still on the circuit though, it's still Reed with a handy margin over McGuinness. Back throughout the field there, Malcolm Osler making his way through in his FB. Lola doing a great job. He would have been pretty disappointed after yesterday to have to start from the rear grid today. Reed through left, and then the right-hander up to Tank. The handy lead, fastest lap on the opening lap there of a 38.3.
Just watching Dean Koutsametis, he's holding station, started out of 8th, started 15th yesterday. He's holding station in this one. Great battle back with the FA cars there in the field there, and we're represented by some terrific brands, Lola, Royale in there, some older Van Diemens, the Eldon, the Alfa 600, which was so cool over so many years here in Australia. And move up the inside. It looked as
McBride got the job done.
Got it. He did.
He got the job done on McGuinness there. Didn't want to sit behind the red car for too much longer as he was getting held up, but McGuinness tries around the outside of the last corner, can't get it done. Yeah, Richardson further on back in the field there with Andrew Tordy in his newly acquired Swift. These guys are running 11th and 12th respectively. Malcolm Osler just on screen, making up a number of positions, but back to the leaders, and now McBride will be hunting down car 15 here, looking to close that gap. He just set the fastest lap that time by over 32.6, Reed with 33.1. So these...
What's happened to McGuinness? Not in that front pack anymore, disappearing.
Last corner, off. And this could be a safety car. It doesn't look like he can get this car fired off.
Let's hope he can get that out of the way. We don't want to see a safety car. We've still got a good race to go with us, 9.5 minutes to go here. Good running at the top end of Tank now. A big push down the inside by car number 8. That's Nick McBride. He wants that spot back from Andrew Reed. They've swapped their starting positions around on the opening lap of this race, but McBride wants to get that one going. how wide over the next 9.5 or 8.5 minutes can Andrew Reid make his Van Diemen with Nick McBride in
Safety car.
car number 8. Well, it's going to be interesting. The Swift of Nick McBride, the Van Diemen of Andrew Reid, two massive protagonists of the era in Formula Ford racing, and now we have safety car out on track, and it'll be to recover Andrew McGuinness. Rare mistake for McGuinness. He's a finishing marvel. Just seeing that car parked off the edge of the track there, that's a real shame. Andrew's got a magnificent car collection, and all those years ago did a bit of Commodore Cup racing as well, but certainly he's got a Brabham that he runs in some open wheeler stuff in M&O and Q, and this Formula Ford of his as well. So very, very rare mistake for Andrew McGuinness, and it's not cool to see him parked up like that. Oh, that was a lovely moment there. Tom giving his dad, the leader of this race, thumbs up as he went past the commentary booth there. A bit of interaction with Dad, Tom.
I got a wave from him, so I thought I might give him a thumbs up back. He's doing a pretty good job at the moment, and hopefully he can hold on for his first race win in about 3 years.
That's pretty cool too, isn't it? Hey, so a long career in Formula Fords. Obviously, took some time off to get the family settled and established in the world, and found his way happily back to Formula Ford racing. And I think you said yesterday, Tom, it was a bit of a COVID project to get the car back up and running again.
Yeah, it was after the 2011 season. He only did one race. It was actually here at this track, and it was in pretty bad condition. So over COVID, we ordered a new body for it and did a full restoration of it and got it back to Sandown, I think November of 2021 for our first event. And then since then we've been chipping away. Had a fire this year at Phillip Island in March, but it didn't do too much damage, and we're back here in August running at the front.
Well, what you've done is prepare a car to run right at the front of the field, and I've got to say that was a subject of the V8 Sleuth pre-event podcast here, talking about Andrew Reid briefly in their preamble for the event, and a guy that was successful in, I'm going to say, in the National Series going back quite some time now ago, just off the back of the Driver to Europe Series when the Motorcraft Series started up. And great to see that Andrew Reid has returned to the track, and even better that he's brought the next generation Reid race car driver along, driving the Quincy in the Regularity this morning. Tell us quickly, while we're waiting for this safety car to come off, about your experiences this morning.
Yeah, so it's a Quest Formula Ford built out of the UK. Did most laps this morning. Had a little drama at the end, but hopefully we can get it fixed and be out there this afternoon. But it was good fun. Had clear track, did some nice consistent laps, and it's just good to get your eye in and have a feel for one of these cars.
Going to do some racing?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe this time next year. We'll see.
Yep. Well, it's. I'm going to put it back on you. You have to find us a new Formula Ford commentator if you're going to start doing some racing. That's up to you.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you very much, Tom Reid. Obviously, leading the call here for Formula Ford this weekend, and I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's still waving yellow flags down there, so the field very much being slowed down.
Very slow.
Very slow, very hard to actually keep a Formula Ford rolling here. I will just take a moment to touch on the 50 years of Formula Ford racing, the book that is being put out there. Check it out at the Formula Ford website. I haven't got my copy yet, so I can't tell you whether it's good, bad or indifferent, but it is certainly for sale. Looks like a magnificent coffee table sort of book, but detailing friends and fame, and definitely get it out there. So the cars are being brought down pit lane now, so this would suggest, obviously the track is completely blocked there at the moment with the recovery vehicle for Andrew McGuinness's car, but it is being loaded up. I just wondered, Tom, whether that could have just been pushed backwards and back over up against the wall, and we go racing. But I'm not going to question race control. They do these things. We don't actually know what is going on around the track. Driver and official safety is always the most important aspect. But it is pretty interesting when you're in the garages in pit lane and there's a race going on and you see the whole field trundle down pit lane, back making their way out on track now, being paced by the safety car from Racer Industries, one of our leading sponsors, of course, Premier and Equity One. The naming rights sponsors here this weekend. You can't open a racetrack without Shannon's Insurance being on board. Racer Industries, Autohouse 300 from Moorabbin, the car storage people bringing on board for the tribute cars. McDonald Automotive in Wangaratta. If you're in this part of Victoria, that's where you should be getting your car repairs done and services done. And we go to Cryocycle, Aussie Soils out of the Ballarat region, NPAVT there as well. My Race Lab, a great product designed for lowering your lap times whilst you go racing, and rapid smash repairs on there. Lloyd's Metal Fabrication, also out of Ballarat, great supporters of this event. Build Spec, industry leaders in construction throughout regional Victoria, from Ballarat and Geelong. Rapid smash repairs from Reservoir in Melbourne. Hyperwave, Broadband, the Victoria regional and greater Victorian areas. So all these fantastic sponsors that make sure this event continues to go. Equity One, www.equity-one.com.au. And we've got the man himself, Dean Kutsamides, in this race, currently holding down 6th position. This is going to be once we get underway, this is going to be a rapid, I'm going to almost call it like a club sprint, Tom, because there's only going to be a couple of minutes left to get these laps done. And I guess this is going to play into Andrew's ball court a bit here, because there's less laps under competition that he has to defend the lead. There goes the McGuinness car. And so that's sad. Andy McGuinness is always a finisher, and don't like seeing a guy that has a great finishing record car being tucked away like that.
Lights out on the safety car, so set for a restart this time by Reid. Would have had a lot of time to think about what he's going to do here with 2 minutes to go. McBride right on the gearbox of him. Jack Clifford running third. Richard Davison doing a great job in fourth. Evan Farrell in fifth. We should start to see a green flag anytime soon, and that determines when your race leader can drop the hammer and go. McBride holding back here. Maybe trying to get a run.
Bit of a run
on car 15. Yeah. But he's dropped the hammer and he's gone out of the last corner for a restart. So Reid holds a margin over the start line of about 3 or 4 car lengths. No overtaking before the control line as Clifford's about to send it up the inside and thinks better of it.
That's what we need to see, though, is Reid just getting caught out on some cold tyres there. But the more pressure that Clifford can provide on Nick McBride as they are bunched together, there's nothing that's going to stop this battle now. I'm going to say it's going to go for another 2 laps here. Malcolm Ostler still pushing his way through the field, starting after the safety car in 14th. Grant Walker and Veal have gone to the lane as well during this one, as we stick with the leaders, and we'll hold with the leaders to the end of this one. Reid in the number 15, and the main protagonists are right here with him as Clifford is in the mix there, and Nick McBride, the guy that started out of pole. They just about blend as one, nothing like 2 Van Diemen, or 2 Swift and a Van Diemen being in white livery as they come out onto the back straight.
It's Van Diemen leading a Swift from a Reynard, so 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Reid still holding the lead, but that moment out of turn 2 saw McBride able to catch up a little bit there. Out of turn number 10 onto the new back straight into the penultimate corner for perhaps the second last time, as we will count down to 0 and perhaps get the last lap board this time by. Reid with a good exit out of the final corner. Last lap board being shown, so one more time around Winton Motor Raceway, 3 kilometre layout for your race leader Andrew Reid into turn 1. Clifford looking for a move up the inside of McBride, cannot get it done. So these 3 still holding the same margin. Reid, and a spinner in the background. Reid covering down the inside at turn 3, and McBride's going to go right round the outside of him and overtake and take the race lead.
Andrew Reid not giving up, gives him just enough track to remain sportsmanlike, but he is going to come rapidly under fire now with Jack Clifford in the Reynard. So the Van Diemen just succumbing to the attack from the Swift. As car number 8 leads them into tank, but this is all but over here. We do not know which way all 3 of these are going to pan out, but you've got to say that Nick McBride was bottled up a little bit there behind Reid because he's dragged himself away to a good 3 or 4 car lengths lead now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Reid, I think, made an error out of 2, compromised his run into 3, remained shallow, and McBride was just able to carry the momentum round the outside of turn 3 and take the race lead. But down the back straight for the final time. Have a close look behind. Reid holding the inside. Clifford going for a massive send under brakes around the outside. He's going to try to do the under over here into the final corner and thinks better of it, but it's going to be Nick McBride taking 2 from 2 so far this weekend at Winton Motor Raceway. Reid comes home in a very good second. Clifford just behind in P3. Then we go back to Richard Davison doing a fantastic job in his Ellery Motorsport Formula Ford.
Richard Davison getting through to the line there. It's Greg, Farrell, Rogers, Richardson, Toddy, Faulkner, Whelan, Woodford, Malcolm Osler ultimately home in 13th place. So he's doing double duties in the F2 as well today. So in the Alola T642 for Malcolm Osler, and the field streaming across the line there as well. Well, Tom, Andrew will be scratching his brow wondering what could have been there, but we've got another one. There's still one more to go. He'll be on the front row of the grid, and the second Formula Ford race for today will be at 2:30. Of course, Tom, you're back on track at 12:45 for the regularity, bar any concerns that you alluded to earlier with your car. But I tell you what, through the ages of Formula Ford racing, it's always been like what we've just watched.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race. Probably one of the best I've seen since Phillip Island, maybe earlier this year, where that always puts on great racing. But it was a great clean battle between top 3. Ultimately, McBride coming out on top, doing the fastest lap at a 30.2. That is 1 second quicker than Reid and Clifford roundabouts.
I think it might have been Dean Koutsamides that speared off in the back of shot there when our leaders were swapping position there, because he's gone back down the field, ultimately finished 12th. So we'll keep barracking for the Equity One racer quietly in the background, our major sponsor here this weekend. A big thank you to Tom Reid. He's now going to go and prep himself for the regularity, and we will have Formula Fords back on track for their final race for the day at 2:30 today. Group S and invited cars are on track next. We'll be back with plenty more racing right throughout the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. I said I was going to take a break. I had quarter of a break, and we're right back into it to the Group S cars rolling out on track. And these cars can be, for many race fans, the reasons they come to the track. And well, there's there's over 30 reasons why. This is a great field. Some major exotic pieces of machinery. And with that as the lead into, I'd like to welcome Ross Jackson and Emmett Dean. Ross, you're not out there on track. The De Tomaso, the Pantera, everyone keeps reminding you, I'll just stay with the trend. It'd be cool to see you back out there, but thank you so much for bringing your wealth of knowledge to the commentary call with Emma and myself today.
It's a pleasure, an absolute delight to be here at this glorious track on what's got to be a perfect winter's day. I'm so excited for this race. We're going to see some of the guys who are normally further up the field coming through from the back. I'm talking about the best driver in Group S, and I'd say one of the best drivers in historic racing in Australia, Damien Meyer, coming from rear of grid.
Yes.
Tommy Walstab, who has been wrestling with what we call in Porsche 928s the green wire of death overnight, and has apparently fixed his electrical problems. He's coming from rear of grid. Perry Spiritus, who hilariously jumped in the wrong car and started to enter the track in his 2022 Porsche in a Group S race yesterday before he realised, whoops, wrong car, not regularity, should be in the Corvette. He's starting from rear of grid as well. So we've got a very exciting race ahead of us, and I'm missing not being there in the yellow peril, but
hey, we'll have it back by Sandown.
Well, I'll say, like I said yesterday, I came here to see the Pantera, and it's great to have you here giving us all of your amazing enthusiasm there as well. Em, let's have a look at the grid sheet, how these cars will line up.
Well, just before that, Darren, I was lured here under the promise of a yellow Pantera. So I am absolutely devastated.
Sounds like I'm going to be done for misleading and deceptive conduct.
And I've got an apology for Mr. Webster Senior, Alex's dad, for shouting out a 3-litre in that Carrera that Alex hooned around the track yesterday, and it's actually a 2.7. And then Alex spent his evening sending me videos of in-car of his Conqueror on track yesterday.
I've got to say,
I've got 3 angles.
I've got to say, thank God he did, because it kept us entertained during dinner watching all those fantastic videos. Let's have a look at the grid quickly before they jump away. Douglas Barber will lead them away to Joseph De Bartoli. Terry Lawler will be a major threat in this one, and something we just got told is that Jeff Morgan has got the Bathurst gearbox in that car, so could be a bit of a concern. There's no concern out of car number 7, starting out of position number 5, Alex Webster, definitely a 2.7. Ray Narkowitz in the Corvette there. Sam Narkowitz is the next one. Hung Du in that Datsun, and that is being absolutely driven magnificently. When you look at the machinery in front of him, taking a Datsun to a gunfight is very, very brave, and he drove brilliantly yesterday. Hugh Harrison in the Alfa, John Floyd, Don Bartley, John Geese, James Abbottson, Andrew Wilson, Scott Farquharson, Ryan Koenig. You've got to be careful with that one, saying it fast. Ryan Koenig, Paul Hogan, no, not the Channel 9 or the Crocodile Hunter, as we jump away, and it is Barber again. Have a look at Webster. Car 7 bobs his nose into screen, but it'll be the 911 leading the field through. Morgan plugs the gap and says, no, mate, I've got a lot more experience in Porsches than you, Alex. And Alex says, well, I'm pretty quick. The number 8 charges up there as well.
Oh, look at Terry Lawler coming down.
Oh! Everybody holds their hats on. The number 8 gathers it all back up. Narkowitz takes evading action. Everybody breathes again. Hung Du says, come on, everyone, let's get on with it. We've got to get out after these Porsches out in front there. But, wow, that Shelby just getting sideways on the grass. I hope you two have got your breath back.
I need a shot of something.
Terry's going to need a change of underwear after that one.
Absolutely. I reckon I'm getting about 4 other videos from Alex tonight of the in-car. Although he has put a camera into Tom's 928, so can't wait to see if Tom does any hunting.
Jeff Morgan there positioning himself very, very nicely. A real clever run into 1 and 2 with Alex charging at him. Jeff used all those years of experience in Porsche Cup. Just placed his car nicely. Didn't block, didn't do anything, just put the car right where he knew that a fellow Porsche couldn't get through here. Big lock up on the rears there for 911. Doug Barber in the lead of this one.
And watch the Corvette's sheer V8 horsepower, try to get past Dougie Barber, can't quite cut it, but you can see Jeff Morgan. Jeff's got the Bathurst ratios, he's got the wrong gearbox for this track, but once he gets going, the corner speed, his talent will allow him to carry, will ensure that he's right up there amongst the front 2, 3. You can see Joe's all over the back of Dougie Barber here, and Jeff's keeping them in sight. You'll see the experience and the talent of Doug as he rips away in the 911, using all of that extraordinary powder weight ratio. Look at Tommy Walstab coming up through the field. He's going to be carving his way through using the V8 power of the 928.
Beautiful smooth driving there by Tom. Just up on the ripple scoop, gently used it to his advantage. And he's bringing some of the bigger cars through with him here. This is Group S. This is the real life part of Group S. Big fields, just smattered with history of racing. A couple of smiling sprites there. Em, you love the smiling sprites, don't you?
I do. I'm a sucker for them.
Yes, and that's the thing about Group S. It's a great way to get into a Stokes because no matter what you're driving, you will have someone to race with and you will be having the time of your life.
Out in the front at the moment, this guy here has done a magnificent job. It can't be easy to present a car like this in race-winning fashion weekend after weekend throughout the Australian sort of historic scene. But the 911 or 911 of Doug Barber is doing a brilliant job. You've got to hand it to the guy in the Corvette behind too. This is not a track that a Corvette is going to totally enjoy, but you've got to hand it to him, loving it, absolutely having the time of his life. And you're taking it up to 3 or 4 911s, and there's 2 Corvettes in the mix here, a Stingray iteration there, and then the older version in this mix as well.
And Joe DiBartolo is one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet, but when he gets that helmet on, you see the way he can drive that Corvette's fantastic. Look at Alex coming through here, picking up Ray Narkovitz.
Yeah, the good drivers tend to have split personalities. There's helmet on, helmet off personality. But just a moment for that livery on Doug Barber's car, the Martini livery. It's just gorgeous. Love those retro liveries on the 911s.
Let's have a look at some of these MG midgets as they push their way through the field, coming through turns 1 and 2. Got themselves nice. There's an Alfa. We've got an all Alfa field coming up later on as well. So if you're here and you love the Italian brand, plenty of Alfas down in the pit area at the moment. Couple really enjoying the Group S racing, so they're getting a double dip at Winton here this weekend. Big wide run there for our race leader, coming past the GMSV sign onto the old back straight out of turn 9.
And you can see Perry Spiritus in the pale yellow Corvette's also working his way through the field.
So Perry is definitely started down off 33rd in this one. And Perry's currently made himself up to 23rd, and dealing with a great guy of Victorian Motorsport is Chris Ralph, just in front of him in his MG as well. Storming across the line, there goes Jeff Morgan. There goes the second one of the Narkowitz Corvettes, and our race leader.
Gee, with 3 minutes to go, Darren, there's not a comfortable lead that Doug has over Joe in that vet.
But what you'll find is most probably he will be able to use the braking capacity of the 911 to keep ahead of Joe. The race is probably not long enough for Joe's brakes to start to go off, but that is something that does happen with the Corvettes in a longer race compared to a 911.
Tom Walsteb just getting a short back and side from the 53 Alfa going through there, which is Andrew Wilson coming onto the old straight. But we go with the leaders and around Tank up to Gumtree, and pretty much holding station. The interesting thing here, Em, is that the big charge from the rear by Alex Webster yesterday in car number 7 has kind of been halted at the moment. He's been held back into position number 5 and really isn't making too much ground up on the cars in front.
Yeah, the problem is when you got those vets up the front, though, they just charge away on those straights. So, I mean, the Porsche, like, to reiterate Ross's point, the Porsches have it under braking all the time. You just kind of have to force a mistake if you can. You've got to cover the mirrors, you've got to put that pressure on and see if someone makes a mistake somewhere just to get through.
On camera now, we've got Ray Narkovitz. Now, notice that is a much older Chevy Corvette. That's a 1963 or 4 car, whereas Joe's is a much later 69 car, so it's got the 350, whereas Ray's has a 327 cubic inch, yet he's still holding him. Look at him coming through here. Fantastic driving by Ray Narkovitz. There it is, and what a beautiful car that is.
There's Alex Webster, we were talking about, charge from the rear of the field. And the master of GoPros is Alex.
And the president.
And kept us all entertained last night with his in-car footage. So thanks for that, Alex. Very much appreciate all of that. Into the sweeper he goes. And a guy that... he respects his machinery, but he knows it's a race car, and that's what he's using it for. At the moment, it's just his push forward has been sort of halted a little bit.
There's a fantastic video, my favourite, of my car, which is Alex and me dicing at Sandown. Just says 911 versus Pantera. It's up on YouTube, but it's great. We just diced the whole race.
Well, at this point, Ross, I'm not even sure if you've got a Pantera. I mean, that's what I came for, and I haven't seen it at all.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'll show you the pictures if you want.
I'm sure he's going to be motivated after this weekend to get the Pantera back, as we've got Alex Webster now having a look at the car. 6 on screen. Gee, he's trying, pinching up that left front brake as he takes all the weight over onto the right-hand wheel and pushes through. Just starting to come through some of the back markers here in the Group S race. We've got just under a minute on the time certain clock. So they'll go around. They'll get another 2 laps out of this.
We've just lost Damien Meyer. He's in the pits. Not sure what's going on there, but that's a shame. We'll see him in the MGs and Inviteds later on, hopefully taking it to Phil Chester again.
It's absolutely immense. Here's a couple of bug eyes out there. Car number 152.
They're just happy to be here,
aren't they? Barry Cocaine, synonymous with racing, the Austin Healey Sprite. Just under 2 litre, just under 1 litre capacity there. Gee, I just doubled their engine size, didn't I? Just under 1 litre capacity. But when you look at the lap times, it always bamboozles me. The old argument, power to weight ratio, and I'm going to say power to fun ratio at the absolute top end of the score sheet there.
Yes, they weigh very little, and what they'd give for 2 litres though.
Yeah, that's right. I should not have said that. The other one there, Greg Prunster in the Austin Healey Sprite there as well, and car number 42. He's dealing with a couple of fire-breathing Porsches and Corvettes at the moment.
Morgan's all over the back of Joe DiPatolo now.
Everywhere you look on track at the moment, there's great little battle packs, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in a row lined up. Here we go down into turn number 3. It's an older Porsche, of course an air-cooled
That's Ryan
Porsche
Koenig
there as well, doing a terrific job. And he's holding off a whole lot of midgets. It looks like a Triumph TR there as well. Not a GT.
That's a 2 litre early Porsche 911E, so not like the 911 Carreras that you're seeing from the mid to late 70s up the front of the field. A much older, short wheelbase Porsche, but a beautiful car, always well presented and extremely well driven.
They're looking left and right now. There's a midget, the number 75, and that's Brian Weston. He's pushing very, very hard on the number 50 now, Ryan Koenig, as Ross just mentioned. But they're bottled up behind here. The Porsche are obviously getting that the power down and nicely. There's an Alfa in the mix and an MGB off the back of this group, and they really are battling it out.
Group S Racing on display there, showing how you can have fun in a battle pack no matter what you're driving, and all those guys will be having an absolute ball.
So they're battling it out for just outside the 20. And we are on our final lap for this race number 2 for the weekend for Group S. A field with something for everybody in it. When you look down the entry list, you've got beautiful pieces of machinery from the UK, from Germany, from North America, Italy, all mixed in here. That Triumph in the middle there, beautiful looking car.
And you'll notice how clean the racing is. Group S guards its reputation for fast, clean racing very jealously, and we recognise the beauty of these cars, and it's a non-contact sport, but we race hard and we race for fun.
Paul Hogan in the Triumph GT6 there, doing a good job.
Here comes Dougie.
He's going to greet the checkered flag.
Yes, there he is.
And
Joe holds on for second.
Doug Barber's taken it away. We did lose Perry Spirides, Andre Brett and Daniel Meyer in the end there, so they must have come into trouble.
There's our winners taking the checkered flag, the Porsche, Doug Barber.
Great drive by Joe DiPatolo to hold second in a car that's very heavy. Yes, huge amounts of horsepower, but just has not got the handling or the brakes that a Porsche does, but very well set up, and a great drive by Joe.
How cool is it with the left hooker here at Winton? You can come past and just about give the fans past
there.
Give them a high five as you go past.
I thought it was Alex giving us a wave, commentary box wave.
But here come the
Barry Cocaine, yes.
Yeah, great battle there. And there's that Shelby that got it all wrong on the first lap of this race, and I'm not sure which one of those squirrely tyre marks going into turn 3 there were his, but I wouldn't say a joyride.
No, and I would suggest that if it was a driver of lesser ability than Terry, who's one of the best, that may not have ended well.
Good to see the Porsche waving there to the crowd as well, Tom Wallstab.
Great drive by Hong Do as usual. Johnny Geist.
You know, the last time I saw a 240Z driven like that, it was probably in Box Hill for the wrong reasons.
Whole field of cars coming through. Narkwitz, Harrison, Floyd, Tom Wallstab home in 10th, Bartley, Hung Du, Geist, Wilson, Ashby, Koenig, Weston, and that rounds out our 20. Ross, thank you very much for Group S. Very, very popular with the people here at Trackside. Great call. And we've got Group S on again later today at 2:50. We'll take ourselves a quick break. We've got touring car legends and 5-litre touring cars. Here's the replay from the Group S's. There's that big slide with Terry Lawler and the Shelby. Gathered it all back up. Everyone behind took evasive action as we see the next field just forming up down there, and we will have Brett Florence joining me for the next category out on track in just a couple of moments. I'm Darren Smith and being joined by Brett Florence now. Welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed. If you've just joined us on the YouTube live stream via V8 Sleuth, or indeed made it into the track, and with the increasing cars rolling through the gate, it's every minute we've got to welcome another 10 or 20 patrons to the track here. So thank you everybody for joining us trackside here, and I've got to say it is the only way to go motor racing at the track. The live streaming is fantastic. You know, there's always a reason why you can't get to the track. And all credit to the VHRR for putting this out there. It's one of those, I guess, all-inclusive type policies that you can bring it to the people. And this is the advent of this particular category on track now. It's not a race as such, but it is a sprint. So we are putting a stopwatch on each one of these cars. Do we use stopwatches anymore, Brett, or with someone's got a computer hitting a button
there's a live
somewhere?
timing somewhere.
doing the technology thing. But that's what's good about this is it's bringing cars out here, and I think we might start with that Galaxy with that massive bonnet scoop as it makes its way around to head to the, let's call it the stopwatch or the computer program, whatever it might be, as they hit the strike the first time. But this is about 15 minutes of track time for some really cool cars, that real race cars out there to get some laps out there. And even better for those of us race fans, enthusiasts alike, to see some of these race cars. And well, we head into turn one with this car here, Brett, and introducing it as the Jamie Whincup car that could have
won Bathurst, but it didn't. It ran out of fuel. And talking to Pete Chibris yesterday, he was saying it's the third most winningest chassis in supercar history, with Jamie Whincup and 888. So famously run out of fuel with Paul Dumbrell and Jamie at the wheel on the last lap.
Third winningest chassis in the supercar era, yet we remember it for running out of fuel.
Yeah, the only thing it's ever done.
Yeah, how many races it run over years, but fantastic to see this car number one out there on track. Josh Buchan is giving it a bit of a run here, and he'll be enjoying that. Josh, of course, top flight racer, touring car racer, TCR racer, albeit that they've had quite a few events cancelled in recent months, but it doesn't deny the talent of the guy that's wheeling that car.
Absolutely.
Tabitha Ambrose was another one we got out there yesterday, and I rattled off all the Ambroses that I knew through motor racing history, and arrived at Marcus Ambrose's daughter. We won't play that game again, but certainly really cool to see that. Darren Knight has also joined us on the broadcast. Daz, I know you hark back with fond memories right throughout all of these cars, right back to the Galaxy that we've got out on track as well.
Excuse me, I wasn't born when the Galaxy was built, thank you. Not far off, mind you.
You've enjoyed its exploits, though, that's for sure.
That's right. And I mean, where would you see a Holman and Moody Galaxy, 64 Galaxy in this country out here? You know, genuine side oiler, 427, dual quad carb. Like, it's a tough car. And the guy driving it, or owns it, drives it, Dennis O'Brien, he's not shy in giving it some stick.
Sorry, Brett, Dennis is actually in the Mustang in this session. Dennis owns the Galaxy.
Yeah, that's
as
right.
You mentioned, Steve Trevica, a former Group N racer with the Mustang. He's driving the Galaxy, and Dennis O'Brien is at the wheel of the Graham Hunt 69 Ford Fastback Mustang, the Group N car, the first Group NT car, as you mentioned yesterday, built in 95. Magnificent machine that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, you scale back to the factory entered Ford Laser, you know, Bathurst 6-hour, 12-hour car, and how cool is that? You know, you've got Rebecca Drummond running around in that car, and she's doing a fabulous job, you know. And look at the names on the side of that: Brett Yulden, Kent Yulden, you know, fabulous names. So,
Dick Johnson.
Yeah,
those guys drove it. Yeah, certainly weighing in on a couple of those Victorian races that were great at, the guys at Centerline Suspension that really did set that car up for its success at the Bathurst 12 Hour, etc.
Kent Youlden, unfortunately, we lost him a couple of years ago, the Bear, as he was nicknamed. He really was a front runner in production car racing, and his day job, was a Ford engineer. So that's how he managed to get the Ford body shell, the laser, the TX3 four-wheel drive turbocharged machine, and shared the driving duties with Brett Youlden, his brother.
Keep your eyes out on Speed Cafe in the next couple of weeks, Daz. We had a good chat with young Luke Youlden and on the Grassroots Racing podcast, and we had to take a pause for a minute when we mentioned Kent and winning Bathurst with Luke. It was it's dear to his heart. His dad was a racer, his uncle's a racer, and Luke had to gather his thoughts when we started talking about his dad, and he said there's no one smoother, and something I didn't know. I know the Youlden family quite well. I didn't know that Kent had done some rallying. And he said, that's what Luke said. He goes, that's why Dad was so smooth. He came off the dirt to the bitumen.
We can't muck around on the gravel, otherwise you end up sideways into a tree.
Oh no!
Steve Trevico looks like he's had an excursion in the big Galaxy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Try and pick up where that is. He's trying to get it out of harm's way. We have gone red flag at this point. Not too sure where he's gone.
Oh, he's over here on the back straight.
He is too. He's gone straight on down there and put it in sideways, and it looks like it's still able to roll on. That's not something you want to be bringing back to the pit lane and explaining to the guy that owns it
Exactly.
what's just happened. But if the pedals go onto the floor, then you're a passenger at that point. And as Phil Membry alluded to very early in the broadcast today, once you get on the green accelerator, it just picks up and drifts to wherever it ends up at there. So red flag, and this is a very short, sharp session. So I would suggest we just get that car back on track, and he'll motor around, and we will see the cars push back out of pit lane pretty quickly.
Even though the sun is shining here at Winton, that grass is still quite dewy this morning, so unfortunately Steve looks like he's been a passenger there, and as you mentioned, Phil's term green accelerator, that's probably exactly what happened. Could not wash off the speed, and of course you're carrying a fair bit of momentum, Brett, with that massive 17-foot long Galaxy.
Yeah, it's mobile, and you can just see, it's got fiberglass guards and aluminium bonnet and all of that, so you can actually see it where it's on this side now. Those panels where they're all cracked there.
Something which was pretty cool that Mark Walker and Aaron Noonan touched on in their podcast leading into this weekend was back in the day at Eastern Creek. They did a bit of a funny thing to camera where Noons got in the boot of that car and started talking and popped the boot open. And Noons is he's a big unit and 6'2", 6'3" sort of thing. He's probably a skinny little kid back then, but he was still a tall fella. And popped out, and there was the story. And I guess you look at the two guys that did that, Nathan Prendergast and Aaron Noonan. Prendergast is now in charge of Supercars Media, and Noonan has his own media empire on the go. Now, Brett, of course, last night, which I'm pretty sure we might have started something you're going to have to keep doing, was Aaron Noonan, the V8 sleuth himself, conducted a night here at the track with 250 of motorsport's best fans, braving the cold night air here at Winton and down in the VIP area. Put on a great night. Yeah,
it was fantastic. We had Jeff Gretsch, who now works here at Winton as one of the managers. He was a guest speaker, Peter Shibris, and which then followed into Dennis O'Brien and Norm Beachy, Ron Harrop and Russell Stuckey. So it was a great lineup.
Just interesting looking at some of the luminaries down there at the moment, watching that car there. So just people looking on, and Milton Ferris, one of them there, the guy with the white hair, pointing around there, and he owns the ex-Harvey Moffat Rothmans VL. So people certainly interested, popping their heads out, having a bit of a look there.
Yeah, and unfortunately Milton's Rothmans car's done a head gasket, so that's why it's not out here in this this category. Being in the original engine from the period, he doesn't want to hurt it any more than just a blown head gasket. So if anyone's in the crowd who wants to go and see a true, original, unrestored VL Group A car, that's the one, and it's in the down the bottom end where all the marquees are, beautifully presented.
Milton, of course, long-time enthusiast, was collecting these cars before anyone really gave a stuff about them. Of course, running in Heritage Touring Cars as well with his ex-Peter Jansen machine. You talk about the Rothmans VL, which is here this weekend. Come down and have a look. A genuine Holden Dealer Team built car that never raced for the Holden Dealer Team. Was built right at the time where Brock had his big bust-up with GMH. And the car was sold, unbeknownst to Peter, to Alan Moffat and John Harvey, because John was part of the Holden Dealer Team, left with a big breakup of Brock's team, unfortunately. But of course went on to great things with Alan Moffat. Won the first round of the World Touring Car Championship in 1987.
That's
after
right.
the first finishing 6 BMW M3s in front of them were all disqualified for a raft of illegal parts, and Moffat and Harves took the win.
And the interesting thing is, Milton pointed out the other day on Friday that the Australian flag that Brock always had on the car is still on there, but it's just been painted over when they painted the new colour scheme. So it's just fascinating. The history is still with that car.
Here's an awesome bit of kit as well, this 240K out there on track as well. And just disappearing off screen, David Holk at the wheel of the HSV R8 sports wagon. That particular car, works entry in the Bathurst 12 Hour all those years ago. For all of us that owned VE Commodore wagons, were cool all of a sudden, because there was one on the track that was a race car, and we all proudly went off to work in our Conformadors that were now race cars at the Bathurst 12 Hour. So proudly drove off with our line badge on the front.
So it was tougher than the Volvo wagon that raced in the British Touring Car Championship, was it?
No. No way. They were immense, those things. But yeah, look, it was, I guess, a car manufacturer. They're looking for a marketing edge, and they had some star drivers jump on board. The Kellys jumped on board there.
Nathan Pretty.
Yeah, Nathan Pretty, who had just come from some good success in the sports sedans in Nations Cup. Sorry, I mean those Monaros in Nations Cup.
Slid that in there nicely, referring to, of course, the Bathurst 24 Hour, the 427 Monaros did the business in Nations Cup.
Didn't they ever?
And there's a fascinating car. You look at that Red XY GT. It's a Phase 2 XW GT that raced in the day. It was crashed by Tony Roberts over the mountain, in Bathurst 71, and then Dennis purchased it, restored it, and then it was upgraded into Phase 3 specs, and that's a genuine Phase 3, raced in the day in period production racing. Where would you ever see that again on a racetrack? It's fascinating for all the enthusiasts out there.
And this is the conduit to do it. You're not going to put that out in a Group N race these days, are you?
Dennis did in the early days.
I know he did, but now you sort of look at it and you go, I've got superannuation tied up in that car there. And terrific, Alan Shearer having a bit of a drive of it here this weekend. A couple of supercars getting well and truly on with it. The ticking clock is running down, so they want to get some times in for this sprint.
Chad Parrish out there in the ex-Craig Lowndes BA Gibbs Motorsport Falcon. He's having a steer. Chad has been involved with these cars for many years. Jacob Curry out there too, next Frosty Winterbottom Falcon.
Looks great, doesn't it, this car? It's a trick livery that they did up. Caterpillar, one of the biggest companies in the world. If they're going to go racing, they're going to have a good-looking car. And when you team up with some of the legends of touring car racing here in Australia, there is again the wagon. Tabitha Ambrose, here she is in the Cullen Sampson car, the Settlement Road Wreckers, not too far from here, and really a local car. And through then, here's one we haven't touched on, the Mercedes, again, a very special piece of kit. Those Mercs running in Group A trim internationally were very, very nice pieces of kit. Rob Lloyd there in the 190E, doing a good job there as well. Just have a look where number 5 is in the field. Only just got out there, in fact, down there in 12th at the moment. So he's looking to put a time down in the number 15 in about, well, we've had the time elapse go over, and the check flag has now dropped. So a bit of a shame there, Brett, that we had that red flag. And I guess the real shame is that the Holman and Moody Galaxy's now got a fair bit of damage down the right-hand side.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you know, as we've all said, motorsport, these things happen. So unfortunately, but great range of cars. These cars will be back out a bit later on.
3:10 p.m. Brett. So folks, make sure you're dialed into the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel to see some more historic touring car legends. If you're not already dialed in.
You know, this is a category that we want to grow with, particularly around the production cars. You know, we want to see if anyone out there's got a production car of that era, you know, and, you know, Bathurst 12-hour or 6-hour cars from that period, you know. It'd be fantastic to start getting a few more of those cars back out here and running. It's a you know, one of the areas we want to look at growing. So
I'm going to put a shout out to the Nations Cup era cars.
Oh, how good would it be to see one
Ferraris,
of those? Yeah.
A black Diablo would be pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
That guy at LMCT, he's got one of those Diablos from back in the day.
I'm pretty certain Darcy Russell still has his Viper. Pretty sure.
You know, those cars, they're the things that we want to see coming back out. And that's part of what we're doing with this category, you know.
Look, then there's a plethora of Fitzy and Jim Richards Porsches out there from that, you know, Nations Cup time.
Yeah.
That would be just absolutely magnificent to see here. And I know there's aficionados of historic racing out there. That's 25 years ago.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
It's not 5 years ago. It's 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's where we see it. You know, if you look at World Historics, the FIA moved it right up to the year 2000. So, you know, they're right in that group.
It's a bit like that Blink 182 song, What's My Age Again? It is that long ago now.
I like your reference. Hey, we've got Brett here, Daz. We're talking about the camping area. It's a festival because we've got camping, right? So you and I came up with the concept, let's have two festivals, have a rock festival and a car festival. You named Grinspoon, you've just introduced Blink 182. Brett's the man we need to talk to, isn't he? Put on a rock concert for camping and for car racing.
Yeah, nice. Well, we might look at that.
The commentary could be a bit scratchy on my part the next morning, though. That's the only trouble.
I'll keep myself tidy, mate. I'll hold your hand. We'll do this together.
Yeah. Yep. Good idea.
There's that magnificent Falcon. They're just all making their way back to the pit and paddock area after their sprint here, and that sees the Touring Car Legends 5-litre Touring Car Sprint done and dusted. Historic Sports Sedan Sprint will be out on track next, and well, guys, I won't shy away from it. They are the big bangers. They are the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport. Nowhere else in the world do they do sports sedans, and when we do it here, we do it well. And there's a huge field of historic sports sedans about to greet us on track.
Yeah, there's some fantastic cars.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. The Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Car Sprint is back on track later on today. A quick break, and we will have sports sedans out on track. Australia, and we thank them very much. Cool Drive Auto Parts as well, and of course Equity One at www.equity-one.com.au. Equity One are proud sponsors of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed out of Melbourne. Equity One are a public non-listed financial institution specialising in delivering reputable financial services for investors and competitive loans for borrowers. The team at Equity One include an experienced group of portfolio managers and race drivers like Dean Koutsamidis, the big man there, and credit experts to make your experience with us or with them as seamless as possible. If you're looking for a reputable fund with target interest returns starting at 7%, head to www.equity-one.com.au to find out more. Right on cue at the end of the Equity One commercial there, the big bangers, the gods of thunder, undeniably the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport. I'm going to say the world of motorsport, but NASCAR might want to have an argument with me about that. Out on track, Phil Membry joins me for this historic sports sedan Regularity.
Yeah,
or Sprint, Sprint, not Regularity.
Yes, it's a Sprint, and we've got some great cars out there. In fact, the old red and white, red Holden there, the old FJ Holden, car number 91. Driver is Ron Wood. So they've won the 2023 and 2024 Historic Sports Sedans of Australia John McCormick Trophy. Now, John McCormick, now there's a name from the past as well.
Absolutely. Open wheeler and sports sedan guy. In fact, that Charger he had has been in restored form. Not here this weekend, but certainly John McCormick was a behemoth of early national sports sedans. This category, it's probably 54 years old ago now. I hosted the 50th year party down in the Docklands at Melbourne, where Mr. Neil and all of the original members got together to celebrate this category, and it's a bespoke formula. It's a bespoke formula to Australia, and we're seeing a lot of different race cars out there. Graham Haddo's dragged out his second one. He was in the RX2 that parked it up yesterday, so he's dragged out a Commodore that he has, and that was run by McLaughlin in the National Series for a long time. Nice that we've got this little yellow A30 on screen as we're harking back to the history of it. That's Ian Bedd, second generation BMC and sports sedan racer, a rally car driver of note in the Victorian Series was Ian Bedd, going back a number of years ago. Of interest about Ian, or Eno's to his mates down there in the pit and paddock, he has been a huge part of Audi's success in the Australian GT Championship in the Bathurst 12 Hours. So not only does he know how to mechanic on cars that have got 64 settings on ABS and traction control, he's running a proper analogue sports sedan here this weekend. It is the car that Barry Bray started off his sports sedan career in, and this guy actually is driving this car. Simon Fitzner, Eno's, Barry Bray, Dino, all the guys got together and restored that car, and Eno's is just loving pedalling it around the traps. As we have a look right there, front and centre, Shepparton right across the screen. That's not the
big spin there from the Anglia car 27, being wow, that was a big spin. He's still gathering up he kept it off the green accelerator though.
Bevan Edmonds, yeah, he did. That was it was pretty much cold tyres that I'm going to say did that. But we're seeing these two cars battle it out here, and well, three cars. They're all coming out of the Greenfields factory of Simon Fitzner in South Australia. I was going to say, Shepparton's not the guy's name of the driver of that Peter Fowler built car. Don't be mistaken, it's not the original car. It's actually it is actually a tribute car, because the original car it just wasn't available to be rebuilt. But the Peter Fowler's driving it. I think it was commissioned to be built by Simon Fitzner. But certainly Peter Fowler getting out there in that VW Fastback that Tomo out of Shepparton for all those fans. And of course that Mercedes there, car number 1, was Tomo's car, driven by Brad Jones, John Bow, various luminaries of Australian motorsport, and all of them refer to this beast that Peter Fowler presented. Don't forget it first ran in a twin turbo V8 arrangement.
Yeah, and an absolute boost of a machine. One of my friends, the ex-Charlie Milner Tirana, getting very, very sideways there.
Max Carter gathering it all up as the Clem Smith Charger comes on through there and makes short work of it. That's Jason Maros in the Charger. He's doing a good job, and of course Clem Smith was a South Australian protagonist of note in sports sedans for a long time. In fact, he owned Malala, the racetrack, for a long time, and just getting through there. So lots to talk about here, Phil.
100%, and I just make note already that the fastest car out there is Carter in car 43 with a 134.5. The Fitzner machine, the big Mercedes, sitting on a 134.51. So it's very, very close between those two contenders. Maros in a 136, so we get dropped back in times a bit there. Johnson back on a 142. Back on screen, we're looking at the Rudolph machine, the little Anglia, and switch back to Peter Fowler in the VW, that beautiful machine from Shepparton. Peter Fowler, the builder of this car, and what a brain he must have, this guy. The beautiful workmanship on the car, and the Simon Fitzner machine, which of course he built for Brian Thompson a long time ago. Also an amazing vehicle.
So Simon Fitzner led the way yesterday, the 129.02. They're not down into that realm yet as car number 43, which is Max Carter at the wheel. And he was second fastest yesterday at a 31.2. He's already done a 34.5, so Simon's done a 34.51. So there's 1/100th of a second between those guys. There's Damien Johnson. Sorry, no, we're looking back at the front there. That's the Merc with the Clem Smith Charger. Shepparton again and blazing across the front of that car, being the heritage with Brian Thompson. And Simon Fitzner, a massive benefactor to this form of retro type racing, and bringing these cars back to life. The latest one they've done is the old Peter Finch yellow Monaro. You'll notice it out there with the Pizza Hut livery on it, which is true to form, true to history. And that car has only just finished its restoration, and is absolutely massive out there on track. Here's the old Des McLaughlin car, Graham Haddo at the wheel, parked up his RX2 yesterday, just exiting turn 4. No harm, no foul. I'll just go and get the Commodore.
Yeah, that's pretty handy to just have a shed big enough to park a few in, and let's go grab another one.
Hang on, kids, I'll just move the RX2 to get to the Commodore to get the Chimera out and the 14er.
Yeah, that's right, that was the one. And yeah, so it's just about the vibe, really.
It is, isn't it? It certainly is. It certainly is. Just a good shot here with a couple of dudes that work pretty hard. There's Ian Baird in the 41, and just behind him is the ex-Dave Hunter car, and that's Mark Sully at the wheel. It's great that Mark's got the 5 litre 308 Holden back all in one piece. And when I say 308 Holden, I mean absolutely cast heads, cast block, all of that sort of thing, and it is so cool. Mark works very, very hard to try and gather media and get attention. In fact, he had the Win News cameras here on Friday recording a story, so he does a great job. Here's Rod Wood, the guy that won the John McCormick Trophy.
Yeah, just going back to Mark Sully, he was telling me that he's got so much power with this new motor. Top gear, he has to be very careful with the throttle, otherwise it will just light up the rear tyres on that Tirana.
Probably needs to buy a newer set of stickier tyres, not 10-year-old out-of-rounders out there, but that's
what I told him. He didn't like it. He said, you've been talking to Oh no.
There's our man.
Rod Wood in the old Humpy.
The 57 arrives on the scene, car number 53, Nick Vascitti, the Chevy Coupe. An immense piece of real estate holder, and when you look at what's behind it, it's an A30 and an Anglia. You could probably fit inside that particular car in front of them, and they are hounding the back of that 57 Chev. It's Ian Baird, and just trying to pick up who was at the wheel of the Anglia. Bevan Edmonds, that were battling it out with that 57 Chev, and we watched them open up the taps down the straight there, and the 57 just skates away under brakes. Ian Baird in the 830 does a tremendous job, brings the Anglia with him. Just looking at our cars that are the fastest trio on track, and it is still Mark Carter in the Holden Tirana, and a 130, so they've dipped down into the low 30s. In fact, Mark has got the best part of just over 1 second lead in this one over Simon Fitzner. I get the feeling that Simon is just sneaking up on a time here, because a 129.07 is what he did yesterday. The good thing for Max is that he has actually gone a full second faster in the cooler conditions this afternoon, so maybe that suits the Tirana.
It could well do, and look, I first saw this car back in the 70s when Charlie Milner, I think it was the 70s, maybe it was the 80s, but Charlie Milner turned up at a hill climb at Camperdown, Mount Lura, and blitzed everybody, surprised everybody, but that was no real surprise if you knew Charlie Milner, who built a great car back in the day, and Carter is showing just how good that car is here at the moment with a 1 minute 30.79, his fastest lap so far. Will Fitzner light up the wick on the big Mercedes and pull something out of the bag. I'm just wondering, Darren, whether some of the people here might not quite understand the format of this particular event. So it's a sprint rather than a race. And the idea is the guy with the fastest lap is the guy who wins.
Yeah, absolutely. They might not actually. Well, there is no leader in this. It's a whole lot of protagonists out there racing the clock. Essentially, you can't help but be a race driver, and all these guys are race drivers. If you get yourself in a group of cars and let's say get together with some like-minded buddies and do a bit of door handle to door handle stuff. Yeah, that's I guess officialdom frown on it. We don't. We enjoy watching them go for it, and I guess that's the test as well. Not just against the clock, as we see the fastback Peter Fowler at the wheel, the great car builder and engineer getting behind the wheel.
Yeah, now just in that shot, he was closing in on the back of the Austin A30, and people will notice that there's a bit of a lump on the bonnet of that car. There's nothing under the bonnet these days, but at one stage it used to have a supercharger on there. They found that the supercharger was a little bit difficult to drive, and the supercharger was removed, but they left the lump there just in case, I guess.
Why buy a whole new bonnet when you just you can have that air, nice cool air flowing through there. There's Mark Sully, he goes through. Rod Woods again back underway in the 91.
On the back of Corey.
He was 8th fastest yesterday with a 1:42.69 in that car. The number 53, Nick Cressidi, was 10th fastest. Let's just have a look where Nick is now. He's 8th fastest with a 1:44.08. So he's gone just over half a second faster this morning. So maybe the track's good this morning. Everyone seems to be just ticking off, or maybe they're just getting themselves locked into the track direction.
Could well be. And, well, you'd think after yesterday they should just about know the track direction.
It's 12 corners, isn't it? Yeah, but boy, oh boy, the nuances we talk about 12 corners of any racetrack, or 16 corners, whatever it may be. A couple of degrees of temperature back into the track surface. The sun warms it up nicely. Here's Tony Ross again. This was something that was used in Australian motorsport, not just in sports sedans, but in all sorts of dirt track racing, rallying, reliability trials, all sorts of things. The venerable Aussie-built FJFX range of cars, and Tony Ross is like a kid all over again once his car got back on track. He's just picking up a bit of dirt there. Not long left in this sprint, Phil.
No, not long at all. And of course, I go back to watching Bruce Hindhoff, a boy from Bukar, practicing in his old Humpy Holden. He went on to be part of Gowan Hindhoff at winning Bathurst in 75, I think. Yeah. So, that was quite a thing to see that progression. Of course, Bruce no longer with us, sadly, but great car, the old Humpy Holden. I grew up in one myself. They were the thing with the bench seat, and you sat in the middle. As a small child, all sorts of things you're not allowed to do these days.
Cool to see this sort of pack racing in sports sedans. This is what we will see at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd of August, part of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The national sports sedans will be there, the current spec cars, and you see a lot more carbon fibre than you see fiberglass and steel in those cars these days. Great to see Damien Johnson out there on track in the Doug Clark Celica.
Yeah,
another guy that has done very well for himself in life and collected a couple of sports sedans. He's got his magnificent S2 Australian Championship winning car in the shed at home, which is I'm going to say almost all fiberglass bodywork anyway. There he is on the back of the Crabtree Escort. The Doug Clark sports sedan was pretty famous there for a bit, but Damien Johnson himself, he's pretty famous as well with his exploits in his Tirana in the National Series.
Yep.
And travelled around with the family.
100%.
And Murray, his dad, never misses a race meeting. He's been here all weekend and I actually saw him on Friday poking around the back of the Hubbard car. We haven't seen Tony Hubbard out there today. Had issues yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't caught up to find out just exactly what happened, but the car came to a bit of a halt over on the other side of the track in the lead up into the sweeper corner, and was unceremoniously towed away. But we've got the checkered flag here now, and it looks like Carter is the man with the fastest lap in that ex-Charlie Milner car with a 1 minute 30.79.
The interesting thing when we hark back to yesterday's sprint number 2, or 129.07 from Simon Fitzner. So Simon is still the fastest sprint car out there. So as we look back through the results over the weekend, there'll be Simon Fitzner's car still the fastest in, I'm going to say, the local car, although it hails out of South Australia now. But certainly Simon Fitzner there. I believe we've got some replays to have a bit of a look at here as well on the Winton Festival Speed replay screen. There goes the 27. Around goes Bevan Edmonds. No harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. There's a little bit much rear brake bias there, I think. And, there's the Charlie Milner, ex-Charlie Milner
car.
The
fastest car on track, and he had an excursion off. There's Rod Woods.
Rod Woods in the old FJ, clamouring back onto track.
And, that's we'll see. The end of the historic Sports Sedans sprint. All replays brought to us by Equity One. A big thanks, big shout out to Equity One, www.equity-one.com.au. Crabtree just parked up on the side there. I think that's the ex-Laurie Nelson
I think you're right.
Capri that he ran in Group N for a while. Big shout out to Laurie. I know he'll be watching on, the old proprietor from Capri Components, and great touring car racer. Privateer, often finished at the top of the privateer table in Capris, and of course his Fox Body Group A Mustang there as well. Phil, that sees the end of the Gods of Thunder. They will tuck themselves back in, and we're going to shake the ground with some MGs coming out soon. To see how some of the MGB GTV8s, see if they can deal with Damien Meyer in his little MGB. He's fronted up right at the front of the field there. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. Great program ahead. We've already had a handful of categories go through. The last cars to leave the stage, centre stage, was the historic sports sedans. We've got MG and invited British cars up next at 11:40. The Alfa Romeo Racing for their race number 2, historic regularity at 12:05. The Porsche 944 Challenge will round out the morning of racing. And then we go back to the Regularity proper, Tribute Cars Regularity, Group N, the big race for the day for the Group N, starting at 1:30. Heritage Touring Cars for race 4 for the weekend at 2:05. And we're just waiting for the MG and invited British cars to be released from pit exit. And this is a real genuine David versus Goliath type of race as these cars poise down there in pit lane. After the historic touring cars and invited is at 2:05. Formula Ford will be back on track. That competition here this weekend has been absolutely huge. Group S and invited, which we've already had 2 races for here this weekend. Their final race for the day at 2:50. Touring Car Legends. Historic Sports Sedans back on the track for their final sprint for the weekend at 3:30. And the cars we're waiting for now will have their final race for the day at 3:55. Alfa Romeo Racing at 4:15. M&O and Formula V at 4:40. And the Porsche 944s will be the last race to start at 5 p.m. Of course, their second race for the weekend is at 12:25. Smack bang in the middle of the day. They were racing in the dark last night from 5:30 through till about 6 o'clock. It will be awesome to see the Porsche field, the Tyre Power Benella Porsche 944 field racing in the sunshine here today. Their racing is just absolutely fearsome. They don't mind serving it up to each other, and the racing has been absolutely spectacular as part of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Series for about 25 years now, and it is great to see them here in the sunshine as part of Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. A couple of recoveries still going on around the track. Big reminder, the big sponsor here for this weekend is Equity One. Check out all their services at www.equity-one.com.au. Shannon's Insurance on 134646, insurance for your car, your bike or your home. Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, big sponsors for the Victorian Historic Racing Register, or VHRR, to its friends as we see the MG and invited British cars come out on track. Emma Dean has landed right next to me here for the call on the MGs. Let's have a bit of a look at the grid, Em.
Absolutely, Darren. So as you mentioned, Damien Meyer convincingly on pole for this race, followed very closely by Phil Chester, Michael Trathon in P3, Braden Taylor, Warren Holtz, followed by Keith on Darchie, Anthony Volbrecht, and then Gordon Bunyan in 8th. And then we have Jason Edwards in 9th, John Makem in 10th, Garth Selig, Jay Murphy, Donald Bartley, Hendrik Zvorteveen. I hope I said that right, Hendrik. Please tell me if I didn't. In 15th, we've got Trevor Dunford, Kaylin Little-Chester in 16th, David Goodwin, Stephen Brankstone, Madeline Chester, Ewan Giles, Murray Stevenson, Simon Elliott, Scott Farquharson and Jack Cousins in 24th. I did have a chat to Jack yesterday, or this afternoon rather. He didn't get out past the outlap yesterday. He had an alternator belt go, so didn't want to push it. Went down, he's replaced that and hoping for the best today. And I also bumped into Phil Chester down in the pits, Darren, and said, have you got an answer for Damien Meyer? And he said, I hope so.
Phil's been around long enough. He could actually be holding his cards pretty close to his chest. But the really cool thing about what Phil brings to the racetrack these days is the fact that he's got his two daughters racing in MGFs in the field as well, and he's pretty much absorbed in that. He, as you do as a dad, he's giving them a sport to come to. And here's the two cars we're talking about, the ones with they replicate the cars, the movie cars. They've even got the Rusty's ointment or whatever it says on the side of the car, which is directly from the movies. And
the cute antennas.
Yeah, and the girls are serious about it. Like, they're not mucking around. They've got a nice nod to a movie that's a bit of fun. But
don't let the car fool you.
Yeah, don't let that fool you. But it's going to be really important to see how Phil can deal with Damien Meyer, and his best run at it is to get from here about 300 metres down the track into turn 1 first, and then deal with the car behind him. So that'd be the strategy. Well,
when I did chat to Phil, he did remind me that of my own comments on commentary yesterday that Damien does have a karting background. So please, Emma, go easy on me.
Well, he sets up the midget like a kart too. I don't know if it's got shocker travel at all. It just seems to stay flat all the way around the track. The car I'm looking at is car 40, Keith and Darchie. He's going to be the dark horse. Didn't have things go quite his own way yesterday, and we got a beautiful shot of the back of that E-Type Jag, full-on V12 race car right down the back of this field.
God, it's a menacing look. I mean, look, this category is so great in that there are modifications to the cars. There are, the guys are running Webbers, there's bigger tyres. They're not as restricted. And here we go.
And away we go. Phil Chester gets nice clutch take up there. Michael Trathon goes with them nicely. The run down into turn 1 will be the V8, and he holds Damien Meyer and the number 13 at bay. For now, Michael Trathon has the big 40 behind him and a couple of midgets lined up behind him. We stream on through. Everybody gets through nice and cleanly. The 40 looks to the inside there, and we've got a couple of smiling Healy Sprites in there as well. There's that number 12, the Jack Cousins car out of the ACT. Boy, it looks brilliant as Phil Chester, as always, in the Monty Power car. Sun just glistening off that bright blue and orange, Dayglow orange colour. In the inside goes Meyer. Phil Chester says, yep, have it, mate. I can't put my car there. As we see the Sprite wobble down the inside of the Stag there. Car number 40, Keith Ondaatje, just gets the job done. John Makem there in the checkered flag, red and white entry. And there is that V12 Jag. You're shaking your head, Emma. You love that thing, don't you?
Honestly, if I had a shopping list here this weekend, that's the top of the list, Darren. I'll repeat what I said yesterday because we didn't get to see it out on track for the viewers at home. That is a 1969 Jaguar E-Type V12. Now, if any aficionados are out there scratching their heads, that's because it's actually a prototype. The E-Types did in fact come out from 1970 onwards. So that was one of 3 prototypes sold out of the factory to the public. Jack has had it since 1991 and been racing it ever since, so it's done some hard yards on the tracks.
Horsepower, cubic inches, reigns here, under brakes, the lightweight, nimble number 13. Damien Meyer puts it up on the ripple strip, dispenses with the rapid multi-power Yarra Valley towing car, but Phil looks to the inside, under brakes into turn 3, wide, the 13 dive bombs the turn, and the number 72 with Phil Chester at the wheel just scratching his head going, yeah right, okay, we're on like Donkey Kong here today.
Damien, the Nationals are at Todd Road this weekend.
Well, yeah, the karting nationals are, but this actually, in fact, good, nice pick up there, Em. This is kind of like a pseudo nationals for the MG Racing Australia crew, because we've got cars that have come from all over the country. In fact, this guy leading the race is not respecting the locals. Damien Meyer, a New South Wales racer, has put the car on pole and won the race yesterday. So in true fashion, we've started a bit of a state of origin war. Great to see Trevor Dunford over from South Australia there as well. Murray Stevenson from South Australia, and of course that menacing black E-Type V12 down from the ACDC, from the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory, and Jay Murphy. And Jay Murphy was pretty impressive yesterday, currently sitting in 6th place. Damien Meyer is the fastest car on track on sectors at the moment, but here we go. Let's open up the tap on the Phil Chester multi-power car. He even feigns to the right of the racetrack as the drag strip run down to turn number 1. And it's about 50 metres further into the corner that the 13 even glances at the brake, isn't it?
I just feel like Damien in his helmet was doing a Dick Dastardly, like, you're not getting past. Yeah, Phil, you can go wide if you want, but it's not happening today. And a special warm welcome to everyone from New South Wales escaping the torrential rain that they've had for 6 or 7 days, and the snow. Yeah, the snow in northern New South Wales apparently hasn't happened for 25 years, but yeah, our thoughts are with all those people in New South Wales as they battle that weather. We're battling beautiful conditions here today. We never get to say that, Darren, being Victorians.
No, we're battling absolutely wonderful conditions here today at Winton, and if you are from the surrounding regions and districts to the Benalla area, Wangaratta area, please come and join us at the track. I'm in a t-shirt now. This is just glorious, and I look out down through the spectator area. Yeah, there's people in t-shirts, and people starting to put peak caps on, taking the beanie off, because you don't want to get sunburned. But we continue on with this one. This is our race leader, Damien Meyer. He's stamped his authority on the MG and invited British racing. I guess the MG aficionados are enjoying it because there's 2 cars with MG logos on the front of them, albeit not as they came out of the factory, both of these cars.
No, not at all. But don't let the perfect weather conditions fool you, anyone out there, because all that lovely green stuff that you see on screen now, or if you're at the track that you're looking out onto, to quote Phil Memory, is the green accelerator. It is soaking wet. And the minute you hit that, it speeds up the exit of your car by about 3 times.
No worries with these guys though. They are planting their cars just magnificently on the track. Here's a good battle. Michael Trathen in car number 1, and the number 19 there, Braden Taylor, and the behemoth of this battle is Keith Ondaatje in the number 41. And sorry, that's not Braden Taylor. That's Warren Holtz. Sorry, Braden is the one just further back there. The 27 there is Warren Holtz, and that's the Austin Healey Sprite. So I'll correct myself. Getting a bit of a look back now. Here's the battle going on, and here's a completely different set of circumstances, isn't it? The car number 12, who came off the rear of the grid, is up to 12 at the moment, with Cousin and Makem just up the road a little bit now. This is a terrific battle. John Makem 3rd, Holtz, and then Ondaatje, and Taylor just in the back of that one, which is the number 19 of Braden Taylor, a name and a family that steeped in history in this style of racing. The field will come storming through.
Yeah, we've definitely got some battles going on, Darren, with a couple of tenths between Trathon and Holtz and a couple of tenths between Edwards and Makem. So great close racing here. Great display for everyone watching.
Johnny Makem, a guy that does a bit of work around the MG Car Club in Victoria here, around the racing register as they call it, and the work he does to keep everybody on track. The Bennett Science car. Here comes Phil Chester as he moves through the sweeper, and now just escaping away now. 1.6 seconds the lead to this guy in car number 13.
How smug does that midget look?
I tell you what though, the equipment is impressive because it's 50 plus years old. It's maintained beautifully, but the guy at the wheel at the moment is just doing a tremendous effort to drive away from Phil Chester, who is arguably one of the best drivers in MG racing, let alone the equipment he's got. To drive away from Phil is full credit to him, and I think the number's quite appropriate on the side of the car. He's defying everything. Number 13.
Just three wheels on the track there, coming around that 110 degree, Darren.
Yes, and doing well to picture this car, this number 13, and there's a lot of them in this field. But this one is just being prepared to within a millimetre of its life. Just under 1500 cc under the bonnet of Damien Meyer's car there.
And he's extended his lead over Phil Chester by 2.5 seconds, which I don't think is the answer Phil Chester was looking for.
Well, this might be the answer Phil Chester's looking for, starting to range up on the back of Ewan Giles, and this magnificent TR, car number 84 of Steve Brankstone, the New South Wales car, and that's the Triumph TR6.
Sorry guys, just watching Damien go around that sweeper, he's not even lifting.
No. Well, that's the secret, isn't it? He is into it. We see sort of Phil bobble, and he's grabbing a gear almost into the sweeper there. But it's, between a point A and point B, Phil's car is absolutely rapid. How cool is that TR there? Certainly the Triumph TR6 was a desirable car for many, many years. There's Keith Ondaatje in the David versus Goliath battle. Ondaatje with Braden Taylor right behind. Braden Taylor started off 4th, Keith started off 6th, so he's managed to dispense with them here at this point in time. But to Keith's peril, he will disregard car number 19 behind him. He will keep a close eye on him. Not too long to go now. You would suggest we get another 2 laps, around 30 seconds remain on the time certain clock. That won't see the last lap board pop out this time around, so that will the next time. But our race leader, very, very healthy lead. Phil's coming up on the girls now, on both Maddie and Colleen. They're running in 18th and 17th respectively, and they didn't make it easy for him to get through, and neither they have to. They just have to leave plenty of room for him. He goes through, gives his daughter a bit of a wave. See if he can keep up. I'll show you the good line.
Impressive watching Damien just eat up those ripple strips. I wouldn't be game in a car that small, but he's just fearless out there today, Damien. And I guess every race.
Here's the TR again. This little battle, he's got through on the midget, and these two have just been taken over. That's Giles and Brankstone, and they're just battling it out just outside the 20. So you can come to the track. Yeah, you're not going to win the chocolates out in front, but you can battle away with anyone right down through the field, as Damien Meyer now up on the ripple strip, just starting to move the car around there. So he's had the big ask for the tyres, and I would suggest the car just for the first time here this weekend looked like it was starting to slide through there. There's Ondaatje now. This is the battle that is alive for 5th on the road. Hotz is just down the road. Warren Hotz in the number 27. But you wonder if Keith can even see the car behind him, that number 19 of Braden Taylor. Last lap board.
Yeah, the last lap board. So we've got Damien Mayer in the lead with Phil Chester following. Oh God, he's taken that lead out to a 5.37 second lead. That's not much of an answer coming from Phil Chester. So hopefully in the next race we'll see more battling going on. And then we've got Mike Trathon, followed by Holtz and Ondaatje in 5th.
Braden Taylor then to Bartley. Tony Vollebrecht is the next in 8th place. Cousin, who has come from the rear of the grid in that V12, car number 12. has done a personal best actually. This one, a 1:39.99. So still some distance off the 1:31 done by Damien Meyer.
Not sloppy for a 6-litre that struggles around corners.
Yes, yeah, it's an immense piece of kit to wrestle around, and let alone the value of that.
Longest nose
car.
ever. Well, we wouldn't. I spoke to Jack before, and I said, "What value could you put on it?" He said, "We're only guessing because we don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know where the other prototypes are. So that is really a rare car."
We're closing in on a victory now for car number 13, Damien Meyer, car number 72, just outside striking distance now, and Michael Trathen, as always, finishing near the front. I mean the third step on the podium. Here is our race leader, charging up to turn 11, under brakes now. You can hardly tell. How would you tell when the brakes are being applied? He just brawls into the corner and comes up behind one of the Bs in this field as well. Power down. And there is the checkered flag, and Damien Meyer takes race number 2 for the weekend for the MG and invited British cars. And bang, across the line they go. I ask everyone who thinks they might like a piece of this to check out the MG Racing Australia website. There's been some rule adjustments for 2026 to make it a little bit more favourable to get more of the invited British cars out there, and certainly the MGs, we always encourage them. But certainly there's a lot of cars in garages that have been looking for a couple of little adjustments, and those adjustments have now been made in the rules. Or get down and have a yak to the likes of Johnny Makem and Phil and all the crew down there. Big shout out to Sean Hurley. He's working very, very hard to keep a number of cars on track here this weekend. There goes the Chester girls, Carlene and Maddie, and they've been split up there by that magnificent MG trophy car as it goes through there, the B through there, the Triumph. So it is a Damien Meyer that takes the win over Phil Chester. Michael Trathen, and then we go back to Warren Hotz. That's the top 4. Braden Taylor is still racing to the line. In fact, got the line now. Tony Vollebrecht. Jack Cousin, in fact, has jumped up a couple of spots on the last lap.
Darren, just to expand on your point of cars being out there that aren't on the racetrack, if anyone is worried about the style of racing or the guys that you're racing with, please don't. It's not door handle racing. These are some of the best guys I've ever gotten to meet through commentary and through racing myself. Very respectful. They're all owner drivers. They're all very, very seasoned drivers as well, and really, really helpful. It's a great little community they've got out there, so you're in safe hands and you'll have a ball. These guys are so fun. They're great to be around. And look, they just help everyone out if you've got an issue. So it's worth checking it out. If you do have a car and you've raced a little bit before, why don't you call the MG Club?
Absolutely, Em couldn't agree with you more there. It is respectful racing, and they do a terrific job. Cousin ultimately home in 9th from rear of the grid, so that's a bit of a mechanical marvel run there in itself. Bunyan, Edwards, Makem, Murphy, Hanks Waterveen in 14th, Selig 15th, Dunford, Carlin Chester in 17th, then car number 61 making it home very nicely there indeed, Murray Stevenson, and that is the MG ZS 180. He's got home in 18th. Matty Chester, Brankston and Giles finishes out the top 21. Phil Chester still holds the lap record at a 1:31.4. That time round, Damien Meyer eased out a 1:31.7, so closing in on Phil Chester's lap record. Plenty of racing still to go. Alfa Romeos will be on track next. Thanks, Em.
Thanks,
we'll
Darren.
see you for Group S very soon. Alfa Romeo racing front and centre now, and the day is becoming better and better as we roll into this start. 11:40 start for the Alfa Romeo racing. 15 minutes is the journey for them today. Some immense battles right throughout the classes in this category, and this really is class warfare, if you like, or class racing. And been joined by Steve Aarons, whose brother is out there on track racing as well. So we look forward to a little bit of barracking. And of course, you're a Victorian. A lot of these cars come from New South Wales. In fact, a bit of an over-representation from the New South Wales Brigade. But Alfa Racing, as I said, it's broken up into classes. Do you want to give us a bit of a breakdown on how those classes work?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, you've got your... you've got a few main classes. So A class, which is generally your front runners, you're allowed essentially any modification you want, big power, anything like that. You've got Group S, S class, which are essentially classic Group S spec vehicles. Similar, obviously, guys that double enter Group S also enter Alfa Racing. Nuovo, new cars, anything modern, not highly modified. Twin Spark, which is our biggest category. We have about, I believe there's 11 Twin Sparks out there currently. They're a very minimally modified car. No engine, no gearbox modifications. You're allowed to put suspension in. That is essentially it, and safety. And then, of course, you have under 2 litre, which is essentially any car that doesn't... anything under 2 litre that won't fit into, not highly modified, won't fit into another category.
All right, that gives us the playing field for these cars. Let's have a look at the grid. Dave Caparo will be starting out of position number 1 after a good run yesterday. Dave, of course, in the number 15. And we're looking to see how he can do. Hang on to that. Mark Bagatto in the number 11 car was next out there. That's an Alfetta GT. Camelo Mirabella out of New South Wales in car number 707. And that gives you an idea of how many cars you've got to try and fit numbers around. He's in the 147 GTA. So some modern cars, if you like, at the front of the field. Anthony Amato, the New South Wales racer, in car number 12 in the Alfa Romeo Alfetta GT. And we go back down to Michael Musumeci, Bill Magafin, James Ashby, Mick Aarons, Alfio Musumeci, John Floyd, Andrew Wilson, Urs Muller, Peter Tillett, Dale Ashby, Dave McKee, Bradley Wilson, Raymond Pianato, Matt Kazaki, then Kazazi, Nigel Catchlove, John Burkhardt, poised for a race start. Richard McKee, Rick Magafin, Evan Botcher, Clara Spirito, and we are absolutely away. That Alfetta GT, the white one, splitting the field there, but at the charge down, it'll be the number 11 of Mark Bagatto that leads David Caparo. David Caparo led down into turn 1 yesterday, but what a ripping start by Mark Bagatto. He's got away very, very nicely indeed, and we watch all these Twin Spark cars start to get themselves all mixed up. That magnificent blue GTV down inside turn number 3.
And yeah, this is pretty typical of Twin Sparks. We'll generally be quite bunched together. Very tight, competitive racing. It's an enjoyable class.
Mark Bagatto, he's got this red outfit just absolutely streamed up. We're starting to bunch up there. So some of those Class A cars, or the outright cars, really starting to, I guess, command the authority and the speed that they do carry through. But the number 11 at the moment, that Alfetta GT 2 litre, leading the way as we get a good look at Bill Magafin, a name pretty much synonymous with New South Wales Alfa Romeo racing. The field streaming through there. Steve, all that mid-pack there, gee, it gets bunched up, doesn't it? A lot of traffic, very competitive in the Twin Spark part of the field.
Yes, yeah, you'll find that it's all the Twin Spark itself might be split into a few separate races, but there's always someone to race with, someone even if they're a different class. You'll find that the front runners tend to play with a few of the Group S cars or under 2 litres. It creates a great mixture and just it's a really, really good time, really enjoyable. And obviously with this race too, we've had a few faster cars out of order, with a couple obviously with the DNF yesterday for Simon, Mick having to make his way back through the field, as well as Michael Musumeci. So it's that was some of the early chaos, I believe. Now they've sorted themselves out, business as usual.
Gee, I tell you what, big movers on lap number 1. McGarren's out of 8th, gone through to 3rd here, and Michael Musumeci out of 5th has pushed into P2 there as well. Mirabella in the 707 just holding station there and around about 4th, but the big surprise is the number 15 of Dave Caparo has gone back to position number 15. Didn't get away from the line well at all like he did yesterday, and what that's done is given car 11 Mark Gatto an absolute blinding opening lap, and he's got himself out over 4-second lead on Michael Musumeci at the moment. On screen now some of the under 2 litre and twin spark cars.
And this is what I was saying, how you get that mixture. Classes will mix. It depends on driving skill, experience, preparation. But again, it's at the end of the day, it's all about having a good time out there.
Simon Grierson has pushed really hard in this opening lap and a half. He started rear of grid in car number 777 and he's made his way into 10th place now. So car 777 doing a tremendous job. This is the front of the field. Michael Musumeci going through, and then it is the 51 of Aaron's. So some of these guys starting off row 3 and 4 have had a gripping opening stanza to this race. And I'm looking for Dave Caparo now. He's going backwards at the moment.
Yeah, I believe his car can be quite temperamental at times, being a relatively high-strung 1.4 turbo. Just to make the power that it makes, it can have issues every now and then.
I would say often heat related, because those turbo cars do have massive underbonnet temperatures.
Yeah, that's it. And speaking of turbo, so Mark's car is also a 2-litre turbo. Obviously, just a very different platform to the Mito.
Ooh, Aaron's has gone through here, so into P2. That's a ripping run so far. Car number 51 started out of 8th. And just dispensing with Michael Musumeci there. And getting into P2. It's going to be a big chase now, because it's out over 5.5 seconds, the lead to Mark Gatto. But here we go.
And this is where the horsepower difference comes into play. Obviously, with Mick having quite a standard motor in his car, but handling-wise will outhandle the GT. GT with a 3.2 litre V6 compared to Mick's 3 litre 12-valve V6. As you can see, he's gone past him again on the straight. But as we come into the tighter sections of the track, that's where Mick can then make up his time and essentially just hassle him a little until he finds his opportunity.
It's a good battle too, and these cars have probably got about 30 years between them as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. So our category, there's quite a large spread between the oldest car and the newest car. It's close to 50 years. So if you go from the 105s all the way up to the Giulietta, I believe it's a 48-year spread currently.
Yeah, that in itself is quite remarkable, isn't it? Car number 52 we're looking at now on screen, Dale Ashby out of South Australia, currently sitting in position 12. One of those more classic Alfa Romeo silhouettes, that one. But when you look at it, currently sitting 12th in this race, doing a pretty good job there at the wheel of car number 52. And that's a nice drive. Started out of 14th, so he's made a couple of places up in this race. Muller now in the 64 there, emblazoned with the tricolour, the Italian flag that Ferrari and Alfa Romeo and Fiat like to have in their competition liveries. All over the back of the 52, now the Alfa Romeo Giulia.
And this is again where different strengths and weaknesses come into the very different cars. Even though they're the same mark, you've got old school front engine, rear drive, and then you've got a modern front wheel drive car. Still giving it a hard time in the corners, might not have the straight line, but it comes down to handling and again driver skill.
This is Alfa Sp Ra in what is arguably the most recognisable silhouette in the Alfa Romeo range over many years, the 1982 Alfa GT. There's our race leader, car number 11, and there's not long in this race left to go. Tell us a little bit about driving an Alfa Romeo race car, Steve.
It's, I guess the experience itself is, any race car, they are good fun to drive. What makes this category especially fun is the community involved in it. Everyone's there to help everyone. You're not there racing for sheep stations. You can come and join this for, you find a cheap stat ride off 147, 156, put a little bit of money into it, a little bit of safety, under 10 grand you're going racing. There's not a huge amount of categories where you can go and do that and be competitive at the same time.
And doing it in a brand of car that is synonymous with going racing, really, isn't it? I like, and it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment, but one of the famous world journalists, Jeremy Clarkson, says everybody has to own an Alfa Romeo at some stage, and he means that for the 100% enjoyment of it. But like any Italian car, you can have 100% of disappointment in that car when it won't start in the morning.
Well, yes, it is unfortunately a common problem, which as Rick McGoffin discovered yesterday, unable to do qualifying due to a lack of electricity.
Yep. But like I said, and Clarkson's famous for bagging people out. He's not bagging Alfa when he says it, because the driving experience, he's saying it's 100%. They're beautiful cars to drive when you've got them working well, and they work well most of the time. But
that's it. As you can see in the quality of racing that we can produce, they are a extremely fun car. They can be extremely reliable.
Let's try to pick up some of these protagonists we're looking at on the screen now. We go back now to car number 12, and that is the Amante car. And Anthony is a New South Welshman. We go to, quite pick up the number on that one.
I believe that's Simon Grierson.
Oh yes, Simon Grierson, who is pushing through the field, isn't he?
He's worked his way back up to 6th from, I believe, last.
Yeah, 25th. That's a storming drive, bit of a mechanical marvel type of effort here, as we get a good look at Bill Magaffin in the 94. And this is where you can, you cross the generations, years between the 53 and the 94 and the 96 there as well.
Well, that's it. We have that was our oldest car in the category and our newest car in the category racing together.
Mark Gatto in the Alfetta GT has led very much from the drag race down to turn 1. And what is interesting is that the car that came out of 8th place, McAaron's, is now in P2. It's a distant second place, but starting away out of 8th place and then stepping up onto the second step of the podium in race 2 for the weekend is certainly great progression, because later on today, when we have the last Alfa Romeo race for the weekend, which starts at 4:15, it'll be a front row start.
Yeah, that's it. He certainly had that in mind. This race was simply to set himself up for the last race. He got a little bit further up than I believe he anticipated, but it's a great result for him.
Last lap board out now, so we are racing for a checkered flag. We'll pick up the race leader. Good look now at the 52. That's Dale Ashby, and this is Muller, Tillett and Wilson in this battle. Back to Wilson with the checkered flag emblazoned across the bonnet of that particular car. And here is our race leader, car number 11, Mark Gatto. A lights to flag victory there. Checkered flag drops on race 2 for the weekend. That's a special victory when you can jump away from the line like he did and lead all the way through this race. So checkered flag, and on the last lap, full credit to Mick Aarons, because he has dragged a full second out of Gatto. And on the last lap, done a 1:38.3, whereas our race leader did a 1:38.7. You'd have to say, Steve, our race leader was probably just easing on that last lap.
I would say so. He would have been watching the mirrors, aware of where Mick was that whole time.
What will these guys do now, between now and, what did I say it was this afternoon, 4:15? What's the maintenance? What do we need to do to keep these cars going?
Really, it's just maybe a basic spanner check. Generally on a twin spark, as long as it still had oil pressure at the end of the race, you're good to go.
Yep.
Maybe bleeds and brakes. It's very minimal needed between a race as long as you've had no mechanical issues during a race.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for talking us all the way through the second Alfa Romeo race for the weekend. There's the results. It's the 11 of Bagato over the 51 of Mick Aarons. Mick Musumeci next in the 17, Mirabella. Anthony Musumeci, Grierson, great drive there in the 777 from rear of the grid to get up to 6th place. And I guess we're going to have to watch out for the 777 later on today, being only 2 rows back from the front of this grid.
Simon was definitely pushing hard. He's, again, same as Mick was trying to do, set up for a absolute thriller of a final race.
Magafin, Ashbury, and the guy that won yesterday, struggling here this afternoon, Dave Caparo home in 10th. Ashbury, there's Muller, Tillett, Wilson, Kazazi, no, not getting that one, car number 147, and McKee through in there, Pignardo, Magafin, Catchlove, McKee, Burkett rounds out the 21. Great field of cars lining up in pit lane. Steve, thank you very much for bringing us the insight into that category, the Alfa Romeo racing, and we'll see you for the final Alfa race at 4:15 this afternoon.
No worries, thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Alfa's return to the pit and paddock area. I'll take a quick break because we have got the race for M&O Sp and Formula V on track in just a couple of moments. Back soon. What a beautiful day. We are celebrating the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. It's a festival because we've got campers over in the campground, like a rock car festival. So we can call it a festival, and I hope everyone is enjoying the festivities around the track. We've had some great racing. We will pick up the rest of today's racing. We're about to get into the afternoon segment. We've still got 2 races to go, the M&O and the Tyre Power Benalla Porsche 944 competition will round out the morning's racing. It's awesome. I have seen Joey Callock, the series commentator for the colourful series commentator for the Porsche 944s, is in the house. So looking forward to that. As if the Porsches need a colourful commentator to match the colourful racing, but they got a great series commentator this year. He's a racer at heart, and when he gets his car back on track, we'll lose him from the commentary booth like we did with Jack Atley. But plenty of Porsche 944 racing still to go for Tyre Power Benalla. Phil, welcome back, mate. And this is kind of what gets your heart racing, this sort of racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love this stuff. Open wheelers and sports cars, that's where I really enjoy things. We have on pole position Malcolm Osler, none other than him. So absolutely great effort from Malcolm, a man who's had an extinguished career really in Formula Ford before he went overseas as an engineer, working for Reynard, ended up with all sorts of things in Formula Ford there, and Formula One with the Jaguar Formula One team and BAR Honda. Returned to Australia, became the Australian Hill Climb champion, and has built a number of really different sorts of things. If you go and look at Malcolm Osler on YouTube and have a look at some of the videos that he's put up there of some of the various things that he's built and how he goes about building. So it's really good for those who want to learn something a little bit about engineering to go and check him out on YouTube. Nigel Hook in second spot on the grid. He managed to get past Alan Foley, who qualified in second spot, but Alan was having a bit of trouble with the clutch and being able to downshift through the gearbox in that last race. So he's got relegated back to third spot. Then we have Velma Beta, thank you. And then David Crabtree, West, Little, Briggs, Jackson, Sykes, Lee Ball from Camperdown in front of his father, Scott Ball, also obviously from Camperdown in the Clubman style car, where we have another Briggs, McLaughlin, Callum Ross from Wangaratta, local lad, Grievous James, Corish Willits, Edgar, Connor Ryan and Josh Lowering bringing up the tail end of the field as they come around to the start and finish line there, Aaron.
A couple of those guys down the back of the field as a result of not finishing races yesterday. DNF's next to their name, and this is one of those fields where you just love, makes your heart beat. Rolt, Kaditcha, Brabham, BT23C, this magnificent car of Mark Velma-Beta. He's got Phil Hughes doing all the work on that car, and Phil Hughes is second to none when it comes to preparing your cars. He's affectionately known as the Ferrari fixer, but I tell you what, he has turned up the wick on this Brabham BT23 for Mark Velma-Beta. I absolutely love watching this car go around, and it's really cool when they bring these cars out of the darkness and put them in the sunlight and use them. These guys are not mucking around. When Malcolm Osler straps himself into the Mr. Juicy number 71 Rolt RT1, we're going to see some great racing. David Crabtree in the Cheetah Mark 6, the magnificent Cheetahs that did so very, very well. Brian Sheed built and designed cars as we get down into turn number 1. We're on for it here, the Brabham 23C just getting in there, squeezing by Foley in the 72, gets through on the Kaditcha PC84.
Yeah, Foley got bogged down completely on the start line, made an absolute hash of his start. I often talk about him being a hill climber and doing hill climb starts. That was far from it, and not too sure why, but I dare say I'll hear about it later on.
We're a long way away from a hill climb now, Phil. This is the wide open expanses of the Winton Motor Raceway, and we are absolutely into it. Nigel Hook pushes through in car number 1. That's the Kaditcha F282. The 177 holding wide there. Looks like you put 3 V's across the back of that car, and is definitely out of the sports car racing realm. There is Connor Ryan, and number 8 spears off backwards.
He will. He's gone out onto the green accelerator, but gets it under, gathers it up, and trundles back out.
Number 3.
Number 8 it was, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Not too sure who that is, but we'll try and get that as we look back to the front of this field.
Dean Briggs.
This is the Mark Velma-Beta BT23 we're looking at the back of there, and they come across the line for the first time. Osler, Hook, Velma-Beta. Then it is the number 75 of Kevin West, and Kevin is driving that Norax C2. There it is there, the number 75 coming out of turn 2. And the Brabham.
That Brabham is just absolutely beautiful, and a great history on that car. If you get a chance to go down into the pits, wander in, have a bit of a chat to the guys there. I was talking to Phil earlier on, and he explained some of it to me, which has sort of gone in one ear and out the other a little bit with me today, unfortunately, but a beautiful, beautiful history, and look forward to seeing that car at a lot more events in Australia.
The interesting thing about the guy that prepares that car we just saw, the BT23, is he's a racer as well. Not only is he a leading race engineer and a man in great demand for setting up GT type cars, GT3 cars, right back to these sorts of open wheels. He races in prototypes himself, and his son Thomas also races in prototypes. So you're talking to a guy about setting up a car that worked very closely to none other than the great Alan Simonson, and Phil Hughes can fettle with your car right from a fettle to a complete rebuild, and we're just seeing Mark Velma-Beta I guess as a customer of Phil Hughes is having some enjoyment. And I touched on earlier today, Phil, that owning a race car about 0.2 of your life, you get to use it. The rest of the time is getting it ready, isn't it?
Or trying to make the money to be able to get it ready.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, that's the one.
So when you come to a racetrack, you want to do all the laps and absorb all the time you possibly can. Have a look at this Formula V racing.
Formula Vs, as they usually are, 3 wide or more at times, all trying to find the draft on the car in the front. I see Lee Ball there, the young lad from Camperdown, doing a really, really good job in this car. That car is up for sale. So Harold Roberts, Bill as his friends call him, has put the tube frames Nimbus up for sale. So a fairly reliable and good little car. As I see it go through there again, up the old start-finish straight. Further back in the field, here we come looking down into turn 3. The Formula Vs.
This is Ian Edgar in the 58 there, and currently in 13th place. So we're talking about the World Championship for 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th there at the moment, and the 81 has gone into the...
I put the mockers on. Lee Ball. He's gone out into the kitty litter. So he beat his father yesterday, but he's going to sit in the kitty litter and watch his father go past right now. So unfortunate there for young Lee.
Connor Ryan's getting some laps here this weekend. That number 77. Just trying to pick up. He's actually gone inside the top 10. Started rear of grid, and he's pushed this piece of equipment inside the top 10. Car 1 started off on position number 2, Nigel Hook. And it is the Kaditcha F2 and a 1600cc.
Yep, a very quick car, very well presented and prepared, being driven really well as it heads on up into the sweeper there. Watching him take the line in through there. Great job.
I don't know much about the Kaditchas, but I think that's one of the aluminium tub type of Kaditchas.
Yep, absolutely. Aluminium tub, and yes, look, they were sort of right on the cusp of when things started to go a little bit carbon fibre in the bodywork. And of course, when that first came out in Formula 1, everybody reckoned it was all going to fall apart, and there was a massive accident, and I can't remember who it was at the wheel. I read just the other day about it, and everybody thought he was going to be dead because the car was sort of torn to pieces, and the driver hopped out and walked away. And from that moment on, the thing to do was to get into a carbon fibre tub. Just see Callum Ross coming around there onto the start-finish straight in his Melmark Alfa. We have, I think we probably need to get a safety car out there to drag young Lee Ball out of the kitty litter.
Absolutely. Shannon's insurance sign off in the distance there as well. Great supporters of the Victorian Historic Racing Register. Equity 1. People presenting this category for the weekend, and our big title sponsor for this weekend, Equity 1, equity-1.com.au. You'll find out all about the information there. A financial institution specialising in delivering reputable financial services for investors, competitive loans for borrowers. Great credit experts there as well. Check them out, www.equity-1.com.au. Fall in line behind the Sparco Racer Industries safety car, and they have picked up the race leader. And in fact, they haven't picked up the leader.
The leader is out in front of the safety car somewhere, unless Malcolm has returned to the pits.
I think he has.
He has. He's only completed 3 laps.
Or he hasn't made it back to the pits.
He's only completed 3 of the 4 laps. He's gone back into the pits. He had a 1 minute 25.1 lap time, so he's certainly the fastest car out there, or was out there, but seems to have gone back to the pits. So let's put Hook in position number 1 from that beautiful Brabham, and this closes up the field. So if they get the Lee Ball Nimbus tube frames Nimbus Formula V back out of the kitty litter in time and complete this race, it's going to be a little bit interesting at the front, because we've got Hook, Volmer Birdie, and Foley, which will all be having a bit of a go, and West is certainly well on the count as well. Just waiting for some of these guys to go around.
Just while we've got this safety car out on track, it's always a good time, whilst things are a little bit quiet, to extend our gratitude to all of our volunteer officials around the track, whether that be our flag marshals that are absolutely vital in keeping our drivers safe. They're the last point of communication, and just seeing a yellow flag or a blue flag or what is called a deteriorating surface flag, or the oil flag, the red and white stripe flag, just seeing that bit of information and how a flaggy is waving it portrays so much information back to the driver in the cockpit there as well. Looks like we got a bit of debris down there between turn 9 and 10. Looked like a bit of a muffler or a bit of exhaust pipe or something on off the, I'm going to say off the racing line, but what is the racing line down there? It's you can put your car anywhere in that sort of bit of track there, so getting a good look at that. But certainly the volunteer officials around the track, and please, if you want to get closer to motorsport, find out how to become a race official. A massive group of people. It's a great camaraderie. A lot of them stay here at the track, or whatever they do, and have a great time at the race meeting. You don't get any closer to the action, and whether that be as a pit and paddock marshal, you might want to work in the back of the paddock and rub shoulders with everyone in the back of the paddock and keep that organised and safe, or pit lane, as I did for many years. Grid marshals, touched on the flaggies, recovery crew, or even the medical teams. They're all here, volunteers. And Phil, we don't go racing, whether it's your beloved hill climbs or
we certainly don't.
Or track circuit racing like we have here, rallies, etc. We definitely need all of those volunteers, and a massive congratulations to, I'm going to say, the executive team, so our race secretary Jean Bellinger, the organising people Ian Ross, Brett Florence, the crew that head up the committee to run this event, David Vanell, our clerk of course here this weekend, our esteemed lunch boy Michael Hurler, he's done a tremendous job here this weekend. Noel Tippett as the entry secretary. So their work starts 6 months ago.
Absolutely, and
work
probably even before that.
And it's still going next week when they try to add up all the sums and the costs versus the income to try and make sure we can go racing again. Of course, Historic Sandown is in November again this year, so they will be as another committee working on putting that all together as well, and encourage everyone to get to Sandown for Historic Sandown.
Yeah, that's a great event.
We really don't know. That there's a question mark over that venue, and it has been for a while now, and it will remain. It is a very valuable piece of real estate, so keeping it as a horse racing track is vital, because without the horse racing track, we don't have a car racing track. So getting to Sandown at every opportunity is a wise thing to do. But I tell you what, this weather, this event, this track here is also steeped in history, and we love coming to racing here at Winton, albeit that we're under safety car at the moment. But just to put an envelope or put some brackets around it, Phil, without our volunteers, you can prepare your car to within a millimetre of its life. Without volunteers manning the racetrack, we don't have anything.
100%, and it's really rewarding work doing stuff in the voluntary side of it. You get to meet some of the cool dudes that are out there and racing, and it's just really good stuff. I think, but I'm not certain, looks like we're doing another lap under the safety car. No, checkered flag. We are finishing under the checkered flag. So Noel Hook from Valmavedi, from Foley, West, Crabtree, Little, Briggs, Sykes, Jackson, Edgar, the other Briggs, McLaughlin, Grievous James, Callum Ross, and Willits and Corich in that order. So non-finishers: Malcolm Osler, Connor Ryan, Lee Ball, Josh Lowring and Scott Ball. Scott Ball was a DNS, so that means Dan did not start. So unfortunate way for that event to come to a conclusion, but they've got another crack at it later on this afternoon, and we'll certainly be back to have a look at that.
It certainly will be. So we wave goodbye to the open wheelers and the closed top sports cars, and we say a very big g'day to the Porsche 944 field. The Tyre Power Benalla Porsche 944 field will be on track next, and they raced essentially with headlights on last night. They're not going to need headlights today, but what we're going to need is people up at the fence cheering them on, because their racing is fierce, it's intense, and you'll want to make sure you take it in. They'll be back on track next, Phil.
Great stuff.
Plenty of racing still here to go today at the Winton Festival of Speed, and I recommend you get yourself comfortable and stay right to the very end of today. It is certainly a treat, and I'll explain to you why. The cars that are going to come on track next will be the last race of the day. They were yesterday. They did it with headlights on, and the race finished at about 5 to 6. Their race this afternoon starts at 5. The sun is setting at that time, and it's an evil time of day to be racing. The best time of day to get photos of racing cars, certainly. It's that golden hour, and particularly with a day like today, it's going to be the goldenest of hours, if that's a word. I'll slot that into the English language. I slotted winningest into the English language yesterday, and that was certainly it. I'm Darren Smith. I've been joined by Joey Kellogg, who I named you as the series commentator, but you're not. You're more the rogue out of the Porsche 944, and that's saying something. That is absolutely saying something. I'm pinning something right on you here, Joey, but you're a racer yourself. You've raced these cars, so your insight is awesome. And your enthusiasm is nearly second to none. So welcome, Joey. Welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed.
Thank you so much. It's what a pleasure to be here, and what an honour to be stood beside one of the great voices and great personalities of Australian motor racing. If there's anything... Yeah, there's a guy coming in. No. If there's anything you don't know about Australian motorsport, it's not worth knowing, and it is a great pleasure and honour to be standing right next to you.
Well, I'll shadow those remarks right back at you, because we're about to go Porsche 944 racing. I've been on the record for a number of years now saying this is fearsome. You know, these guys. What gets me is they'll be down there up until about 45 minutes ago, chatting amongst themselves, swapping parts, helping everyone get going. They start to kit up, they start to get ready, and we get this absolute door handle style of racing. You enjoyed it. You liked that aspect of it. You got amongst it when you were racing it, and it's just part of it, isn't it?
It's one of the most friendly paddocks out there, and certainly just before race time, tension starts to build. But it's a shared tension and a shared camaraderie and a warmth. It does not detract from the level of competitiveness, and the natural competitive nature of races in general is there. It takes more than friendships to take that away. It's these guys race fearlessly and fiercely. It's door to door, it's bumper to bumper. These cars are so evenly matched. It's all about momentum, especially at a track like this at Winton Raceway, where apart from the start and apart from the finish, these cars will stay in third and fourth gear for the entire race. Every single corner is in either third or fourth gear, and they are hammer and tong at it, all about momentum and all about staying as close as they possibly can to make the most of any opportunity they can find on track to make positions up.
This is going to be a good one, and as I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason you will stay to the very end of today. Their last race starts at 5 o'clock. I'm doing a big sell here. I'm going to guarantee you it's not going to let you down. We're halfway through today's racing, and this is going to be a ding-dong battle. And fantastic to see a local sponsor jumping on board in Tyre Power Benalla. And even better that the proprietor down there, won his first race in 944s for about a season now. And I speak of Chris Lewis Williams. He won the race last night. It was dark. and he charged to the line. It was absolutely a ripping victory.
Was that his first race for the season, was it?
No, but it's his first win.
Sorry, first win for the season.
Yeah, so he's...
Wow, great job. He knows this track well.
He does, he certainly does. Was an employee here for quite some time. So looking forward to seeing how Chris can do that. I like the fact that he said, hey, it said, Winton, I'm the local tyre power guy, I may as well throw that at it. And he took his own prize money in and he left it in his pocket, didn't he? And took it away.
That's great. In one hand, out the other.
Let's have a look at the grid quickly. They're forming up down there. CLW, Chris Lewis-Williams in the tyre power Benalla. Car number 37 takes pole. James Westerway is going to make sure that CLW doesn't get another win today. Right behind him, car number 1 is had a little bit of a battle yesterday. Of course, coming together with his mate Adam Brewer, who's back in 14th. Michael Westerway starting on the second row. Great to see that. And also Tony Andrewski. That is awesome to see Tony out of P5. Mark Torbert's in the bright yellow car there, out of position number 6. Ryan Phillips, Tony Westerway, Nick Carpenter, Peter James, Mark Verdino. Interesting to see Verdino that far back. He will try and push hard. And we are away. And getting off beautifully there is Chris Lewis-Williams. He's got Westerway right alongside.
Unreal. Look at this. Beautiful stuff. Oh, very aggressive from Westerway on that second.
Oh, coming together on the straight. One and Westerway, Bella off. And that is through the air, a bounce and a thud.
Oh, dear.
And Bella comes unstuck. Jamie Westerway, the spatial awareness between those two guys just went out the window. They've continued. Oh, sorry. No, Bella. Well, Bella is. He's getting moving again now. And Westerway has continued on all the way down the back of the field here. But Cam Bella, he's hit the ignition button and, he's turned around. I don't think we're going to see any reason to stop this one. The race is continuing as they get up to tank.
He is reversing on that infield there to get it out of the way to avoid a safety car, which is very kind and very thoughtful and selfless of him to do that, despite the fact it looks like that I saw the left or right rear has popped off its rim. That car got airborne, bottomed out very, very heavily. I would suggest that has some damage to the suspension. At the very least, he's probably going to have to pop down to Tyre Power Benalla for a wheel alignment.
Yeah, it may not happen today either as well. So it's Chris Lewis-Williams that's leading the way. And I guess those two guys, they're his main protagonists, not only in this race, but in the championship itself. So Chris Lewis-Williams comes around to complete lap number 1. And I would suggest
replay.
Out of turn 1, Jamie Westerway unaware that Campbella was right beside him. And that's where we picked it up. Wow, that's a couple of heavy landings there. Westerway just going through the culvert there. Lucky that Campbella remained upright there as we go back to the race proper midfield now. There goes, is that Carter Fox? See, he's pushed all the way. No, there's Carter there. So he was down the tail end of the field, Carter. But
I'm not sure Carter's made the start, as a matter of fact, this time around.
I think you might be right there. I'm just trying to pick up. There's a number of yellow cars in that group.
Yeah, I did see his car with on jacks with an oil cooler issue before the start of this race. So sadly, it looks like he is not made it, as we see Michael Westerway and Mark Torbert's getting very close together through the entrance to the S's there. I'm still reeling, to be honest, from the huge adventure that Cameron Bella took there. That was absolutely wild.
It certainly was. The interesting thing is, let's keep an eye for the 44 of Mark Verdino, as well as coming through is Ads Brewer. So Ads obviously had that massive off yesterday. Started out of 14th, and he is pushing his way already into 9th position.
As we see Torbert's having a little sniff up the inside of Westerway there. Looks like he's putting this move on.
Mark Torbert's had his first win in the class here 12 months ago, or 16 months ago, and it was one of those race wins, Joey, where there wasn't a dry eye after so many years of presenting cars and doing a lot of work in the background for this category. When a guy like him gets a race win, it was significant.
I'd say it was Hulkenberg-esque.
yeah, it was. Yeah, 260 races in, and there you go. But terrific stuff there. Mark Torbert's now really starting to push hard. It is interesting when some of those real lead drivers get pushed back, that some of these other guys that are always thereabouts, just outside the podium sort of thing, they they start to push their way forward.
It's extremely busy in that mid-pack section right at the moment. Cars are very close together. Intense racing. Awesome to watch.
Just watching down into turn 4, Jack Atley has got a good bit of pace on. He's got Sam Roth and Manny Menazelma, Andy Goldman and Peter James banked up behind him. Well, not necessarily banked up, but they are behind him. And Jack was looking for some pace here this weekend.
Yeah, he's certainly trying to get some incremental improvements as his campaign forges onward. Got a glimpse of Josh Brisbane, who's had really good form recently, who's just there in 11th position at the moment, as we now see pictures of Chris Lewis-Williams, who has certainly gapped Talbots. Now with Westaway falling back after into 10th place after that coming together with Cameron Bella. Looking forward to seeing another replay of that.
Car number 37 is doing a brilliant job. He won late yesterday. I've touched on it. It was dark. There's no missing that. The sun sets at around about 20 past 5. The race didn't start till 5:30, and these guys raced well into the darkness last night. Mark Torbert's setting himself up. We've still got about 4 laps to go in this adventure, but look at this pack. Just off, coming across the line now. Have a look at this group as they arrive down at turn 1. The car second in this group, in this battle pack, is Ads Brewer. He's in title contention. And who's right behind him? Jamie Westaway, who's also in title contention. They're trying to work their way through this field. And this is what happens in a field like this when you get pushed back and you get bottled up. The guys don't want to relinquish their spot. They're like, yeah, I know you're trying to get through. I know you're in the championship hunt, but we've got our own battles. You've got to work hard. I'm not letting you through. You can go through on your own volition.
100%. We've got Jackman, who's corking the bottle for that group with Brewer, Westaway and Verdino just behind. That's making it really close just behind Jackman and giving those guys an opportunity to get something upon each other through the S's they go now. It's intense stuff.
That's cool. There's very, very little gap between this group. Where are we looking in the race here? We're talking just outside the top 10 here. So again, the World Championship for 11th.
This race is nowhere near over. They're racing. Okay, so we've got a boot open off. Who's that? Is that Adam? Is that Rolf there?
I think that's Sam Rolf.
Sam Rolf. He's got his boot lid opening and closing. He's probably forgot to drop the golf clubs off before he came.
Bit of DRS.
Bit of DRS, of course. Yeah.
There it is, the 333. Of Andy Goldman. It is not Rolf, it's Goldman.
Goldman
got the boot lid open.
And the carpet shed 944 is probably just dropped off a carpet.
Got to roll a carpet out to the officials. There you go, boys. Have a nice bit of carpet.
A little Persian
to stand on. The Pipecraft car, the guy from Gorrell Ford down there in Geelong. You want a good deal, go and see Mark Torbert's the driver of car number 66. It's not his car. His car is back in the shed at home.
I can report it is his car.
It is his car.
New to his stable.
Oh, well, there you go. Another yellow car in his stable. If you're a fan of sports sedans, he's also got the ex-Perotta Cortina in his shed as well.
One of the best looking sports sedans out there, I tell you what. And that's saying something. Incredible. TC Cortina, I think it is. It's absolutely amazing.
Ads Brewer now. Have a look at this. This is a big push. Jamie Westaway. These guys haven't been able to dispense with the Paulmaster entry just in front of them at the moment. So that's quite interesting indeed. They just haven't got the impetus to make that move. Have a look here. Jamie Westaway is going to look up the inside of Ads Brewer. And they're all starting to bottle up behind that yellow car as they come down the straight.
So that's Tony Westaway. They have caught him, and they are jam-packed behind him with 1:46 on the clock. That'll give us possibly 2 more laps. This is not over. Plenty of action. Anything could happen. And let's see what unfolds here on these last 2 corners. These are my corners.
Have a look at that. There is Ads Brewer, and they are just easing their way past the Poolmaster entry. They've got that job done. They're working in tandem with each other, but not laying down now. Look at that, a zig and a zag left to right to try and pick up where we are. And here is our race lead. Look at this. Mark Torberts is now weighing right in onto Chris Lewis-Williams' race. We've probably got 2 laps left in this journey. But Mark Torberts now ranging right up onto the back of Chris Lewis-Williams.
That is a fast car that Torbert's in. I saw there was a big gap a couple of laps ago. I wondered whether there was enough time and whether or not he was actually gaining on Chris Lewis Williams. That answers the question. I wonder if there's a mistake by Lewis Williams. If there's a 1 minute 38 lap time there, which signifies that he has made some sort of a mistake. He's let Torbert's right onto his back bumper. Torbert's has got a sniff now. He's going to go for it.
I think he will. I think you're right there, Joey. This is absolutely coming out of the bottom end of the track now, making their way down the old back straight into turn 10 and getting the power down. Chris Lewis Williams in the 37 is the master of that, but Mark Torberts is just hanging on the back. This is spin there. That's the 68. That's Sam Roth, who we called earlier in the carpet-called car. That's the carpet-called car. It's not him. He's in the yellow car here this weekend. So Sam Roth started out. Oh, there's the checkered flag. So we are poised for the checkered to drop, and a spinner there.
PJ Grant. As we see, Chris Lewis Williams has taken the win over Mark Torberts. Torberts was like an aardvark at an anthill, searching for ants. Didn't quite find them, and just finished up just behind Chris Lewis Williams on this one, with Michael Westaway in third, Jamie Westaway in fourth, Anthony Westaway in fifth. The Westaway trio: Brewer 6th, Verdino 7th, Brisbane 8th, Phillips 9th, Carpenter 10th, Andrewski 11th, Jack Atley in 12th, Peter James in 13th, PJ Grant in 14th, Metzer Selma in 15th, Roth in 16th, Goldman in 17th, Bella out, Fox a non-starter. What a race.
Certainly action-packed there. We did not expect to see the two cars that started second and third on the grid off the track on driver's right. They were lucky to hit nothing as they exited there. Nice open paddock as they speared off. One thing that I've found just looking at that results sheet, Joey, is how often do we see M Westaway in front of J Westaway, let alone M Westaway leading home J Westaway and A Westaway? That's awesome.
That's really good. Michael he's still got it.
He certainly has. Chris Lewis Williams takes race 1 and now race 2 in the Tyre Power Benalla Porsche 944s. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason you will be at the track to see the start of the Porsches at 5 o'clock tonight. It's going to get a little bit chilly by then, but rug up. You all came here with beanies this morning. Whack them back on your head as we just have a good look on the live stream at the replay. Bella flying through the air. Gee, I tell you what.
That was huge. He could have jumped the wheelie bin twice.
I reckon that'll make the highlights package.
I have a feeling it's going to make the highlights package. We can see him out in the infield now, about to get onto the tilt tray. They've got a lot of parts, and they have a huge amount of fortitude and discipline and ability. They will be trying everything to get that car back on the grid for the last race. Make sure you stick around for it. It's a perfect time for a Dagwood dog with sauce, a sunset, and a Porsche 944 race for the ages.
I can't believe you missed the opportunity there. I'd prefer a 1-300 lasagna if I could tuck into
it's actually
one of them.
1-800.
Oh, 1-800. There you go. I haven't got the T-shirt on.
1-300's the competition.
1-800's the best, though.
Exactly.
Don't get the junk, get the best.
Exactly right.
Hey, Joe.
1-300's the Timu lasagna.
I'll have a 1-800 lasagna. Thank you very much. Joe Kellogg, thank you for your time, and we'll see you at 5 o'clock, mate. You're hanging around for that one.
You will.
Plenty of racing still to go. We tip the program back up and we go right back to regularity like we did at 8:30 this morning in just a couple of moments. Great to see such a good crowd here in at the track, and those watching on at home, at work, wherever you are on your live stream. I know someone's watching us in a terminal in Abu Dhabi at the moment, so that's the beauty of live streaming. Getting a plane from somewhere on the other side of the world and watching the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. I'll be back in just a few moments with regularity, same as what we started the day with.
Welcome back. And you can see going out onto track is our Regularity. I'm Phil Memory. We'll be joined shortly by Darren Smith, who's just taking a bite to eat. Well deserved. He's been working so hard, and really good to have him on board. But we have the breakfast brand races out there making their way around the track. As you may or may not know, these guys are not really racing. Their idea is to drive around the track to a nominated time, a specific time, and if you go underneath that time, you lose points. If you go faster than that time, then you lose time, lose points, lose points, lose points, and lose points. So you start off with 50 points. If you go too fast, as I say, you lose them. If you go too slow, you lose them. But going too fast is worse than going too slow. If that doesn't make sense, neither do I. I just hear one of the cars going past our commentary point here. Might not be making it all the way around. And we have some wonderful machines out there. The Porsche, we've got the SoCal, we've got the Mustang, we've got some really good machinery out on track. Now, not too sure what's going to happen with that car that wasn't running right. I'm just looking to see if I can see it. Yeah, it's still going, so that's good. Car number 8, the old Humpy Holden. See Jane Vollebrock out there. She's not in the walking club today. She's out there on track. She's a bit of a Wednesday walker, I hear. Member of a walking club. She used to be a hill climber. So green flag now for the Regularity. And young Tom Reed is the first car to come around. Young Tom, great young driver, did really well yesterday, and I think he topped the charts if I remember correctly. Didn't do quite so well the last time around. Has nominated a 1 minute 46 as his time to go around. Taylor has nominated a 1 minute 47, so has Chapman. Ross Kill has nominated a 1 minute 49, and Jamie Wingate on a 1 minute 50. So as you can see, there's a number of different times there. Just watching car 23 go through there on screen. And some glorious machines, the slimline sports cars to the beautiful Porsche, to the Rod, to basically car 42 there, the Subaru. You don't need a full circuit license to be able to go in Regularity. You just need a limited speed license, the same as you would have for some of the sprint meetings and hill climbs, things of that nature. And the idea is that you don't go steaming down the inside of someone into corners. You treat it with a little bit more respect. Don't drive at 10 tenths. Nominate a time that's a little bit slower than what you can actually do. Drive at about 8 tenths and try and tick off the time. You're not allowed to have a clock in the car. You're not allowed to have radio communications. You're not allowed to have anything that might indicate time in any way, mean, manner or form. We're just watching some of the cars go around here on screen. We've got everything from open-top sports cars. Darren Smith is coming back. He's had something to eat. He must be just about worn out. I hope that you've got enough voice to be able to get through the rest of the day, my friend.
If you can call a chocolate bar lunch, then yes, I have definitely had it, but so didn't want to miss out on the Regularity. It's one of those events you've got to, once you start watching it for the weekend, you've got to hang around, don't you, and see who ticks all the boxes and doesn't break out
Yeah, well, so far we've still got four cars with 49 points and two with 43 with 47. Oh, we've got a number of cars out there all on the same points at the moment, so you don't know who's won a regularity until it's all over. Car number 8 coming around there, the old Humpy Holden. Just looking for the name beside that at the moment, and it eludes me. Beautiful old car. Grew up in a Humpy Holden. What about you, Darren?
No, it was an Alfa Romeo Julius Super, the Alfa Romeo Ugly Duckling, and a Mini Minor 850 was the cars that Mum and Dad had when I arrived. But what I've just noticed and is jumping out outstandingly is in car number 20, Ian Tate in the Zephyr Special needs very little introduction in the world of Victorian Historic Racing Register. So great to see Tatey back out there. I actually remember back in the Phillip Island when it was called the Castrol Classic, and I'm going to say late 80s, early 90s that was. And Tatey used to run a red MG Special. It was like one of those, like the George Reed Special, but it was an MG Special, and he was rapid in that. And I'm pretty sure it ran on methanol.
Okay.
Back in the day, but Tatey will certainly make sure I get that right. But really cool to see some of these luminaries of the VHRR getting out there and doing some competition in the regularity. So just as I say that, Tatey goes down to 20th, and our mate Tom Reed in the little black Formula Ford jumps to the top as we get one of the coupes out there is parked up.
Yeah, the 350 GT, or is it a Mustang?
I don't want to get that wrong again. I got that wrong once. I won't do that again.
Yeah, the 350 GT guys get upset if you call it a Mustang, and the Mustang guys, I think they're a little bit envious if you call their Mustang a 350 GT.
Yeah, so that is that's Phil Spender. Parked up out there. Yeah. So get that back underway and back out on track there. So this is a stacked deck, isn't it? We've got out over 30 cars out there on track for this one, and they've all got themselves back up and running for the. In fact, we've got 36 cars out there. Connor Ryan getting another run at it today as well. So that's pretty cool. He is getting some good miles out of his 2025 Winton Festival of Speed entries, isn't he?
100%. He's a very keen competitor, and really good that he is. Young guy coming on and doing a great job of it. Car 68 going through on our camera there.
Big slide there, Formula
Ford Taylor, and he's currently got 44 points remaining. Sorry, Darren.
It's all right, mate. This is that 350. It is being pushed, or pulled actually, towed behind the first row of defence here. Here is the number 7. Magnificent Porsche. Love a slant nose. This always gives you a good memory, and that is Little in the number 7 Porsche. Chris Hones entered car. And you can certainly hear Chris Hones' backstory on the Grassroots Racing podcast going back a year or two. Jump on the cafe and search it up, or via your Apple or Spotify platforms. And this car is certainly a bit of history. If you were happened to be in a little country town called Le Mans and a track called the La Sarthe, you would have seen these sorts of things roaring around in a 24-hour race, and more often than not winning their class at Le Mans.
They're just super reliable things, the Porsches. I don't think they've made a bad one, have they?
No, you would be very brave to try and say that, because if they have got it wrong, they've rectified it very, very quickly, that's for sure. But this car was something to behold in an era that spanned both GT racing and GT and sports sedan racing when they combined in the early 80s. But this is certainly very, very cool to see this, and I don't think it's being pushed particularly hard at this point in time, but I fondly remember this car and Harry Witham in his version of this one as well. And one of the big things that always got my attention was about 12 foot of flame licking on the road behind them as they were racing around, as raw fuel would come out of the exhaust on them, and they were absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, they're fantastic cars, and you just wouldn't want to not be in one of those. If you had a chance to bolt yourself in and go for a bit of a lap, you'd be on it. Of course, he's not trying to push it as hard as he possibly can, because this is Regularity. It's the breakfast brand races, and he is trying to get around there to a specific nominated time as he heads up around the sweeper. No clocks,
and at the moment he's not doing a very good job of it, because he's down the bottom of the page there. So I got to say, if I had one of these, it'd have to be a day like today here at the Winton Festival of Speed. Beautiful sunlight and a nice dry track to get around and test your skills on the track here in the number 7 slant nose Porsche.
100% great car, and look at this machine on screen, 92, the machine that has been local for so long, gathering its way around, been around the Regularity traps for a long time. Just not too sure where he's at on the list. Doing pretty good, Robson, in that car.
Robinson in the Ford Millthorpe, 3.9 litre, an interesting capacity, and one that harked back into a generation, and we say a generation happens to be 1939, Phil. So you can
sidewhack a V8.
You can imagine the upkeep, and well, if you have to upkeep a part, you're probably over to a piece of steel and about to have to fabricate something, aren't you?
Yeah, get the hacksaw out and the lathe or the milling machine and start and make it yourself. So the Millthorpe Special, great car. Quite a lot of history behind the car, which I'm not going to try and go into because I don't know it all. But yeah, great car, been around for a long time. And young Tom Reed coming up gets the wave to go to the right of the Millthorpe in the Formula Ford.
Tom has dropped off the leader sheet as well. He's back down now in 11th with 29 points. It's the unique car that's got 47 points.
Yeah, so Tom's certainly probably gotten a little bit over-enthusiastic and found out that maybe he's a potential racer instead of a Regularity driver.
I think that's the point he's trying to prove, actually. I think he wants to, in 12 months, return and lob up with that massive competition in the Formula Ford field. And, of course, Formula Fords will be on track at 2:30. Looking forward to seeing the Pocket Rockets churning around some laps here. Gee, we've got an envelope of history right there, haven't we? A Ford Roadster and a Subaru WRX. There he is, car number 36. Currently sitting in 11th in this one. Did very, very well yesterday in the midday Regularity. Was in the top 3. He can of course push his way back to the top at the moment, but it is the number 69 that is currently holding station at the top of the timesheets, and that's a Nota Clubman. Boy, they were a very popular class of car, the Nota Clubmans and the Farrells and of course the Alphans in 2-litre trim in the early and mid 80s were absolutely rapid. Tom getting back down through the gearbox, and he's got that Quest racing chassis, which is very, very rare for Australian Formula 4.
Yeah, they're quite a rare chassis, the Quest. Most of the chassis are probably better known, the Lolas and the
the Roltons, and the Van Diemen's.
So this is an unusual one, but Tom's doing a great job of driving it, even though maybe he's going a little bit too quick, or he's I don't think he's been going too slow.
He's certainly not, but he's he's enjoying it. He's on debut, and he holds the Winton Festival of Speed quite dear. He did his first commentary job here last year, and his debut on track here this weekend in this car. Just noticed the car number 14 parked off the side of the road. That's the Lotus Elite, the Ashton driver, Ashton Roskill. The red Lotus Elite parked up there. There's the checkered flag. So that will draw a close to our Regularity competition, Phil. How long do we have to wait for the stewards to sign off and give us results on this?
Oh, good question. I'd only ask a steward that question.
Well, that's right. We'll dig down. I'll make a call. I'll find someone that can give us an answer, and we can get the results out of the regularity trial for this weekend, or the regularity aspect of it. As I said, one of the guys we're keeping an eye on, driver of car number 20, Ian Tate, ultimately in this trial. Ian is home in 15th place with 17 points, a long way wide behind Gunick and Spender on 47, 45, Brown on 44, Roskill on 43, Chapman on 43, Wingett on 38, always Raper on 33, Breton on 31, Tom Reed on 26, McKee, Hill and Ian Tate rounding out the 15 in this regularity event. Checkered flag is being given to all the competitors in regularity, and does make up an important part of these historic type of events here at the Winton Festival of Speed 2025. We do change things up a little bit more in the next regularity trial, because that regularity event is for CNA Touring Car Tribute regularity, and we get to see a little bit of a different iteration on how we go regularity racing, or regularity eventing.
Yeah,
not racing.
Not racing. They're running on the Super brand, breakfast brand, but these guys are running on the standard brand.
It is, and that sees the end for the regularity competition for now. Thank you, Phil, for filling in for a couple of minutes while I had a bite to eat in that one. Coming up next here, front and centre on the Winton Festival of Speed 2025, which we say a massive thank you to Equity One, www.equity-one.com.au. Of course, Shannon's Insurance, 134646, your car, your bike or your home. Give them the chance to get your insurance business. Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts making up the big headline sponsors, and of course the Touring Car Tributes this weekend are brought to us by Autohouse 300, the Vehicle Storage 300 people out in Moorabbin there. We'll be back. Thank you, Phil. We'll be back for CNA Touring Car Tribute in just a moment. Well, we changed things up a little bit here, and this is the Groups C and A Touring Car Tribute regularity number 3. These cars look the part, sound the part, they are the part. The only thing that's missing is they're not the part. But it is absolutely awesome that these car owners and drivers go to the effort to build a car that otherwise they might not be able to get their hands on. Been joined by Brett Francis and Nick Higgins for all the insight into CNA regularity type of driving, but I guess the real interest is what these cars are and what they represent, and the build process and all of that sort of thing to make these cars get out on track and do something different. The one we're looking at now, the Raoul Sands car, is definitely something that is a tribute to a Brock car, David Raoul at the wheel there. But some of these more obscure cars, I mean the Pinnacle Motorsport car, those of us involved in motorsport know what Pinnacle is. That's right. And you see it and you go, oh, I like them actually too. Yeah. That's really cool. They've gone in to do that. The fastback has already, the Cooper's already pulled over the Moffat Bathurst winning livery there, Brett. Does that
remind you of the next couple of years of Bathurst 77, Conrod Straight?
Is that what we're doing? We're doing a reenact. Not only are we doing tributes, we're doing reenactments.
Yeah. Wasn't it John English in Moffat's car in 78? Yeah, the Federation Insurance car.
Yeah, it fell off a cliff there, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But no, these cars are, the vast majority are built very much like a Group C, Group A car. You know, a couple of more modern type of modifications with componentry and stuff like that. But all in all, they're a Group C and A car in concept and livery, and they're great. And you know, there's some really good guys out there. They're having fun, and that's what it's about, just having some fun.
We'll bring Nick Higgins in here. He 12 months ago was having a ball. Now he's doing a bit of officiating in the background. He's gone grey overnight, losing his hair. Had a great night down with D8 Sleuth and all the legends last night. Nico, you were doing this event in a replica Toyota Works car last year.
Yeah, that's correct. A good friend of mine, Stuart Jones, who's one of the sponsors for this weekend, owns Cable Engines. We decided to do a replica of the Team Toyota Australia AE91, but being a four-door which was running, and we absolutely have a ball. It's just easy on tyres, easier on brakes. We didn't have the outright speed, but very constant and very much on point, lap after lap after lap. So a little bit more modern technology in these cars, as Brett said, but more with safety, with seats and a welded-in cage instead of the old aluminium bolted-in cage, which seemed to fold up like a bit of sheet of paper if you had a decent shot. Well, it's the evolution of humankind, isn't it?
Yeah.
We learn and we move on, that's for sure. But the interesting thing, and I'll focus on that Corolla that you were using last year. Not only did you do some tribute race regularities and things like that we're seeing on screen and on track at the moment, you did a bit of improved production racing with that car, some club sprints. So not only you were, the world was your oyster, you could go off and take it and do other things. And I'll put it to both of you, Brett. These guys can go off to a car club sprint.
That's exactly
anywhere
right.
else in the country.
Yeah, 100%. And we got guys from Adelaide here, Tasmania, Queensland. We had one guy who was coming down from Queensland who's actually one of the sponsors, but unfortunately his truck broke down on the way, and that's Simon Athanasius, who's got Rubbercraft race tyres. He's a Queensland-based guy and said, I want to come down and have a run with you guys, and he's got a little BMW E36 in a German livery, in the Jägermeister livery. So, I really appreciate the fact that he was sponsoring and coming for his first event. You don't get that often. And these guys are all supportive of the category, supportive of our meetings. So, and they're just out there having a ball. You go into the pits where they are and they're laughing, joking. This is just a ball. Living their dream.
And then I guess when you get a little engine miss or something, then there's the furrowed brows and people bringing out timing lights and
exactly,
and trying to work out, well, listen to this and what's that, and no, we're going to have to pull the rocker covers off. And then no different to any other race car.
Yeah, exactly, and everyone suddenly becomes a 888 race mechanic.
But these are really like the poster cars. And as kids, we all grew up. One of my big fans was Brock. I know Dad was a big fan of Beachy and along with Brett. So those cars we idolise, we can actually go build a replica and go and race. Because a lot of the genuine cars, they are somewhat a museum piece, and they're very hard to replace if you do have an incident. Yeah. So at that point. It's really hard to find a clean VK these days to build a replica, so you got to do a bit of a search around it.
That's right.
You're not going to get a lightweight panelled car out of the Holden factory anymore, are you?
No, that's right. I mean, look at an XD. We've got Graham Stevenson. He's here today. He unfortunately missed yesterday. In that awesome-looking Pi Audio car, and find a clean XD or an XE now. Find a set of tar lights for one.
As we say that, here he comes, just appearing on screen right there. We touched on him this morning, English Gulson, and we're talking fringe dwelling kind of entry there, but it was a cool livery, and that car can now be used in various different forms of motorsport. You can probably front up in 3 weeks' time and run it in the National Sports Sedan race at Sandown.
Or Vic V8s, which we also run too. So, and all the door handles work on this one as well. So, unlike,
do you remember going to the Ford dealer and you'd walk in and they just lift up from underneath the counter and put one black one on the counter and go, you need another door handle, don't you? I like that, Nico. Good reference. Good reference.
But no, look, it is a great car. Like, I'm being a Holden man, but I'm a car guy, and that is just he's looked out of the box. Didn't build a Dick Johnson car. He liked the livery, liked that car, and went ahead and built it.
and that brand is still around too. So you probably put a bit of a sponsorship proposal through to them and say, hey, we're going to do some laps of this thing, and that's also the other thing you can do there as well. And here's a livery that I guess a lot of people in Australian motorsport would know very, very well. The iteration into Group A racing. So we're looking at the Falcon, which is just disappearing off screen, which is a replica of a Group C era, and then the Commodore behind. We go into the Group A era. Here's Milton Safaris, and he's. Sorry, no, this is the wrong category. I'm zooming into the wrong category. I was about to say he's fixed the head gasket.
Yeah.
What's
Milton's just had a heart attack.
Yeah, he's like, what?
Someone's in his car, but
Sorry about that, guys. It's a busy day.
But no, you're right. It's a pretty good tribute to his car with a different take on the word that usually sponsors it. So, but that's Pete Shibris's son out there, Chris. He's having a run. This is his first event, and I spoke to him yesterday, and he said this is fantastic. So, and this fella here with the yellow VH, that's a brand new car from South Australia, and it's an awesome looking livery. It's one of the best ones we've seen for a long time. So yeah, well done to Daniel.
It is very cool, and the VH Commodore was a pretty successful Group C car, wasn't it? You look at that big wild tail they had on the back of them, and then we go to the next iteration, the last of the Group Cs, and we see that the VK.
Yeah, the mighty big bangers.
Yeah,
that was
the last of the big bangers.
Yeah. And it'll be great to see some more big bangers. I think last year we had 2 Bluebirds out here.
Yes.
The RX-7, which they had as well. So with Moffat and Peter McLeod in the Slick 50 RX-7.
Interesting, you touched on those Bluebirds. I do remember them from last year, and they were quick too.
Yeah.
They were bolted together very well indeed. Here's a cool one as well, the 76 Tirana.
That's a beautiful car. I was just having a look at in the pits before, and that is just a magnet for people walking around taking photos. The kids are hanging around the cars, and it is great.
Well, and off that is that's not just about the tribute cars. That's about this event. The people that are discovering this event over the last few years. And Brett, we chatted just before with the event started today. Great spinner down here at turn 2. Continuing on, just gathering it all back up again. Carnival 5, that's the Davies entry. But yeah, the event overall, Brett, is just being massively accepted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I've got to say, August and the weather, I guess, is just brilliant.
I know. Yeah. Benala's put on the best weather you can imagine this weekend. It's fantastic.
It certainly has, as we get a good look at this number 76 there again, and that's the Ryan entry.
And it's a semi take on the Jansen hatchback.
Okay.
Yeah. It's even though it's white, but the colour scheme across the top, the red and the yellow, was based on a Jansen scheme, he said. So yeah.
And I do like the fact that they're representing Australian manufacturing with Hollinger written down the side there
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, world-class engineering. Right
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
And it's a quick car.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, and being driven pretty well here too as well. And I guess it's being driven pretty fast because he's not doing so well in the regularity. In fact, he's down there in 15th. But I guess at some point you go, I'm just going to enjoy this.
Yeah, exactly.
and a circuit like this just drags you in. I know with the Corolla when I first started doing the regularity, I've never done a regularity before. I'm either doing club sprints, which my dad dragged me into, or
you're kicking and screaming, you get dragged into it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with a bit of a twist of the arm.
Yeah, come on, son, we're going to do some club sprints. Nah, Dad, I'll stay home that day.
But it kind of sucks you into a little bit because like you actually get dragged into a race. You want to sort of race that next guy, go, I reckon I can get him a little bit more, and then you sort of chase him, and then you go, I've just broken out again. So it's all about trying to be patient, which I'm not very a patient person when it comes to sitting behind the a race car. So
get the good look down the side of Stevenson's car there as well, and enjoying this beautiful day. And the Tirana just in front, that's the Ortleb car, currently sitting in 7th in this one. And the points just starting to stack up. In fact, Stevenson in that Falcon is leading this one.
Yeah, he's risen to the top. So
yeah.
Graham's doing a fantastic job.
Then it's the Robinson car, number 77 is the next one through, and we've got that one on screen right now, heading through turn 3. And it's being driven. Is it Gary McKay at the wheel there, Nico? Anyway, he's sliding that Tirana through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, those people who do follow not just historic, but in production car, improved production, they'll know Gary McKay at GP Automotive. He's had an XU1 Tirana for as long as I've known him.
It's showroom condition for 40 years.
He's had that was his first ever car, so it's great. And just to note that number 28 XU1 with no cage, and that's basically how they ran them back in the day. So
yeah, it is. Yeah, we talk about improved production. This was the original improved production category, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
These cars running around in, and plenty of people watching on here this weekend, and it's a fantastic crowd at the track, and I've got to I can't get around to everyone personally and thank them for coming here, but thank you everyone for the patronage here for this event. Keep your eyes peeled on the VHRR social media and different bits and pieces around motorsport publications, in particular the Sleuth website partnering there as well. So keep your eyes out for the 2026 iteration of this event. The biggest challenge out of that is how do you make it better than this one? I think we've already found out we're doing a rock concert.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, next year I do believe we'll have more cars in tributes.
Yes.
Brett, who's standing beside us, he's got his VK, which is very close and
Very
being
close.
finished. Unfortunately, like everything in life, I think we just run out of time. Dylan Innes should be back in the Perkins VL Walkinshaw. And there's, I believe, Pip Jones, who was quite quick last year. He could be back next year as well.
Yeah, exactly. We might even drag a couple of guys with some heritage cars into the legends, like Steve Tate with his Marston & Holmes VK. We'd love to see that out here, and so there's opportunities for everyone, and like we were saying earlier, there's other cars that we can introduce to these categories.
You guys are enjoying the platform of live streaming and taking a jibe for those guys at home watching on, aren't you? Yeah, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, Nico. I get those messages. I know what you're talking about. I'm actually just enjoying watching this particular car, Travis Kirby's car. What a cool car that is. Citizen watches, boring around Sandown in the 500.
And the best thing about this car, it was a Commodore Cup car that was sitting, and it it was doing nothing. And Travs is up-spec'd it to what it is now, and it's so consistent.
There it is, a checkered flag, and that will bring the tribute car regularity event to a head. And now I don't actually know when we get to know who wins this stuff. Is that an announcement that the stewards do in the next hour or so?
Oh, I believe so. I've got to go down and see them actually and get the scores. But last year it was Trav Kirby who won.
Yep.
But just from sitting up here or standing up here with you, I'm pretty sure Robinson's won absolutely every session. So he'd have to be close. Or Barkler, he was another one that was consistently up there every session. So it'll be interesting. So we'll see how we go. But we've got a interclass bit of a competition going, and we've already decided that the Pinnacle Motorsport car and the Jansen VH are the two best liveries for this weekend. Last year it was Graydon Stevenson with that Pi Audio that won that category. So they're the two best liveries voted by all the guys. So that's one thing. So we'll see how we go with the rest.
Big shout out to Auto House in Moorabbin for the support of the tribute regularity here this weekend. Great to have them on board, and totally relevant for them to be sponsoring a motorsport event. That's what they do. Exactly. They look after people's cars in between events, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. So, and those guys are came on board, and they've sponsored this event. So yeah, big thanks to Auto House Vehicle Storage, so in Moorabbin.
Guys, thank you very much for your time, Brett. I know you're powering around the place, so I don't want to be around in about 5 days' time when you go down the drain hole. You have yourself a nice relaxing bath, kick the plug out, and you disappear down the tube.
I'll have to take a holiday.
Good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Good idea. Nico, great to have you here, mate. Always fantastic. You're a font of knowledge around this sort of side of motorsport. It's cool to have you here.
No, thank you, Darren. It's great. It's great to see another big crowd again. as we alluded on early this morning, we had the biggest Saturday crowd. And as time goes on, it's just going to get bigger, and I've spoken to Brett, and what we're going to sort of try to do is make it a lot more of a big family event. So in the skid pan over there, we've sort of floating an idea to maybe have a kid activation zone. So, you know, young kids get a little bit bored, you can wander over there, can go on Ferris wheels or whatever, little pedal carts or
just
something.
work it out.
We'll work it out. I'll just put more workload on it.
Brett's gonna be like a duck, isn't he? Floating on the top of the pond, and his legs are just paddling away like crazy.
So as we're saying, Brett might not be racing next year.
Yeah, and just quietly, my wife's listening at home right now.
Big shout out to Mrs. Florence.
And she'll be going, what?
Guys, thank you very much.
You, mate.
We've got the next group of cars lining up ready to come out, and they are the Group N and invited. This is the feature race for the weekend, the 50k Group N race. This is going to be absolutely massive. Looking forward to it. We'll take a quick break and be back with lots more racing to round out the afternoon. And I don't even know how many. We've got about 12 more events still to go, so we're nowhere near the end of it. Great afternoon. Where else would you rather be than Winton Motor Raceway? Back in a moment.
Good afternoon, folks. Darren Knight here to bring you the final race of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed for Group N historic touring cars. So, fantastic machines that represent the type of touring cars we ran in Australia up until the end of 1972. So we have a Group NB out there, which runs from 1959 to 1964, and then Group NC, which ran from 1965 through to the end of 1972. As I welcome back to the microphone, Darren Smith. This is the big one, the big 50k, not $50,000, but 50 kilometres. So the longest race we run for historic touring cars in the land, around 16 or 17 lap stats.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Darren. Fantastic to have you up here with this as well. No one quite knows how to call Group N races like you do, and it's
race hasn't
awesome
started yet,
to have
so
you. Elson, I'm talking you up, mate. You got to go with me on this. Absolutely, and I'm not sure whether we've explained to the racers that 50k is a distance, not
not prize money.
I got to say, race drivers will focus on the money first and foremost every single time. So we'll see how that plays out for us at the end of today. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. It is absolutely stacked with variety and speed. And I'm going to put the first one on the pole position, and that's the speed. Brad Tilley in that white Mustang takes up the front row of the grid. Right beside him, the guy that snatched the victory here last year, famously in his RX2, Peter McNiven, with Michael McChelly, a very winning driver, returning to the Group N ranks, and Josh Axford. So on the driver's right of the grid is an RX2 and an Escort, and on the other side of the grid is two Mustangs. So we've got this typically Winton battle, haven't we?
Exactly, the big and the small cars, and it would be an appropriate time now to tell you why a lot of the cars have their headlights on. That is a tribute to the late Robert Van Stockram, Hot Dog, as he was affectionately known in the club. Unfortunately, we lost Rob a couple of weeks ago. He was a Group N racer, starting out in a BMW and then a 68 Ford Mustang. A real great personality around the club and contributor to the Historic Touring Car Association of Victoria. So Rob, this one's for you, mate. The headlights are on, and I'm thinking we're going to leave the front two grid spots vacant in honour of Rob Van Stockram. All the cars have a little hot dog sticker on the back window. Nicknamed Hot Dog. He used to run a series of hot dog vans in his early business life and was a very successful businessman. So we remember Rob Van Stockram.
A nice tribute there as well. Peter Mullerman in number 43 will come out of 7th. Glenn Miles, the first of the Chargers. Then we have David Murphy. Adam Bressington in the first of the Minis. Gary Finnemore in his Mustang. David Noakes out of 12. Kirk Davis out of 13. Robert Burns out of 71. Evan Goebel out of South Australia will start out of 15th. Stephen McKay out of 16th. David Brown, the first of the Datsun 1600s, will start out of 17th. Max McKay is next on the grid. John Harrison, Phil Barrow, Dean McLaughlin, Anthony Green, Graham Hill in the blue Mini, Vic Draper, Gordon Cox, Don Knight out of 26, Christian Danicki, Les Walmsley as we look for a race start.
McNiven in the Mazda. Can he beat the Mustang off the line? Here they go, folks. The 50k Cup for historic touring cars down into turn one for the first time. Brad Tilley will take the lead narrowly in front of Peter McNiven. Michael Michelli is third, a big battle for fourth now behind Michelli. Josh Axford in the Escort has Jeff Munday, who's made a great start in the 68 model, number 68 Chevy Camaro. So Munday now attacking Axford in the Escort.
Gee, David Murphy was all at sea there. He managed to slip, slide and wobble his way down through two there and getting a ripping start there. Adrian Moyles got a good start in the ex-Hossack RX2 as well. He's jumped about 10 places. He was far rear of the grid and he's pushing pretty hard. Reminiscent of last year, Brad Tilley, what he's got to do, Darren, it's fairly obvious he's run away and hide, isn't it? Just go hard and get away from the pack.
Going to have to look after the brakes and tyres. 16 or 17 laps. It's a fairly decent distance for these cars that usually run sort of about 6 or 7 laps at most meetings around the country. So Brad, he's not going to have it all his own way. He's going to have to look after the equipment with the much lighter RX2 of McNiven, a lot easier on the components.
And Axford as well in that Escort will certainly feature as the laps start to churn on. I'm going to say we're going to get about 10 to 12 laps out of the heavier cars, and that's where their lap times will start to just slip away a little bit here. But you cannot take anything away from any one of the Tilley family. When they go to a racetrack, they go there to be fast.
Well, did you see that up on the curve?
Yeah.
Second lap, Brad Tilley really getting into it. I think I saw some air under a rear wheel there,
yes,
which is quite unusual in a Mustang. So Brad is putting the hammer down and trying to build a buffer on our second place man, Peter McNiven, in that bright red Mazda RX2 number 13.
Up across the top of the hill, there's the RX2 in the background. I can report 2.5 second lead on the opening lap of this race as Tilley decides that the runaway and hide, be the rabbit, just run away as fast as you possibly can. Great manoeuvres through the field. Have a look at this.
Evan Goebel in the XU1 going up the inside of David Noakes in the Twin Can Escort. They're trying to latch onto the tail of David Brown in the Datsun. So great battle between Goebel and the number 7 XU1. Running the trusty old Sprintmaster mags too. But David. Darren.
That'll do. Whatever you want, mate. That's
as long as it's not Mary.
It is a beautiful car. That for me, if I was going to have an XE1, is red with that black underpinning is certainly the way you do it. And yeah, getting out after David Brown in that little L series powered 1600, the venerable L1600, the Datsun 1600 with the L1600 engine in it is how many people have got their start, whether it be circuit racing or rallying in a Datsun 1600. I still think people get their start in a Datsun 1600 in rallying.
Magnificent platform that was for motorsport in a lot of categories. So we're watching at the moment the battle towards the mid-pack there. There's Brown in the Datsun 1600 Darren was talking about. Goebel in the XU1, which was presented very worthily with the best presented car yesterday. The South Australian in the XU1. What a giant killing machine that was against the big Hoeys back in the day.
Certainly were. There was a different engineering iteration. The General Motors, under the tutelage of Harry Firth, they took it up to them and took it up to Howard Marsden, in fact, in the Ford tent, and they did a pretty strong job of it. They had a very intelligent driver lineup and engineering package to back it up. There's a Humpy going through, and that is a hark back to the genuine and original days of Australian touring car racing. Great camera shot there, just watching car number 40 slide through turn 1 and 2. That's the Dean McLaughlin Datsun. And we focus on a couple of Mini Cooper S's.
That is Stephen McKay and Max McKay, so father and son running line astern there. Could be an interesting discussion around the dinner table if there's any body contact. I'm sure there won't be. Stephen McKay been racing that yellow Mini for many, many years, and Max McKay having his first steer of the ex-Adrian Reed Cooper S as Adrian Moyle goes off in the RX2. He had an unfortunate incident this morning. He contact with the Miles Charger, so Adrian Moyle having all sorts of issues trying to get the car back onto the track in that damp grass.
There he is, the number 18, a car we saw Darren Hossack really manhandle around the Group N calendar for a couple of seasons. Darren's gone back to a sports sedan, got himself an RX-7. He's running in the Victorian State Series at the moment with that particular car. But the Adrian Moore getting a hold of that car here this weekend. There's been some challenges, but he was charging from the rear of the grid and actually got up to mid-pack. Have a look at this one. This RX2, well handled, well sorted, driven absolutely brilliantly. Currently sitting second on the road. The gap to our race leader, Brad Tilley, 4.3 seconds. That can be made up later on in the race fairly quickly. If the Tilley car drops off the boil, the McNiven car won't. It'll use its brakes and tyres quite neatly indeed. Big flame out the back, synonymous with rotary-powered race cars as he cracks through a gear. Some raw fuel gets burnt in the exhaust pipe. But there's our race leader, Brad Tilley.
That car is a 289 Windsor-powered Mustang, so first-generation Mustang, but it is running to Group NC spec, so it allowed a slightly wider wheel. NC cars, the 65 to 72 cars, are allowed an 8-inch wide maximum wheel width, whereas the pre-65 cars are limited to a 6-inch wheel.
It's not a lot of rubber when you think about it. The lap times that they're turning, these cars are certainly going faster with modern machining and tyre technology, brake pad technology, all of that sort of thing. They're going faster than what they were in the day. So it's a testament to keeping these aging pieces of equipment. There's the replay.
Adrian, he's having a difficult weekend with that car. His first time behind the wheel. Usually races a 68 Chevy Camaro, and this really is chalk and cheese, isn't it? The Camaro versus the RX2. So Adrian's still getting used to the car, but I'm sure he'll get there. He's done very well in the Camaro the last couple of years.
Well, the good thing about it is that the previous owner of the car is there to help out. Good shot of the back of that HQ, chasing down from the rear of the grid.
I fear that might be Adam Bressington, perhaps, in the Cooper S. He is retiring his Mini. May not be. I just haven't got confirmation of that just yet. No, it is Bressington, unfortunately.
The 68 now pushing through. That's Jeff Mundy, and he is currently sitting back in position number 5, and he's got the Glenn Miles entry in behind him. David Murphy, Chris Stern, Peter Milliman in the beautiful all black Mustang.
David Murphy, the white XU1 on screen now, attacking the Charger of Glenn Miles. So the two Aussie 6-cylinder powered supercars getting stuck right into it. Murphy almost touching the rear bumper of Miles as they head through the twisty bits of the top end of the circuit.
You get the feel that Camaro is just wreaking havoc with these two 6-cylinders, and this is where the Camaro will come into its own, power down, run down to turn 10 down the old back straight. And just up the road is that brilliantly driven car, Josh Axford in the Escort, and Michael Michelli, who is currently sitting in position number 3.
So that's a battle for third. Michelli having his first visit to Winton in 14 years. I couldn't believe it when he told me this morning. Last raced here in a red XW Falcon Group N car. So his first time at the Mustang and his first time in 14 years here at the track. Had a great run so far, a podium this morning, and still running third at the moment. But Axford is trying to change all of that in the number 3 BDA powered Escort.
Peter McNiven is now holding Brad Tilley at 4.5 seconds, and Tilley on lap number 3 did the fastest lap of a 1:37.2. So that's a pretty good lap time in anyone's imagination. There's no one else that's gone into the 37s. In fact, McNiven in position 2, a 38 37.06, so very close to a 37. No one else in the 38s. There's a plethora of cars in the 39s and 40s. So at the moment, Brad Tilley just working in his zone of his own out there. So that's pretty cool to see him going about that at the moment. The HQ running on through there as well, getting a good run in the mid-pack.
Miles now getting very close in his Charger as he attacks the Chevy Camaro, the 5th place Chevy Camaro of Jeff Mundy. David Murphy not far behind Miles as well. The Charger, the famous 265 Hemi under the bonnet with a 4-speed, so running to E49 specs. That was a real bugbear for the Charger back in the day with the initial E37 and E38 with that lovely 3-speed gearbox. It really wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. In the slant 6, once they gave it that extra cog, it started to operate a lot more often in its preferred rev range, didn't it? That was the secret to getting that vehicle successful.
One of the issues too with the Charger was the brakes were not fantastic, or the handling. I remember speaking to the great Graham Tubby Ritter about his Bathurst one year, and he said it was quite special house.
I know Tom Norton, a guy who commentated for many, many years. He was also fairly similar comment. The chemist from Brighton.
You can substitute that word special for something else. I'll leave that to your imagination.
They did it though, didn't they? They muscled through. And they got the job done, and more often than not finished.
The great Dougie Shivers, of course, finished on the podium after a wheel nut jam, and they couldn't change the tyres, so it ran on the same tyres for the whole Bathurst race, which is quite amazing. The great Dougie Shivers, he was definitely a race car whisperer.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yep. Famous footage of him pushing the Tirana up the hill into the pits at the 1000. But hey, let's have a look at what we've got on our plate here. This is the main course here this weekend. There goes Pete McNiven, last year's winner of this race. A very well presented RX2. The stance on it is purposeful. They've managed to just sneak a little bit more ride height out of that one. The biggest problem with the RX sort of cars is that you've got to run a nice flowing exhaust, and they tend to hang pretty low, so your ride height does have to remain at a certain point of view.
So Chili's still leading from our second place man McNiven, who is starting to put a lap on some of our back markers, which could make things interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Brad Tilley now 139.24. Here's where we transition. Here it is right now. Last time round, Pete McNiven a 138.8. Brad Tilley a 139.2. So, and we go back to Josh Axford, who Michelli in front of him is now operating the 140s, and Axford is still holding on to a 139. So we've sort of crossed the abyss there with the lap times. The bigger cars just easing out a second and a half a lap, whereas the smaller cars just hanging on to their lap time over the entire race journey.
Not sure if David Brown was having an issue there, and the Datsun didn't seem to be looking at full speed, so we'll keep an eye on the white Datsun 1600 of Brown, usually one of the quickest smaller cars in this category.
Just watching coming around to the S's there into Mini gone off. Is that the Hill entry?
Richard Hill just having an excursion, but back on the track. Miles can still not find a way past Jeff Mundy. He's got a couple of car lengths lead now over Miles and the white XU1 of David Murphy. Chris Stern is right there too, now joining the battle for 5th. So Chris Stern in that 68 model Ford Mustang number 90, having his first race meeting in a couple of years. Les Wormsley, the number 99 Mark 1 GT Cortina, unfortunately copped a 30-second penalty after a yellow flag infringement this morning, so he's having to fight his way back from a little bit further down in the grid.
Battling it out there with Draper in the 1600. So this is just on the top 20. Les Wormsley gets very sideways. A bit of the hippie shake out of the Cortina there.
Well, that's a tank slapper and a half for Les.
Ever. Absolutely, and if anyone's going to catch it, it's going to be Les, that's for sure.
Extremely talented driver, of course, very quick in a Charger in years gone by, and club champion. The car is still weaving around, so
Ooh, I hope he hasn't got a deflating tyre.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like that, doesn't it? The car is all over the place, and Vic Draper getting a run on him now in the Datsun 1600, but he's on the outside. Can he sweep around in front of Les? Les says, no, mate, not happening. He's hanging around there, Vic Draper. He's keeping the boot in, challenging the Cortina, and now has the inside run down into the bottom part of the circuit, and Vic Draper may pull off a very neat pass, Darren.
Does too, pulls the inside. Les Walmsley's having nothing of it. He's going to dive bomb it into turn 11. Vic Draper, you get the feeling now, just needs to point it in a straight line, and the Datsun should have the wood on the Ford down the straight here. We get a good look now at our race leader. He's gobbling up car number 21. That's Graham Hill in the Mini. And you wonder if we had a bit of precipitation, and we're not going to get that this year, but Graham Hill would certainly have been not found down in the 20s or the mid-teens there. He would have been in P1, 2 or 3. David Brown has now rolled into pit lane, so your call was right there, Darren. I think he was hoping that whatever the issue is was going to go away. He did an extra lap, but has gone back into the pits. Great to see. Glenn Miles is still battling on.
David Murphy in the XU1 has got past the Miles Chargers, so keep an eye on the number 101 white XU1, folks, of David Murphy, now up into 6th place and trying to track down that number 68 model Chevy Camaro of Jeff Mundy.
Have a look at this. Brad Tilley has just responded, and he's done a 38 dead. So he was languishing in the 39s. He's responded and held the gap just under 5 seconds to Pete McNiven. Great to see he's taken some learnings from 12 months ago here, and this battle is alive and well. This is exactly what the Tiranas were bought out of the factory to do. Homologation type of car, the GTR XU1, and that was to be strong at the end of the stint.
It's amazing when you think about the XU1 that it grew from the Vauxhall Viva.
Yes, yeah, and
at one
inside,
point, Murphy
through nicely.
David Murphy now into 5th place in the XU1. So for once we didn't do the commentator's kiss of death talking about the XU1, and he's made the move, Darren.
Well, yeah, and I guess we're talking about the Vauxhall there as well. There's a Tirana or a HB Tirana. It goes off Murphy.
Well, there it is.
There it is, right there. Yeah, there's a HB Tirana, which for all intents and purposes was a direct overture from the Vauxhall, so they did extend through them, and the Vauxhalls were a pretty mean thing in the European touring car world back in the day as well.
Not quite stock standard in those days. Yeah. So that's disappointing there for Murphy, but he'll be fighting back, no doubt, just running wide there, catching a bit of grass, so he's now got the sights refocused on that Camaro of Jeff Mundy. He must be getting sick of looking at the back of it after getting in front there briefly.
I guess Miles is getting a bit sick of looking at the back of the Tirana too. He gave him a short back and sides about 3 or 4 laps ago. Now he's had to look at the back of the Lion badge on the back of that car. Here's the replay. Up at tank, drove down the inside nicely, and got to hand it to Monday though. There he just allowed the race to continue. Could have got nasty, but chose not to. The 22 Cortina now just moving out of the way.
Chris Stern in the Mustang has got past Miles in the Charger, so the Charger bugbear of brakes perhaps rearing its head now for Glenn Miles in the number 16 mustard coloured Charger. So Chris Stern now up into 6th place in the number 90 Mustang.
Here comes Peter Muehlman sporting the Alan Moffat famous number 43 on the side of his Mustang, and he's just gone wide at the sweeper there, so he's helped himself off there. Big plume of dust coming out of Pete Muehlman's car. A fearsome competitor, great driver is Peter Muehlman, but just did himself absolutely no favours whatsoever. Just hearing a protesting set of tyres.
That is Max McKay. He has spun the number 38 Mini. Looks like it's a little bit hot too on the exit of the S's coming onto the old front straight, just trying to get the car going again, but a bit of steam coming out from underneath its diminutive bonnet.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. They don't hold a whole lot of water in them once they start to get hot like that. McNiven goes through. We've got a couple more cars that have just made their way into the pits, and one of them was Les Walmsley. So that's a shame. Les has found that couldn't press on any further. The issue with his car, as we have yellow flags covering the Mini parked just off the ultimate racing line, but you never can tell after turns 1 and 2 which is the ultimate racing line if you go side by side through that part of the track. There's our race leader, Brad Tilley, and we are on the final journey around here in the 2025 50k race.
Well, my arithmetic wasn't too great because we're going to get about 12 laps, not 16 or 17.
Yeah, so it's not going to go the full 5-0 either. It is still a race, and that is for sure. The gap is now under 4 seconds, so McNiven has certainly stamped his authority on the latter part of this race, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be the fairy tale finish like it was in 2024.
Nevertheless, a great performance from McNiven to get the Rotary up there in second place. Brad Tilley, though, what a performance in the number 28 Ford Mustang. Absolute clean sweep of the racing today. Brad Tilley takes out the win in the 50k Cup for Group N Historic Touring Cars. A great drive, superbly prepared car too. Has been running for many, many years. The Tilleys actually built this car to start with for Bob Cox. Then Bob hung up the helmet. Brad now taking on the driving duties in the number 28 and is really cleaning up in spectacular fashion. The little 289 wins are certainly working very hard and did the business this weekend. So 2 from 2 for Brad Tilley. McNiven was second. And Michael Michelli, another podium in his return to the circuit. No, Josh Axford, in fact, got up past Michelli on that final lap. Right at the flag. So what a drive from Josh Axford, the little BDA Escort, the South Australian, finishing on the podium.
Yeah, certainly one to watch there, Josh Axford, coming charging home at the line there, so getting on the podium. What a mix of cars, though, Daz, on the podium. A Mustang, an RX-2 and an Escort. You know, the Fords have got it, but I tell you what, when you put a 4-cylinder in the mix there, that makes it very interesting.
And who doesn't like a well-performing Escort, Darren? Getting pretty expensive now.
Yeah. Very cool coming through the forest. I tell you what, a BDA with Webbers on it, coming through the forest.
Well, of course, in England now, Bora Motorworks, I think they're called, they're producing a brand new Mustang Escort licensed by Ford, completely computer designed with a carbon fibre body shell. It's going to be about 800 grand. So it's amazing that the demand is still there for Escorts, and soon you'll be able to buy a brand new one.
So that rounds it out for 2025 for the Group N Historic Touring Car races. The drivers just waving to the flaggers and trackside marshals in appreciation for all of the work that our volunteer officials do right around the track. And again, a race for the ages. This time Brad Tilley, I guess, grabs back the honour that he dropped off last year, and Pete McNiven has to look at the 2024 trophy and say, well, I did do it last year, I'll take second place this year, and I dare say we'll be back for more in 2026, as all of our cars have now taken the checkered flag. The DNFs to Walmsley, Burns, and a couple of others there as they retired throughout the race. Good shots of Miles's car, and he got home ultimately in 8th place there as well. Darren Knight, thank you very much for your time right throughout the Group N's here today. Historic Touring Cars and Invited, and been fantastic to have you with all your expertise on this category.
Thank you, Darren. Of course, we'll have more Group N Historic Touring Car action at the Equity One Sandown Historics in November. So second week in November, folks, after the Melbourne Cup week. So that is always a fantastic meeting. We don't know how lucky we are to have a racetrack right in the middle of suburbia. It's quite unique the world over to have a racetrack that close to the population. Always a fantastic meeting put on by the VHRR. That's the Equity One Sandown Historics, second weekend in November.
You're sticking around, mate. We've got one more race to go here with the Group A's and Group C's. They'll be on track next. We're going to take a much-needed break between now and when those cars roll out. We'll be back live at the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025 in just a few moments. Great time to get yourself over to the fence or squash yourself up quite up close to your computer monitor, your camera, your phone, your big screen TV, wherever you're soaking up the magnificent Festival of Speed here at Winton for 2025. This is one of the ones you do not want to miss as we trackside start to see people pushing their way up to the fence. It is well worth making yourself known right up on the front row of the spectator area to watch these cars going around. Heritage touring cars and invited for all those at home pretty much means Group C and Group A cars, and it is a very much a top-notch field out there. The question I'm going to pose to the resident expert Darren Knight here is that in the first time in history, can an RX-7 take 4 from 4 with Elliot Barber at the wheel of this Yellow Pages car?
You never know. He certainly looked to have the pace this weekend in that car owned by Kerry McMahon, which is on the market. Been spruiking it all weekend.
Yeah,
so
you're getting some comms out of that, are you?
Not yet. We'll see. But Elliot Barber doing a great job being invited to drive the RX-7. Well, of course, Elliot, we know from his Trans Am duties these days. Started well last weekend, but unfortunately was mixed up with a few bit of panel crunching, which does occasionally happen with the Trans Am, but doing a great job. And he's certainly bringing that form this weekend in the unfamiliar Group C environment of the RX-7. He beat Chris Stilwell this morning. So the short straight's not really working to the Sierra's advantage. Of course, at Sandown and Phillip Island, it's a different story. Let that little hairdryer spool up on the side of that fantastic twin-cam Ford engine. Nevertheless, doing a great job.
Elliot Barber will start from pole. Chris Stilwell right alongside him in position number 2. It's the Walkinshaw of Adrian Elsey that is next. Stephen Exisa in the VH Commodore, and it is a rolling start. David Toe is next in the black BMW. Anthony Tencat from Queensland down for the weekend, starting out of 6th. Glenn Gerstle, Justin Nilsson in the Turbo Extra. Don Demetriadis from New South Wales with Dean Howe right next. Tread Harrison, Pete Zebras will start out of position number 12. Red lights are on. This will be a rolling start. Anthony Sorford, Cole Spender, Carl Muller, Gavin Adamson, Trevor Schumack, right down to Jacob Curry at the back of the field. The RX-7 gets nice start there. They've got to keep each other neat and tidy.
Chris Stilwell slides into second to the Caltex here, but a battle for third here between Steve Axisa in the VH Commodore. Adrian Alesi will probably cover him off down into the old turn 1 and does. So Adrian Alesi in third, Axisa back to fourth. Good to see Trevor Schumack on screen now in the BMW Super Tourer, joining back into the racing action after the car went off in this morning's race and then went into limp mode when it went onto the grass, so that's why Trevor did not finish this morning's race.
Jacob Curry also pushing hard from the rear in the Green's Tough Falcon, but it is what we've seen. The car number 30 leads them away. David Toe looking to the inside of Exisa now down at Watertower. There's the 635 CSI. It's starting to bunch up there as well, and the ex-Emery Treasure car there with Ian Ross at the wheel. He's forcing his way back up through the field after those gearbox issues earlier on this weekend.
Carl Muller back out there also in his ex-Laurie Nelson V6 Capri. Had an excursion onto the fairly bumpy infield this morning, ripped the front splitter off the Mark III Ford Capri. So good to see Crazy Carl back out there.
I'm sure he appreciates the tag you've given him there, Daz.
Well, he's the exact opposite, so that's why I'm calling him that. He's a very measured man.
It's very Australian, isn't it? Like Shorty is generally 6'6".
Someone with red hair is Bluey.
Yeah, there we go. No problem with any nicknames at the moment other than winningest, and that is Elliot Barber. He's given a really good first lap, and he's given himself 3.1 second lead. Gee, have a look at him working at the wheel there. Great to see the gloves up in the air there. Tipped it in, didn't quite have the grip there, had a double dip at it. Those white wheels haven't even been dusted up throughout this weekend. He's hardly even had to use the brake, but Chris Stilwell is now into position number 2. It's the Walkinshaw that has pushed its way through. There's the Pete Zebras car, the ex-Bob Jane T-Mart's entry, and we look right back down through the field. Up the inside, Schumacher goes on. Ian Ross puts the The big Falcon down one spot there. Car number 49 just disappears back one spot there, and Ian Ross was up as high as 13th. Zebras just up the road from him as well, but Schumacher takes that position back. Back to the front we go. This is the start of the race. No harm, no foul, actually. That was good racing. Everybody yielded, gave each other just the right amount of room. Great to see Dean Howe pushing through in the 635 CSI there as well. And we see 4-cylinder versus V8.
Anthony Tencardi in the X1 Cullen VH Commodore having a battle there with David Toe in the number 44 M3 BMW, the last of the JPS M3s built by Frank Gardner's team, as Elliot Barber continues to lead in the RX-7. That little rotary working its way down the front straight. Handy lead now over Stilwell in the Sierra. Adrian Alsey, in fact, has got past Stilwell there, so not much between the Walkinshaw and its arch enemy, the Cosworth Sierra.
That screaming 13B rotary down into turn 3, followed by the rumble of the V8, the spooling up turbo, 4-cylinder also there in the mix. This is a great race, and that car just going through there as well, a local vehicle or locally entered vehicle in the Touring Car Championship all those years ago, as Daz just alluded to, the magnificent ex-Jim Richards 635 CSI, Pete Zebras there. And Trevor Schumacher now, he's dispensing with one after another in the E36 Super Tourer.
Craig Foster in the little rear-wheel drive Corolla Coupe there, giving a bit of curry to Ian Ross in the ex-Mike Emery XD Falcon. Cole Spender, the twin cam Escort. Adam Workman in the little, Gavin Addison in the little country dealer team built Gemini.
There was a few of them back in the day, wasn't there? They made up about 15 of the, I'm going to say, sort of from about 48 through to 55, 56 on the grid.
Usually the choice was the Isuzu PF60. That was a bit hotter than your usual Sandpiper Gemini we got out here.
That's right. And look at this. This is what you like to see. This is again another David versus Goliath type of battle. Ian Ross taking on the car number 90. Of Foster, and it's really cool to see these sort of battles. Craig Foster is definitely driving very, very well. The Toyota Works livery emblazoned on his car.
Toyota Team Australia dominated the small car class back in the early days of that era. That's a rear-wheel drive Corolla, of course, made way for the famous front-wheel drive hatch, and that was one of the cars that was unfortunately caught up in the big hailstorm on the top of the mountain in 1987. The Toyotas were running 1 and 2, were just killing it in their class, and then they hit that hailstorm and they both went off literally within metres of each other. Of course, driven by a fantastic series such as the great Drew Price, John Smith, of course.
Yep.
Absolutely guns.
I think John Faulkner was still driving for them as well.
Would have been young John Faulkner in those days.
Young JF. G'day, young JF. He's probably watching on, actually. He's still involved in the sport. As Ian Ross, a guy that works extremely hard, the chairman of the organising committee for this particular event. He switches off on Friday morning and goes into a race driver mode and hopes he's put all the work in place here. But this is the Mike Emery. This was, I'm going to say, extreme privateer land.
Yep, absolutely clear white flanks, and that's because you must present these cars as they raced, so you can't put your own modern sponsors on them, and Mike was doing it all basically out of his own pocket, Mike Emery.
The RX-7 just blasting up the hill there, flames out the back there, spectacular. I love a bit of flame. The car goes 5% faster when the flames are out the back.
Is that where the nickname Rice Burner came from?
Yeah, let's call it that, yep. Yeah, certainly the Rice Burner at the moment is showing the way, a 6.5 second lead, and the last lap board will be shown to him next lap around, and for all intents and purposes, this has been a good weekend for this guy. Elliot Barber's driving very nicely indeed. I guess it's nice to put last weekend behind him and come here to the sunny middle of northeastern Victoria and drive someone else's car and to some victories. really does pump your tyres up as a race car driver if you're coming off a tough weekend to have a ripping one the weekend later. And he's driving very, very well. His car placement has been fantastic, and I bet you he's enjoying the nimble, lightweight RX-7, being able to turn the wheel and it respond automatically to your inputs.
Nigel Bowling has done a fantastic job on the setup of that RX-7. Kerry McMahon absolutely rapt with the way the car is handling. Here's the battle for second place. This will go right down to the flag. Adrian Alsi in the Commodore versus Chris Stilwell in the Sierra.
And this is something that would have happened many, many times in the Australian Touring Car Championship. VL Walkinshaw versus a Sierra, and I'm going to say it's probably going to be Alan Grice in a works. HSV, the Telecom Mobile Net outfit, I would suggest it would have been. But on our final journey here with Elliot Barber, this is alive and well too. This is definitely a ripping drive by Trevor Schumacher. He's come up onto the back of Dean Howe in the 635 CSI. And these guys are fighting it out for P10.
Yeah, so that's the Group C version of the 635 that, of course, went on to win the championship in Group A form in 1985. This was the first of the JPS 635s imported for Alan Grice Racing and then taken over by Frank Gardner, and Jimmy Richards replaced Gricey. Trent Harrison in the Alfa. Of course, that car was racing right here, Winton, 40 years ago, for the first round of the Australian Touring Car Championship. 1985, Colin Bond and Alan Jones had a pretty rough weekend. Jones, he had a flat after 2 laps. Bondi had a spin, so they were really up against it with the V8 opposition.
Great to see the car still motoring around. There it is, the 43. And you can tell the Group C version because it's got almost rude extension arches on the guards, hasn't it? Checkered flag, and it has been given to Elliot Barber. Takes 4 from 4. There's not too many drivers, Darren Knight, that can say I took 4 from 4 over a weekend. That's a hat-trick plus 1.
Adrian Alsi was second at the flag, just got home in front of the Cosworth Sierra of Chris Stilwell. Steve Axisa, another fantastic drive next. Scotty Taylor, Kevin Kennedy. VH Commodore was 4th. David Toe was 5th in the M3. Anthony Dencardi was 6th in a Commodore. Then Glenn Gerstle and the Fred Geisler Commodore, number 7, finishing in 7th. Justin Nilsson up into 8th in the Nissan Pulsar Exa Turbo. Don Dimitriadis next. Lanesvale Smash Repairs VL. Trevor Schumacher rounding out the top 10, just getting home in front of that very 635 BMW we were talking about of Dean Howe from Peninsula BMW Service. Dean, a long time BMW man. It's great to see him bring out that unique Group C 635.
Yeah, absolutely applaud him for doing so. Really cool looking car. A great field of heritage touring cars, Group A's and Group C's, making their way to Winton Motor Raceway. Sadly, we wave goodbye to these cars until next year. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to catch them at a historic event coming up at an event nearby you in the not too distant future. Of course, November sees historic Sandown, so that will be a good place to get along to as well and see some more of this sort of racing. For those interested, I've just been informed in the back channels here that events open next week. So if you jump on Wednesday, you'll be able to get your entry in for November. So there you go. There's a good bit of inside running, isn't it, Darren? The way these fields fill up so quickly these days, you got to get on. You got to be well organised a few months in advance, don't you?
Certainly do. So that's the Equity One Sandown Historic, second weekend of November. Get your entries in.
Thank you, Darren Knight, for all of your expertise over Group N, Group C and Group A. Formula Ford is next on our program as we go into Group S straight after that. Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Car Sprint, historic sports sedan sprint. MGN invited British cars out for their final race for the weekend. Alfa Romeo for their final race for the weekend. M&O Sp and Formula V's will have their 440 race start, and the 944s will be the final race on today's program starting at 5 o'clock. We'll be back with Formula Fords in just a moment. Formula Ford, this category has been the one that has made many, many stars right throughout the history of Formula Ford internationally. It still has a massive relevance with the Australian Formula Ford Championship and, of course, the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, part of the State Series here in Victoria, as we head all the cars out on track right now. And it is a great grid, and we have had some really very strong racing, as we expect from Formula Fords every time they hit the track, and cars are making their way around on the warm-up lap now, and it is going to be exactly as they lined up earlier on today. Nick McBride with Andrew Reid right alongside. Andrew did a terrific job, led most of the race this morning, but succumbed on the last journey around the Winton Motor Raceway to finish second, which is absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. Jack Clifford finished in third place, and a fighting push by Richard Davison saw him put car number 3 into position number 4. John Gregg will start out of position number 5, Evan Farrell in position number 6, Bryce Rogers out of 7, Neil Richardson. Then we go to Andrew Torty from Queensland. So he's got a long journey home at the end of this weekend, but currently 9th starting this race. William Faulkner out of position number 10, car number 95. Sean Whelan out of 11. Glenn Woodford out of 12. Malcolm Osler, who's fighting pretty hard to get the Lola inside the top 10. He'll start out of 13th. Paul Faulkner out of 14th. Dean Koutsamides, the Equity One man himself, www.equity-1.com.au. He will start out of 15. Eric Bellamy, Matthew Scott, Craig DeGattardi, and Job Baker, Ben Rawson, Richard McQuarrie, Grant Walker, Matt Beale, Andrew McGuinness. Watch for car number 2 at the rear of this grid, and Chris O'Connor. No Andrew McGuinness. I'm just being waved down here by Tom Reed, who has made his way back into the booth. Tom, final race for the weekend, and your dad, Andrew, sitting on the front row of the grid. What was his thoughts after leading about 80% of the race this morning?
Yeah, final time for Formula Ford this weekend at the Winton Festival of Speed. It's been great racing yesterday and this morning. He was pretty, I'll say, dejected after that race. Really wanted to win it. A slight error on the last lap probably cost him a little bit of time, but his attention turns to the final race starting on the outside of the front row. Jack Clifford behind him on the inside. So watch these 3 battle all race long, hopefully.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is the variety of equipment. Yeah, they're all Formula Fords, but we've got a Swift, we've got a Van Diemen, we've got a Reynard in those front 3 cars as we go into the starters' hands, ready for a race start.
So here we go. 5-second board being displayed. Revs rising for the final Formula Ford race, and it's lights out. And a beautiful first conversion from Nick McBride, but a great second phase from Reid. Oh, and Jack Clifford's gone for a massive moment off the outside of 2. The right rear has come loose on that car. Reid challenging down the inside at turn 3 and can't get that move done, but we will see a safety car called very shortly for the stricken Reynard and Jack Clifford. Very sorry sight at the exit of turn 2.
That's not good at all. It looks like he's bent the right-hand rear wheel. The wishbone has come away there. The toe out is very, very relevant. You do like a bit of toe out, but not that much. That's about 1.5 foot of toe out on the back of that car. So let's hope we can attend to this car in the quickest possible manner. And we have got McBride leading Reid as we get down the tank for the first time. And we continue on. Richard Davison is looking pretty racy there as well. And the race does continue on.
So racing to the safety car at the moment. No
Wait,
thing
actually
called
not,
yet. And
no safety car. I don't think we're
just
going to go.
been called.
Yep.
I can see a flag marshalling point.
So, yes, it is gone yellow on the timing screen. So
Here's a replay of that incident, and yeah, the right rear just departing from the 87 Reynard. So it would probably be a part failure, I assume, on that car, because Steve Dowling, who owns it, does a very good job at maintaining it.
Yeah, I think he hit the brakes then, and it was all over.
Just
wasn't
went
it?
straight away. Yeah.
It snapped something in the right rear suspension and sort of forklifted off. It sort of took rear steer action and came off the track. Let's hope we can just hook this car up. It's going to be onto a flat toe, so this is going to. But yeah, that was quite pretty evident, wasn't it? And well, what was interesting was the interlocking wheels between our first two protagonists, and that is McBride and Reed.
The nose cone just in the back of shot there of one of the FC White Van Diemen's coming off.
So not even a lap completed, and McBride now sits in the lead of this race, albeit behind the Racer Industries safety car. And they're going on to the plateau, so it will be a bit of an elongated recovery to get this Formula Ford race back underway. It's only a short, sharp journey anyway, 15-minute race, and we're already ticking over at 10 minutes. So we're going to see the best part of 3 or 4 more minutes getting that car up onto the tilt tray, but a very, very dejected Jack Clifford just getting in the front seat of the tow truck there at the moment. That's a shame.
It's a big shame for him. He's been having a fantastic weekend. He qualified on pole by nearly 0.4 of a second over Nick McBride, which is a pretty good effort. And yeah, he's been in that top 3 battle all weekend long, and he was probably hoping for a decent finish to it. But unfortunately, that thing is being loaded back up onto the flatbed, probably scraping the bottom of the car on.
I'm not sure what's happening with our timing at the moment, but it is a little bit confused because it's showing McBride and Reed outside the top 14 at the moment. So hopefully we can get the timing glitches out of the way before we go racing again here this afternoon.
So field behind the safety car. I'll quickly run you through the order on screen. It's McBride, Reed, Davison, Evan Farrell, fantastic job, Johnny Greig, Will Faulkner, Neil Richardson, Glenn Woodford, Sean Whelan, Andrew Tordy. Then we go back to Malcolm Osler. Then our equity one-man himself, Dean Koutsamidis, who's been chipping his way forward. But I'd just like to give a quick shout-out to Evan Farrell in the FA car, doing a fantastic job in the top 5.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it? The cars certainly represent different eras, but that number 342 is it is, I'm going to say, lacking in technology as far as suspension is concerned. Certainly the onboard suspension or outboard suspension is what is the distinct difference between those, and they certainly made the dynamics of the car completely different when they advanced the chassis work and the suspension work with Formula Fords. So yeah, really cool to see Evan Farrell doing such a tremendous job there.
Car in the back of the shot there is Bryce Rogers in the ex-Peter Verheyen car, and that is beautifully presented, but unfortunately he's lost the nose cone. I'm pretty sure that happened on the run into the turn 1-2 chicane.
Lights are out now on the safety car. That's a good bit of work by the recovery crews to pick up that car and get it back into a safe zone. So Jack Clifford, the Dowling Motorsport entry, Reynard 87F there. And the one we were just touching on, the car currently sitting back in this top 5, the 342 Evan Farrell, the Lola T340. So a great piece of kit. We're back racing here as well with 7.5 minutes remaining in this one.
So restart time, McBride holding the lead over Reed down into turn 1 out of 2. These guys line astern. Reed will have perhaps a dive under brakes here into turn number 3 if we stay with this shot, and no, he thinks better about it, but he's got to get this move done sooner rather than later, otherwise McBride will most likely skip away with this motor race.
McBride's done a beautiful job heading into turn 1 that time, not crowding the corner, but just holding the corner for himself there. And Reed really had no other objective other than to just stick in behind here. So this is where Nick McBride is using all of that racecraft. It's not, you're not holding the corner for yourself, you're just not allowing anyone else to slot it in there. So Nick's been very good with his car placement all this weekend.
Yeah, he's very switched on racing. Down the inside there goes Grant Walker on Eric Bellamy. Yet to see if he got that move completed, but the top 3 remain the same. Richard Davison running third, just holding off the FA car of Evan Farrell. Reed still about 2 car lengths off the back of Nick McBride here for P1 and 2. So 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. These two will hopefully dice the whole race long. And out of the final corner, it's still the same margin of about 3 car lengths, and then further back is Richard Davison still. Johnny Greig, big shout out to him, running P5. He qualified 15th, which he said he was happy, but I think he'd be absolutely delighted at the moment.
Still not sure what's going on with the official timing screen at the moment, because it is showing our race leaders right down the back of the field there. So I don't think there's been any penalties handed out that could be a time relegation. They all seem to get away from the start at the same time. So hopefully this glitch in our timing, if indeed it is that, but at the moment on track, this is where the leaders are at, and at the moment it is McBride who's got a clean set of heels. He's got himself the, I'm going to say, the biggest lead in Formula Ford for the entire weekend right now. Yeah,
once he gets into clear air, he just puts his head down and drives away, and that's one of his traits that he does so well. A look at Malcolm Osler and the 2 Ellery Motorsport cars of Andrew Tordy and Dean Koutsamides there, running further down the field. I can't really give you an accurate guide as to what position they are, because our timing screen is all over the place. It's showing Sean Whelan in the race lead, which isn't true. I think he's running around about 10th position there.
Yeah, there's definitely a timing glitch here in the timing and scoring realm at the moment. Just showing our race leaders down the bottom end of the field at the moment, but certainly we know it's different, because for Reed and McBride, Reed Davison is certainly the top 3 on track. There is a board out being shown, so we don't have any communication with the officials to know what that is informing us of. So maybe it is a start line infringement.
It's still being shown now, so perhaps it's for a car further down in the field. I'm not sure how long they show it for.
Possibly. Let's just get on with the race. We're watching out in front here now. There's really a short, sharp race going on here. 4 minutes is the distance here, and at the moment, McBride has pretty the McMoment. Yep. Yeah, there's that a new product. The McBride car driving away very, very nicely indeed. Just a little squirrel under brakes there. You saw the hand come up just to catch the car. In Formula Ford land, it can quite often be a tactic to slide the car, get a bit of opposite lock to aid the car in braking and to position itself in the straight line for exiting the corner. So sometimes it looks like the car's slipped out of control, but it's actually a strategy to get the car through the corner faster.
It's part of Nick's driving style as well, which is different to some others. He has the car on edge all the time, and that's how he's able to make so much speed in his FB89 Swift. He just did the fastest lap of the race last time by at a 30 dead. Reed 1 second behind that at 31.0. Those 2 guys quickest out on track, and you can see the margin there through the final corner that Nick's just been able to extend a massive gap. So through 1 and 2, 3 minutes to go on the clock for the final race of Formula Ford at the Winton Festival of Speed. And there's not a whole lot of action between the top 2 guys, but you turn your attention back to this battle between Richard Davison and Will Faulkner, who qualified 5th, I believe, on Saturday morning, and he's just been chipping his way forward after an average first race. He came into the pits thinking there was an issue with the car, then was sent straight back out, and now he's challenging for that final podium position, just behind Richard Davison there in his RF89 Van Diemen. So it's Swift, Van Diemen, Van Diemen, Van Diemen, and then a Lola running 5th. McBride cruising away with this race. through the right-hander onto the old back straight. The car looks pretty planted. Just behind there is Reed, and then behind that gaggle, like I talked about, was the battle between Richard Davison and Will Faulkner. Still down the back straight we go. McBride holding it deep under brakes there. Little lock up from the rear axle. Nice and controlled from him. And that gap is still extending this time by. Nick does a 29.7 in race conditions, which is lightning fast. Big lock up there from Paul Faulkner. Down the inside goes Bryce Rogers, and these two are battling throughout the tail of the field. Bryce, unfortunately, with that nose cone that came adrift. Will Faulkner down the inside. This is for P3, and he has nearly held on to that position. Davison back around the inside, can't hold on to it, so Faulkner up to P3. An amazing drive from him, considering his circumstances earlier on in the weekend. Evan Farrell just behind there, by far the quickest FA spec car.
Yeah, I guess all we can do in the here and now is go off our timing screen. And it's saying that Malcolm Osler is leading the way. Torty, Koutsoumitis, Walker, Bellamy, Rogers, Faulkner, Scott, Whelan, DeCatati, Rawson, Baker, McClory, Beale, McBride. I'll stop there because actually on fact on track it's McBride, Reed, Davison. I'm just trying to get information from the Clark course to see if we are experiencing a timing glitch, or there has actually been some sort of nuance of penalty that has been handed out to, I'm going to say, the first 10 cars on track in this race, which should be a very interesting dynamic indeed.
Yeah, quite a bizarre circumstance going on, but we just got to press on with what we can see on screen at the moment, and it's McBride across the line. We will get 2 laps remaining. Will Faulkner there on screen, sliding his way through turn number 11. Evan Farrell trying to close on Richard Davison, but can't quite get a move done, can't quite get close enough to the rear of that Van Diemen.
There's our race leader now, picking him up, heading down between 3 and 4. Doing a very handy job here indeed at the moment is Nick McBride, just ticking off the boxes, and he has done a 129.7. There's no one else that's even dipped below a 131 out there at the moment, and the 131 has been done by Andrew Reid in his Van Diemen, and he's second in this race.
So Nick is by far the quickest driver here. We've just ticked below the 0 minute mark, so next time by will either be a last lap board or a checkered flag. Will Faulkner driving away here from Richard Davison, although he is keeping in contact with Will's car, sliding on the exit of the right-hander there. Just behind these guys is Johnny Greig in his Reynard. So looking at Andrew Reid here through onto the new part of the circuit, running a very comfortable P2. I think only a safety car would have brought this group together. I don't think he's going to catch Nick by the end of this race.
There it is, getting the last lap board at the start-finish line. So that is being given to Nick McBride, so we have to assume that that is a timing glitch. So he's the first one to see it, and Reid the second one to see it. So what we're actually seeing is completely different here in timing, and it just goes to show, Tom, doesn't it, how much we rely on timing, and when something doesn't quite match what we're watching on TV or on the screens around in the commentary booth here, and people watching on around the world via the live stream, it does get a little bit interesting, that is for sure. So at the moment we are definitely on the last lap, and our race leader is looking to make a very good sweep here this weekend, and that is Nick McBride.
So I can tell you that the battle that was just on screen between Andrew Torty and Dean Koutsoumitis was for position 9 and down, just counting the cars as they go past the window on track. This is the battle for the final podium position, though. Will Faulkner still holding on from Richard Davison, who looks like he's on the charge during this last lap.
Nick McBride now up to turn 11, and this has been a sweet weekend. And there goes McBride. And here is Andrew Reid, car 2 on the road. The white car just up the road from him is where our race leader is. And get a good shot of Andrew Reid. There's the checkered flag, so glad we pressed on, Tom, and didn't watch the timing screens because they're telling a completely different story. But Nick McBride takes the second race win for today, and Andrew Reid slides into second place. But that was the best part of 6-second win there for Nick McBride. Andrew Reid just acknowledging the fans around the track there as well, giving them a big wave. Just living the dream. Just signing some autographs before putting the car into the trailer, I'm sure, Tom.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Grant Walker coming across the line there for what I assume is around about position 13. Hard to tell as there is no timing in front of us that is accurate. Bryce Rogers there limping his car home without that nose cone. Sean Whelan just behind the South Aussie, and then Eric Bellamy just behind those guys. But that has been Formula Ford for the Winton Festival of Speed. Pretty good racing throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and right through the field, FAF, BFC, they've all had terrific races. You've got to hand it to Nick McBride, though. He has really grabbed the category by the scruff of the neck, and he's giving it a really good shake. Well done to Adrian Reid, and also well done to Richard Davison for continuing the big hard push there with Luke Gallery and that crew in his corner as well. So, Tom Reid, thank you very much for all of your support, and well done on debut in the Formula Ford as well, Tom. You really should be proud of yourself, and I bet you are going to go and work away night and day to try and make sure you can secure a receipt for a little bit more ongoing, hey?
I might have to pinch someone's white car later on, I reckon.
Well, you've got one in the shed,
Yeah.
you reckon you can get a hold of?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. Good luck with that. Tom, thank you very much, mate. It's absolute appreciate you being here. You'll be at you'll be at Sandown in a couple of weeks' time for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we look forward to that on the 22nd and 23rd of August, and it will be a ripping time at Sandown. Plenty still to go here today at the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. Group S cars lined up in the pit lane. I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back with the Group S's in a few minutes' time. Group S cars on track now, and they always grab our attention, these magnificent sports cars from all over the world. You think of a place where a sports cars come from, and we'll have one of them on track. Broad strokes, we've got things out of Europe, Germany, Italy. The North American muscle / sports cars represented very, very nicely indeed. Something again, as we expect at this particular event. Shelby car there of Terry Lawler, who has been absolutely massive here this weekend. Emma Dean and Ross Jackson join us here in the commentary booth for all the expert comments on Group S. Guys, this has been a terrific weekend at Group S racing.
Hasn't it just, Darren? Thanks for welcoming me. I went to the garages after race 2, and the guys were all just standing in a circle laughing and yelling at each other. They had a great time out there this morning.
That's what we do. That's what we do in Group S. We stand and laugh and yell at each other.
Well, Ross, it must be a great group to be a part of, honestly. But what we saw in the last race was a sandwich of Porsches and Corvettes, which was phenomenal, because you got that straight line speed of the Corvettes and the superior braking of the 911s. Bias much, yes, but it's a fact.
So Doug Barber will lead us away out of pole position. Joe Di in car number 2 will jump away from the front row as well, and it is going to be Germany versus the USA as we head down into turn number 1. Jeff Morgan and Ray Arkwood, same dynamic really as we head down into turn 1 there as well. Car number 6, Hung Do, has just gone back a little bit in this one. He'll start out at 12, but it'll be Alex Webster. And I've got to say, guys, I'm sort of looking to you. I hope you guys are caught up with Alex, because he sort of maintained station in the race earlier today. He had a huge charge through the pack yesterday, but looking forward to seeing if he can start to get further forward than 5th on the grid.
What's going to be fascinating is the start here, because you've got on the one side, on the pole sitters side, 3 Porsches lined up one behind the other, and next to them 3 Corvettes lined up one against. So it's going to be an interesting entry into turn 1.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be the dedicated hard dragging machines coming from driver's right, isn't it? And the ones that are going to get through turn 1 flat and fast on driver's left.
How good's the visual of the grid though?
Yes, yeah,
God.
yeah, it really is. Terry Lawler will come out of 8th, John Floyd out of 9. Tom Wallstab in that behemoth of a Porsche, he'll come out of position number 10. Don Bartley, Hung Do, as I mentioned, he'll come out of 6, and I'm actually looking to Hung towards the end of this race to start to grab some spots there in the Datsun. John Geest, Andrew Wilson, James Ashby, Ryan Koenig, Brian Weston, Paul Hogan out of 18th. Tammy Hotz in the New South Welshman driver in there as well. In car number 70, Scott Farquharson, Chris Ralph in the MG, he'll start out at 21. Peter Kaiser, Gordon Bunyan, Dale Ashby, Jay Murphy, Rowan Hodges, Greg Prudster, and away we go. Who wins the run down to turn 1?
And it's horsepower.
It is too. Have a look at that. This is what has been needed all weekend long. Someone to head off Doug Barber, and it'll be Joseph De Bertoli that does it. And that could be the decisive move of the race. He can make this Stingray very, very wide indeed.
Oh, look, that's a great start. Clean, good start by the entire field. We're missing Damien Meyer, who's sadly had to put the MG away, and also Perry Spiritus, but the rest of the field out there doing the great show off the line that Group S is renowned for.
Corvette up to the water tower, holds the line into the side there. This is interesting. Doug Barber has pretty much led the race from the word go this weekend. The interesting thing is it's brought Jeff Morgan right into it as well now. He sort of hasn't been the fastest of the Porsches. He's certainly got the potential to be the fastest of the Porsches, and there's Alex Webster as well. He wants to weigh in on it, and we can just about pick up any one of these 20 next cars that want to weigh in on a race victory. There is some different class racing in Group S style racing, SASB, SC, and we start to see that play its part as we go now. Have a look at that Corvette get the power down.
Oh yeah, how good is that? Oh, Dougie! Oh, gee!
Grabs it all back up. Here's Jeff Morgan. I told you he was poised.
Last of the late breakers there.
Fantastic Porsche, vet, and we've got Alex Webster who's going to make a pain of himself too with the vet of Ray Narquitz as well.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Jeff Morgan now has gone. Yeah, I've got about 25 centimetres of yellow and black checkered flag across my windscreen. I'm designed to run late with the sun getting low in the sky, and he's using that to his distinct advantage right now.
Absolutely, that birch green Porsche of Jeff's is just phenomenal. Cuts a great figure out on the track.
And you can see the 69 Corvette is leading the 65 Corvette. As I mentioned in the earlier race, the 69 has the benefit of a 350 cubic inch Chev engine, whereas the 65 is running a 327, which are harder to make breathe and rev at high revs, but doing a great job. All of that front four are driving sensationally.
And Doug's making the best of that Porsche on 2 wheels or 4 wheels.
Just looking back at the battle there that Ross was talking about, and it's Tom Wallstab in car number 3, the Porsche 928. It's the time of the weekend where the Porsches really do have to start to push their advantage, and it's all about the big brakes that these cars have and using that advantage. And Alex Webster's trying to do that now as well. We look back through some of this was actually the battle for the race this morning. They all got together again, Ross. They're all starting to battle it out there. The older Porsche, the 60s or mid-60s 911 there as well, mixing it up with some MGs. But we go back to the front of this white race, and Doug Barber is, as the plumbers say, water will find its level.
Yes, and you can see there he's already pulled out a handy lead. It looks like Terry Lawler's on the attack. Jeff Morgan's going to keep him within striking distance. Lawler's got past Narkovitz, and he's going after Joe Di Bartolo, I would suggest.
Wow, this is a world-class group, isn't it? Back to 7th where Alex Webster is operating. These cars are doing great lap times. Last time round, Lawler, a 1:35.67 in car number 8. That is a terrific run in the Shelby Cobra. The Shelby
GT350.
Yeah, doing a tremendous job.
It's worth noting at this point too, guys, we do have another absence this weekend of Joe Collegia, who had to withdraw early Saturday with his beautiful 66 Vet. Joe from Apex Steel, normally a figure on the track.
Yes, and he had a brand new engine which did not survive practice on Friday, sadly. But we will see Joe back certainly by Sandown and resume hostilities with him, which I'm very much looking forward to.
I do like that Joe is one of the absolute characters of Victorian motorsport and an absolute benefactor of the top end of Australian motorsport as well. He's supported many a driver through to their career. Tom Wallstab now, he has got a battle on his hands, and that is with the car 20 of Narkwitz.
And I know that spot very, very well because normally I'm somewhere around about where those three cars are.
Is that the gap there between car 20 and...
I can see a Pantera.
Is that where there's a yellow Pantera?
There's a ghostly phantom yellow Pantera about there. Yes, exactly right.
All right, Em, that's enough. Leave the man alone.
Can't let it go, Darren.
Yes, so they continue on. And it's gone through.
Oh, wow. What an upset. So much for having the Bathurst gearbox and that being a handicap for him.
Maybe he just found he did have another gearbox in the back of the car.
Yeah, he changed it out in the brake.
Yeah.
Well done. Look at that birch
He
green.
realised the third and fourth ratio were the same. Fifth's a different one, but you never get into fifth here. Oh, yeah, that's it. The penny drops. So Jeff Morgan now leads the race. So, Doug Barber has got a bit of work to do. This is a shorter race here this afternoon. It's just on 3.5 minutes plus a lap left to go. So Jeff Morgan has been circulating nicely all weekend long, and I've got to say, I have been surprised at how conservative his approach has been. There it was, lap 3 of the last race for the weekend, and he has executed his manoeuvre.
You're not accusing him of flying under the radar all weekend, are you, Darren?
Oh, yeah, flying under the radar. Yeah, why not? Why not? Because Doug Barber hasn't. He's been flying it out in front, and I don't think he's going to give it up here, because on lap 1 we saw him slide into the lead of the race.
Well, Doug is nothing if not a competitive sportsman, and he's also someone we all joke about has a weight advantage in his car because he's not a big man. And he's going to not let Jeff get away from him. You can back that in.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have thought that give up is in either of their vocabularies,
exactly
Ross.
right. So he's under attack from Terry Lawler now.
Oh, he is too. Terry Lawler slides through into P2. I wonder if Doug has asked a little bit too much of the tyre set over this weekend, and is just starting to feel that the car's not responding to his wheel movements as nicely as it did earlier on in the weekend.
That could very well be the case, because Terry's a sensational driver, granted, but so is Doug. So for him to get past on this tight circuit in the Shelby GT350 past one of the most well-sorted 911s you will find in historic racing, driven by the superbly talented Doug Barber, is a huge effort.
It'd be hard to find a slouch of a driver in this category, though. Ross.
Shelby GT350 has got iterations for the lead in this race, but I tell you what, getting through on Doug Barber didn't look to be too difficult, but Doug's realised that, I don't want to let these guys get away from me.
Well, it's on for young and old here.
It's a Shelby sandwich.
and Terry's going to have a real go here.
Isn't he ever?
Oh,
Pedal
nose
down.
to tail.
Cubic inches the answer once you point it in a straight line. But Jeff Morgan, super experienced, back in the Porsche Cup days, draws alongside. He'll hold the corner. He'll have all that skill. He won't sort of chop him off. He'll just give him no other option than to stay behind him. But when you get in a straight line and you turn the tap on a V8, it is very, very hard to hold them at bay. Pulls out. Draws alongside. Jeff Morgan does have the inside running for turn 1. He has to be further past. Morgan holds on, puts the Porsche 2 wheels up on the ripple strip here. Let's not come together though, boys. We need to keep the front of the Shelby GT350 in the back of that 911 clean and tidy.
How good is Jeff's coverage? I would hate to have my mirrors filled with that Shelby.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is menacing.
Yeah, you're going to get sucked through the grill of that thing as it comes onto the straight there.
Chomps forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at it, haul in.
Doug's just sitting back right now going, I'm going to wait for one of these two to make a mistake, hopefully not, and then pounce. He's just kind of letting them at it. But my God, what a battle.
I think Doug might have used up a whole lot of car and he's just hanging in there at the moment here because that Shelby GT350 is Terry is putting that exactly where he wants to on the track. Jeff is doing all he can. He's doing what Porsche drivers do. He's putting the car right where he needs it to be and not allowing the advantage. So mid-corner, just making sure the Mustang gets back, the Shelby GT350 gets backed up mid-corner, and that's what a Porsche can do because, let's face it, the run down the straight is where he will start to chase down Jeff Morgan.
Lights are on.
They are.
A spot of sporting intimidation here, I think.
Yeah. Well, why did Jeff put his on? Jeff's in the front.
Oh!
Bit of a lock up there from Terry. Oh my God, this is getting exciting, guys. I hope you're all watching. If you're at the track, you're being treated to an absolute feast for the eyes. Porsche, Shelby, Porsche.
And you're seeing
Corvette.
Sorry, yeah, I'm focused.
You're seeing Group S at its absolute finest here. As I always say, fast, clean racing. That's what we pride ourselves on. And what a display these drivers are giving of that. And in a category where the cars are the stars and the variety is phenomenal, just look at what you've got in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Porsche, Shelby, Porsche. So it goes on.
And last lap board has been hung out here. So Terry Lawler, get on with it, son. You've got a bit of work to do in the latter half of this lap.
No, I want more. This can't be over. This is cool.
Now, Terry leaves nothing on the track. He's just someone who drives at 10/10ths, but I don't think he's going to pull this off. I may be wrong, as Murray Walker might say, but he's going to have his work cut out to get past the vastly experienced and hugely talented Jeff Morgan.
Absolutely. He's looking like a cool customer in that 911 at the moment, Ross. Really is. He's handling the pressure beautifully. Just like I was meant to win.
And Doug's got his lights on to say, don't forget me, boys. I'm still here.
Love the aggression when the drivers turn their lights on. It's a little bit of, like you said, Ross, a little bit of intimidation.
As the Group S racing for the weekend comes to a close, the sun is still nice and high in the sky here, but you've got to hand it to Jeff Morgan. He has patiently raced all weekend long. He's had a couple of dive bombers have a red hot go at him at the moment, and he's just got that just enough of a gap on the V8 as the checkered flag drops, and Jeff Morgan takes the victory.
That's a masterclass in historic sports car racing given to us all by Jeffrey Morgan, and indeed by Terry Lawler and Doug Barber all weekend. These guys have put on such an amazing display, and the Corvette guys. Look at that 65 Corvette coming through there of Ray Narkovitz. What a sensational drive he's put in. A 327 cubic inch car that is 60 years old, holding out Alex Webster's 1970s Porsche that's about 10 years or more its junior. Then you've got a range of Tommy Wallstab in the 928, Hugh Harrison in the always superbly driven Alfa, and back down through the field, Alfas, more of the MGs, and a wide variety of vehicles. And what a weekend we've had, haven't we?
Absolutely, Ross.
Certainly the weather has turned it on, and the event continues to just grow in stature, and it is being very well patronised, and it's no mistake that the Group S guys are putting on such a great battle. When guys like this see a crowd, they want to turn it on.
Oh
don't
yeah,
they?
Alex is loving life after the race and waving to everyone in the crowd. Very nice of him.
They're all his friends.
Oh yeah.
Welcome down to Alex's garage at the end of the day for a chin wag. Here we go. Have a look at all these cars just happily in the afternoon sun, driving around for the last time for these guys in Group S for the 2025.
You can see that group there, Chris Comer out in the lovely Austin Healey, one of the few SA cars in the field, a beautiful car, and it's actually presented as a sports car that would have been driven to the track and driven as a road sports car in exactly that same way back in the day.
There we go, just wheeling down, enjoying the last lap journey around, slowing down, just looking after the mechanical package, making sure everything just winds down very nicely indeed. Ross, thank you so much for your time, so giving over this weekend. We've teased you out the building 3 times this weekend, but I'm sure I hope we've given you the encouragement to get the Pantera back out and about.
I'm not sure I needed any encouragement to do that. I've got enough motivation to be out there. Just watching these guys reminds me of what I'm missing, but what a pleasure to share the commentary booth with you two. I've had an absolute ball. First time I've ever done it, but whilst I won't say I'm looking forward to doing it again if I've got a chance to be driving, nevertheless, I would love to do it again sometime. What a wonderful experience and what a wonderful weekend's racing. And thanks to everybody involved, the VHRR who put this on under the chairmanship of Ian Ross and his committee. What an event, what an afternoon, what a weekend. Thanks very much.
Well done, Ross. Thank you very much. And I'm sure all those guys will get that message. Thank you, Emma. And we will now lead into some big bangers of touring car legends and 5-litre touring cars. They will make their way out on track. There's been a bit of a change and an update, and I've got to say this is absolutely fantastic that they've managed to drag Bretty Youlden out of the car park and into the laser. And this is testament to a guy that never travels anywhere without his helmet, his driving suit and his booties. And the lady has just walked into the commentary booth that was removed. And we have got a bit of a special treat, I think. I feel as though Lukey at the wheel, Brett at the wheel will be pretty cool to watch. I'm going to take a break and we'll be back with those guys on track in just a moment. Cars on track now for the last time the touring car legends and 5-litre touring cars sprint out on track. And as I alluded to before we went to the break, I'm going to say a friend of motorsport, a friend of all, has been shoehorned into the laser that he raced back in the day. And it's fantastic to have Brett Youlden out on track in the laser. I'm going to introduce in Brett Florence and Darren Knight for this final sprint for this category. Guys, this is going to be a lot of fun, and I've just had some good information that the eyelids were welling up on Bretty Youlden down there as he was getting into the laser.
They sure were, mate.
Fantastic to see.
That is in fact the car that finished second in the inaugural Bathurst 12-hour Brett back there in 1991. So amazing story to see this car back out on the track.
Yeah, that's right. And, Aaron Noonan did a fantastic story on V8 Sleuth about the car, its history and where it went and how it's here today. So that was, an awesome bit of writing by Darren. And I urge anyone that's interested in that car, have a read of it, because it's a fascinating read. And these guys, what they did back in the day with that little car, just excellent.
Well, Kent Youlden, of course, well known for his prowess at production car racing. His day job was a Ford engineer, and he went to Jack Nasser and said, how about we enter the first Bathurst 12-hour? And it was, in a way, Ford's first factory effort, if you like, out the back door since they closed up the touring car team in 1973.
That's right, exactly. The Quasi's Lot 6, if you like.
Yeah, so Brett, great to have him back behind the wheel. The car, of course, he shared with his late brother, late great Kent Youlden, and of course Ken Douglas also shared the driving duties, and he was definitely a gun at production car racing as well.
And I mean, this is a category, like I said earlier, that we want to grow. Get more of these production cars out, group, Nations Cup, etc. So, get them out here on the track, because there's some fantastic Australian history in those cars.
Certainly is. Unfortunately, we're missing the Galaxy that's owned by Dennis O'Brien. Steve Trevika driving had, unfortunately, the brake pedal went to the floor, as I think Darren surmised or estimated this morning, so that car is not out there. A little bit of panel damage. Dennis is great about it. Steve was actually mortified. He was couldn't believe it. But when you've got no brakes in something that's 17 foot long, you haven't got much choice.
No, exactly. And as Dennis, I went and saw Dennis, and he said, you know, stuff happens in motorsport. You can't help it, you know, and we all move on, and cars are repairable. So that's his attitude, which is great.
Exactly. Speaking of Dennis O'Brien, we have another O'Brien machine out there. That's his original XY Falcon, the series production machine, just going through the sweeper now. That's steered by Alan Shearer, Group N racer himself. Amazing motor car. It's a car that ended up off the side of the mountain. Tony Roberts, 1970. Dennis bought the car, rebuilt it, and continued to race it in series production. Yeah,
I was talking to Dennis about that car, and he was, you know, he said that he get a call from Howard Marsden to say, hey, look, do you need some parts? We're updating the cars. You know, and they just send a box of parts up to him, and you know, it just kept going on with its racing career. It's always been a race car from day one, and you know, Dennis has kept it. And look at it here today. Like, where would you see a genuine phase 2.5, phase 3, if you like, out here racing? You'd never see a genuine one. So you know, it's the crowd's been treated, you know, with that.
Most certainly. Peter Zibris out there too. He's none other than Tabitha Ambrose, daughter of the great Marcus Ambrose, having her first steer in something historic. She's been running state level Formula Fords this year. She's driving the ex-Warren Cullen 4-door A9X Tirana, so a local car in every sense of the word. Warren Cullen ran a very successful wreckers down there at Settlement Road. Ron Simmons from the VHRR was telling me there's quite a few race meetings where guys would be travelling down to that wreckers in Settlement Road to get bits for their race car mid-meeting.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, Warren actually had a wrecking yard here in Benalla, Benalla Auto Spares, back in the day. So, and I'm not sure whether he still owns it now, but he had one there, and he's still got Super F spares in Campbellfield. So,
here's the O'Brien Falcon we were telling you about, an original GDHO race car. Well, it's almost priceless, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It was parked after the end of series production in 1972, so it was never converted into a Group C machine, which were the new regulations in 1973, which we saw, of course. The Moffat car was converted to Group C, and that was running in 1973 for most of the season until the introduction of the brand new XA hardtop later in the year.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Dennis, talking to Dennis, you know, he raced against the greats, Brock, Moffat, you know, Freddie Gibson, Barry Seaton in this car, and, you know, it survives today.
Did very well too. Held the lap record at Hume, Weir and Calder for several months too back in the day, so no mean feat for the man from Wagga.
Yeah, he said to me yesterday, he goes, we're just a couple of boys from the bush having a crack.
Yeah, great character is Dennis. Great to have him at the V8 Sleuth Open night last night here at the track, hosted by Aaron Noonan. If you're here next year, they'll definitely be doing that again.
Yeah,
it's certainly worth lashing out on a ticket. We got to hear from some greats of the past. Speaking of greats of the past, here's Eddie Dobbs. He's a great of the future. He's been running that ex-Graham Blanchard FE Holden for many, many years. That is a genuine race car too, like the O'Brien Falcon we were talking about. Brett, has always been a race car, originally built and raced by Graham Blanchard in the late 50s, and Dobbs has been the custodian of that car, probably nudging 40 years. I would think he was right there at the early days of Group N historic touring cars when it got going again in the early 80s.
Exactly, and I mean, you can see how many races it's done. Have a look at the rear driver's window, and the amount of scrutineering stickers on that car is unbelievable. And we've got, I think it's Chad Parrish in this, the Cat Ford, which is a striking livery, that one.
Certainly is the Gibson Motorsport BA Falcon. Shared the car with Glenn Seaton, of course.
So our plan...
FPR, I beg your pardon, not Gibson Motorsport, FPR, of course, Ford Performance Racing.
And our plan with this category moving forward will be that we'll have 5 litres and invited on their own, and then run the series production cars, you know, Group N and odd Group C and A car all together. Just to, as I said earlier in the vision, that we're trying to get some more cars out of shed. So and the 5 litre cars, they're growing. There's more and more of those ending up in private hands, and they just want to have a go.
Also seeing some later models too, like this very
exactly.
Commodore we see on the screen here, owned and driven by Peter Zibris, very famous motor car, Brett.
Absolutely. This car, Jamie Whincup's it's the car that ran out of fuel with Paul Dumbrell at Bathurst, so it's most recognised for that. But Peter was saying it's the third most winningest chassis in the history of the category. So to have that, it's like I said, it's won all those races, but it's more famous for something that it failed at.
Yeah. Well, J Dub certainly won plenty of races in his time behind the wheel, plenty of championships.
We've got Tabitha again in the A9X, and she's done a fantastic job all weekend. She's currently first in the touring car section of this category, which is it's a sprint / regularity. So she's the first person. It's her first race in a large car, and her first race in a historic car. So good on Tabitha. This is fantastic. So she's definitely showing the guys up.
Yeah, doing a great job. Hopefully we'll see her back at historic Sandown the second weekend of November.
Exactly. So, and we've got Eddie and Brett Yulden here, which is, I'm sure Brett's having a ball out there.
Yeah, the little TX3 laser, turbocharged 4-wheel drive, based of course on Mazda componentry, with the model sharing back in the day, part of the button plan to rationalise models available.
That's right, yeah.
We saw quite a bit of badge engineering, although that's got a fair bit of Ford in it, that laser. But nevertheless, started off as a Mazda.
And a great shout out to Rebecca Drummond, who is the owner and was running the car earlier today to entice Brett, one of the original drivers, into the car for this event today. And great shout out to Rebecca and her partner Dave Holt. So they both came together to get Brett out there, and that's why David's not out there with the HSV. He was assisting and ran out of time to get himself ready. But you know what? It's good to see Brett out there in the car.
Certainly is, and really throwing back, how many years is that? 34 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's quite a stint there for Brett to get behind the wheel.
So the person who's running first is Pete Zibris. So he's first in the 5 litre cars, but and like I said, first in the touring cars is Tabitha at the moment in this.
Jake Curib next, Mark Winterbottom, Orcon Falcon, another one of the later generation of supercars. Great to have the BA here.
And closely followed by Andrew Cook in the better electrical car.
Next, Dean Canto machine. So we're seeing more and more of these type of cars returning to the circuit. Great to see them in their original race livery. Some of them had competition lives after the main game, and they were repainted, but it's great to see them back in their original liveries.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they all went on to something, different, whether it was Konica or Super 2 or whatever it might have been in their day, or Sports Sedans, but, these guys are equally as passionate as the guys with the earlier cars, returning them to their original liveries.
Definitely. So glad they got rid of that V8 Lights.
Yeah,
serious
absolutely.
Name. It sounded like a packet of chips, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks to the marketing gurus with that one. Darren Knight passing judgment a decade or two on.
You betcha.
Absolutely. Have a look at this. Pete Zibris, 129.27, head and shoulders, in fact, 3.6 seconds faster than anyone else out there. Guys, I've had to take a couple of minutes because that car that just went through the screen, I just had to wipe the tears away and just see Freddie Yulden getting on with a lap out there. Good to see an old mate putting the helmet on, even though it's a lone unit, and getting out there and doing some laps of the car that he had some pretty strong success with going back in the day.
Now, Darren, you don't be so modest. Now, you have actually shared a car with Freddie Yulden. Tell us a little bit of that.
Actually, no, not a car. Shared a team. It was a 24-hour race here when they used to run the 24-hour races, and he was in an RX3 coupe, and I was in the RX3 4-door, so we were part of, as it was in the day, the hat set on it, Team Pyark. And every car club had a Roca with the Alfa Romeos.
Yep.
The Holden Sporting Car Club had one. I loved it. The Holden Sporting Car Club won it for about 3 years in a row with not one Holden in it. They're all RX-7s.
Of course, of course.
And one year they roped in Gary McKay in the XU1, and I think Gary got about 12 laps, and they said, "That's enough now, mate. We need to win this thing. We got to pop the RX-7s out."
They were so loyal to the whole
Yeah,
product.
right. Yeah, that's right. But no, sorry, I might have alluded during the conversation earlier today. But yeah, great friendship with the Yulden family, and both Brett and the Bear, his older brother. They were excellent guys. If you needed some mentoring, if you needed some help, they would just come and have a chat with you, and it was just so cool. And it is interesting. We've had Brett on the podcast, the Grassroots Racing podcast, and just this last week we've recorded one with the only Yulden to win the Bathurst 1000 with Luke. So keep your eyes peeled on the Grassroots Racing podcast for the Luke Yulden podcast coming up. And of course, we're talking to some like-minded people this week that are running the Laybird sprints up in Queensland. So if you like this sort of event, have a listen to the Grassroots Racing podcast. Gratuitous plug over, Brett. Sorry about that.
That's
we'll
fine, mate. Yeah, well, we're right. I might plug in and have a listen to that.
Well worth it. So
exactly.
I can tell you, it's my podcast. It's got to be worth it. I'm a little bit sick of listening to my voice this weekend. It's been a lot of Darren Smith.
You love it. You've been taping it.
I have been taping it
on the breaks.
I'm going to listen to it all the way home tonight, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I can edit you out and just listen to myself.
Yeah, thanks very much. Pete Zibris, the next Jamie Wynn Cup Commodore.
Fastest car on track in this sprint. And boy, oh boy, he's given it to it, isn't he? See the transfer of weight there? He's absolutely planted the boot. He's going to make a final lap statement here, Brett, I would say.
He's going for the last lap dash. He's trying to outdo Brock in the day at Bathurst.
Not fat arming it though, is he?
No, he's not.
He can't rest the arm on the elbow in a supercar.
Window nets and everything's preventing all of that. And Aaron Noonan mentioned last night the V8 Sleuth Open night with his interview with Peter Zibris, how wide his grin was after he got out of this car after yesterday's run. It just does everything so nicely. Complete contrast to the VK Group A car he has, which is a little bit more agricultural, of course.
Geez, I tell you what, the hundreds of thousands of dollars difference make a difference, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, he's ragging this. He's giving this an absolute last lap throwdown, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. And good on him. He's having some fun. So, yeah.
Check flag is poised and being given to the field here, and Pete is just running up to turn 11 and 12 to complete what has been a full-on commitment weekend for Pete. He's brought a few cars to the track and ultimately brings it home to get the checkered flag.
And a big thanks to Peter. He's been one of our sponsors this weekend with his Premier Hire business, and I can't thank him enough for the efforts that he's put in. He's brought a team of cars with him, and has also offered to sponsor the event. So
and
big
particularly right in the middle of his day job. So
yeah, exactly.
Ipswich Raceway next weekend, Queensland Raceway, the Premier Hire boys, they'll be at it. So he's going to get right back into work on Monday morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Tabitha Ambrose completes her weekend's commitments as well, and what an eye-opener for Tabitha. You've got to suggest, Brett, that you assisted this particular thing to happen here, and of course at the end of the weekend, what do you do but destroy a set of Dunlops on the back of your Caterpillar Falcon? But this is certainly something we're going to enjoy a journey with Tabitha in her career, I feel, over the next little while, and getting some horsepower under her right foot. Inevitably, she's going to end up in a TA2 or a Trans Am car at some description at some point.
And well done to Craig Bowring for inviting her to step behind the wheel of the A9X. Tabitha said she's never driven a car with such a big steering wheel.
Without power steering, you need that leverage, don't you? You need the big diameter wheel.
Yeah, and it was great that VHRR and Craig got together and Winton Raceway actually. Big thanks to Joel and Jeff and Mark with them. Tabitha's been doing some work with their stuff. So, but it's been fantastic.
Pete Zipra's run out of petrol, guys.
Yeah, I think he has actually over there in the back.
He's not, has he?
The car may be famous twice for running out of fuel by the look of it.
Looks like a friendly
It's getting a
Caterpillar
push.
car's going to give him a nudge. Gee, that didn't happen in the day, did it? Everyone
No,
just
exactly.
watched Jamie and went, mate, seriously?
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Pete Zipra's crawling along there. And, the guy behind him's doing the right thing because you're not supposed to overtake on the warm-down lap, and the car stops. Brett Yulden's gone into the pit lane, and I guess we better thank Rebecca Drummond very much for allowing a good old mate of everyone's actually, of motorsport. The Yulden family are a friend of motorsport to have a drive. And I'm going to say Brett will sleep very, very well. It's been a while since he's had a go in a car. Of course, famously in that beautiful green HQ. No, he's got it going again. So Pete Zipra's playing true to the heritage of that car has given us all a bit of a surprise.
Good on him.
Absolutely. Playing it up. I like it. But that has been the Touring Car Legends and V8 Touring Car Sprint final run for the weekend. We've got another sprint on track in just a couple of moments. Historic sports sedans, guys. The big bangers, the gods of thunder, will churn around here at the Winton Motor Raceway in just a couple of moments. Brett, thank you very much. Dazza, as always, great working with you. Great to have a true pro come along to an event like this and give us all your knowledge and build that drama right across the weekend.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that.
Nice.
I think Crompo's making his way in.
Yeah. Nice move under brakes there, Brett. Well done. Don't forget, folks, the Equity One Historic Sandown in November. The next big historic meeting in Victoria. That will be a fantastic couple of days.
Really looking forward to it, and entries open this week on Wednesday for Sandown. So check that out at I think it's on the MA website, but get guided by the VHRR website for all of that information. Thank you, gents. A couple of public service announcements. Louise Painter is down in the historic sports sedans garage with Simon Fitzner in the Thompson Mercedes. That's the car that we're looking at on the live streaming now. Louise has lost a sizable amount of money. If someone has picked up this money, can you please return it to Louise down in Simon Fitzner's marquee, down where the historic sports sedans are? Ask for Louise Painter. And Rob Hankins, if you are looking for your backpack, which you have left around the facility here, please make your way down through to the canteen. Rob Hankins, if you're looking for your backpack, make your way into the canteen, mate, and identify yourself down there. And again, a sizable amount of money that belongs to Louise Painter has been lost at the track somewhere. Make your way down to Simon Fitzner's garage after this historic sports sedans sprint and ask for Louise. She's quite keen to get that back, as you would imagine. We have got sports sedans on track in just a couple of moments, and we'll just clear the airwaves for a minute and let the gods of thunder tour the Winton Motor Raceway. Stand by to watch koalas fall out of trees. This is the big bangers, the gods of thunder. Great to see people in the viewing area standing up and looking out over the scenery here, because the scenery has been interrupted by the glorious sports sedans, and the commentary booth has been interrupted by the glorious Phil Membry, who has been introduced to historic sports sedans here this weekend. And I would suggest the way Phil goes about his job as a commentator, he will be one of the leading experts within the next couple of weeks on all of these cars. Phil, welcome back for the sports sedans for their sprint.
So you're indicating that I'm a bit behind the times?
No, mate, I'm just saying that this is historic sports sedans. They're awesome. Everyone loves them.
Oh, absolutely,
and
100%.
And let me tell you, you've been welcomed with open arms into the community.
I was a bit worried about that.
Don't worry about it. They love what you're doing, and it's certainly been appreciated by everyone in the historic sports sedans. And I guess like that, the cars we've just seen, the touring car legends, the 5-litre touring cars, we're just going to see more of these cars getting restored or getting brought out of sheds and people having a go at it. Because as we get tired and we get older, and we don't really want the cut and thrust of the sort of competition that these guys command in both state series and national series. And I'll encourage everyone to head to Sandown International Motor Raceway on the 22nd and 23rd of August to see the national sports sedans. They're running as the prime category at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. So the big bangers, there's a lot more carbon fibre than you'll see on these cars at the moment. A lot more. Just about everything is carbon fibre in the top flight national sports sedans these days. You'll see young Cadell, who we had in here commentating with us yesterday. He will be at the wheel of the John Gourlay Audi. Now, this is not the Audi that we saw Jack Perkins or George Caruso racing. This is a brand new one that John has finished building. They are having development phase little teething problems, and to Cadell's to his credit, he's working very, very hard with the crew down there at John Gourlay, and they're hoping that the home track at Sandown, which they'd been to already before with this car earlier on in February this year, they're hoping that they get a huge weekend. But we are away with this fantastic sprint for these historic sports events.
And look at this number one, the big Mercedes, the ex-Brian Thompson Mercedes, Simon Fitzner at the wheel, and the ex-Charles Milner machine behind him, the Mr. Carter at the wheel of that. And I see Peter Fitzgerald going through there in the other car that was famous with Brian Thompson, the man from Shepparton, and which of course Peter is also from Shepparton, great fella, as they run around the track. Back out the front with Simon Fitzner in that Mercedes. Carter trying to look for a way around the outside down into tank. Again around the old gum tree, looking for the way around the outside. He's pushing that car, the ex-Charles Milner car, around the outside. Big move, and can he hold it out? The camera has gone away from the shot. No, we're back. And no, he hasn't been able to hold it around the outside onto the old back straight.
This is not going to play into a hot lap time, though. This is the problem. This is a sprint.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be heading too wide through turn number 9, you're going to be covering too much real estate here. And at the moment, I don't think Simon Fitzner's going to give up the very clear view he has in front of him at the moment. But the other one is Jason Maros. He's very, very fast in the ex-Clem Smith car there as well. And a fan favourite, the Charger. A Charger is always a fan favourite, but when you bolt on some big fiberglass guards and a massive rear wing, none bigger, and it's almost like a train cattle scoop on the front of that car. The old McLaughlin Commodore in behind now, that's got Graham Haddo at the wheel, and it's actually got a current spec sponsor sticker across the front window from the National Series. I think Graham had wanted to go and do some National Series stuff. The car can be historic logbook into Group U. And talking about that, there is the Dave Hunter car of Mark Sully as we switch back to the front there. But the Dave Hunter Tirana back on track for the first time in a couple of years. Mark Sully, and he's your new best friend this weekend.
Absolutely, he's been a terrific guy. Fixed up my old radio. If you want to get your old radio fixed, you go and see Mark.
Have a look at this. I tell you what, McCarter's getting a little bit close to the back of the
It certainly is.
Mercedes, letting him know, come on, I want to do a quick lap in this sprint.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to hang back either, because all that's going to do is bring you traffic.
100%. And they're certainly at it out the front. Simon Fitzner seems to have the better legs down the straight, but Carter just that little bit quicker through the corners.
I would suggest possibly the Merc has got a little bit more frontal area, but it's lower. So
I would agree.
If you took a thermal image of the Merc, it's probably got a little bit more frontal area, but cutting through the air lower. So that is the enemy of getting these sorts of cars through the air, when you've got that slab front area. And as you see sports sedans develop over the years, and we look at that Commodore there, things became less less upright, and things started to get rounded, so that we started to...
More aerodynamic.
That's exactly right,
Yeah.
getting through the air nicely. There goes Damien Johnson. Sport for Joyce Damo, the Celica or the Tirana. Tough gig, but he's worked hard in his life to have 2 sports sedans in his shed, and he's got the choice. Here we go, Peter Fowler.
Peter Fowler, that's just a beautiful, beautiful car. I remember seeing this car back in the day at Sandown, and as it went past the grandstand, you would get the noise come at you off the track, and then it would echo back at you from the back of the grandstand. Just absolutely glorious. And the best part about it was when he came out, the entire crowd in the grandstand just yelled. It was so popular.
The cool sound of those early sports sedans. A lot of the early sports sedans out there were Formula 5000, basically cars with bodies put over the top of them. That's what people... Whoa, Peter Fowler's disappeared off into...
the green accelerator.
Well, it must have dried off a bit because he's gathered it all up, although you can see his face. He's smiling. He's one of the few that wears an open face helmet, and he's pretty keen to get back on, isn't he? I'm not going to lose. In fact, he probably made up some time there because I think he's cut turns 8 and 9 out of the lap.
I think
it could be a good strategy in the end of the day. Car 17 straight to the top of the time sheets.
Yeah, he won't get away with it because it's on camera.
That's right. That's right. Well, we could all bandy behind him and say, I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, 100%. But we're just looking at that beautiful Volkswagen, and then we cut back to the other Brian Thompson car, Simon Fitzner at the wheel, and we've had something odd going on. Well, if we have a look at the lap times, Carter now has the fastest lap time because of that short track. That will be deleted after the event, I'm sure.
So Mark Carter's in that HB Tirana, wedged right in the back of car number 1 there of Simon Fitzner. The luminaries, Thompson, Brad Jones and John Bow that drove that car in its heyday in competitive environment. Wasn't always red, had a blue livery on it, had a dark blue livery on it. Just so for history's sake, there goes Peter Fowler in the number 17. He's gone inbound. That is on the Winton Festival Speed replay brought to us by Equity One Shannon's Racer Industries. So we thank them very much, and of course Cool Drive Auto Parts. Here is the number 68, which seems to have been having a ripper weekend in the historic sports events.
He has been having an absolute ball here, Mr. Corey, in the 68 HB Tirana from down at Gippsland. He's a bit of a keen official down at the Haunted Hills hill climb down there, so big shout out to those people down in Gippsland that run that amazing hill climb facility down there. Car 53 on track. Cruschetti. I know I always get it wrong, but look at that. What a great car we see on screen. The old Chevy. You can't beat one of those things.
Well, I tell you what, this sort of fits into the invited part. It's actually not a sports sedan. It is a built car to advertise a business. It's a promotional car, and you can say that about all these cars. Oh, the old Finch car, Monaro, on its second race meeting since it went through a comprehensive rebuild. And boy, it looks the goods, and I don't care which side of the fence you sit on. No. That car there that Scotty Hoskin is driving, and Scott is currently sitting down there in 7th. Mark Sully in behind him. Edmonds, Fowler, Wood, and Ian Bed for the first time outside the top 10. I guess as the weekend has gone on, the faster cars get faster, and Enos has been ringing in the neck. There it is right there, that little A30. Talking about the big and the small of this particular category, isn't it? You could fit 3 A30s in the same length of that one Chevy.
Yeah, I think you just about popped the A30 in the glove box for the trip home.
Yeah, I tell you what, and Enos would be whipping it too to get into the glove box faster than anyone else could put it in there as well. A great bloke, hugely experienced motorsport guy on both dirt and the hard top. Not sure which one he prefers. I think as a younger bloke he liked the dirt, but the hard top is certainly suiting him in this part of his motorsporting career. But I tell you what, the speed that he can extract out of that little Datsun-powered car, there you go, right alongside the Chevy, and drive away from it. Thank you very much.
And
the Tirana does
as well.
too.
So Corey also around the big Chevy. And Corey is going to try and find a way around the little A30, I think, too. Oh, no, he's not. Commentator's curse.
Understeer off, and the Chevy just plugs that gap. But that yellow A30 lovingly restored by a whole group of people led by Ian Baird. Here is that Monaro I was talking about, Scotty Hoskin at the wheel. And this HQ coupe style of car has been very, very popular in Australian motorsport over many, many years. We're just talking about Brett Yulden, who drove the Laser in that last category out on track. He drove one of these in Touring Car Masters and was very successful on a race at Mount Panorama with it. And we see the rebirth of this car, Scotty Hoskin at the wheel now and doing a tremendous job. A replay here. Ian Baird sneaks up the inside of the big bad 53 Chevy. The Tirana goes through with him as well. And have a look at that. David and Goliath, and David just drives away. Happens to be Ian Baird in the A30. Great wheel work there by Ian Baird.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw that Corey, after he got past the big Chevy, got a little bit excited and lost a spot. So back out the front with Fitzner out in front doing a great job, sitting on a 1:30.32 in the big Mercedes Sport Sedan. What a great car.
I'm just getting some information coming through from the paddock area. I think Damien Johnson might have damaged an engine. That's why we're not seeing him on track yet. Confirmed. Thank you very much for the crew down there. I won't give away my sources, but Damo has damaged an engine. That's why we're not seeing the Doug Clark car out there. So I wonder if he bought the Tirana, he can sling that in just at the very last minute in time here, as Simon Fitzner is the fastest car on track at 1:30.32. Mark Carter's gone into the pits now. Graham Haddo, he is sitting on a 1:32.49 in the old Des McLaughlin Commodore. Jason Maros doing a terrific job in the ex-Clem Smith cars. We've got one of the Anglias going very, very slow coming out of turn 9. And there it is there, 191.
Rudolph.
Rodney, not Rodney Wood. That is, Jeffrey Rudolph.
Yeah. Who's very slow compared to Simon Fitzner. Simon Fitzner on a 1:30.26 on that last lap around. Rudolph well behind that.
Certainly, and going slowly at the moment. So here we go. Have a look at this. Is a bit of history on screen right now, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've got the two previous cars of Brian Thompson. Those to tail out there on the track. The Mercedes and the Volkswagen. The Mercedes powering away from Peter Faulkner in the V-Dub.
Yeah, Peter Fowler built both these cars, and albeit that the VW is a recreation from the ground up, because there wasn't anything left of the Volkswagen. It was not in good condition after its last competitive hit out, and that was what I guess led to the build of the Mercedes, as it's striking a magnificent silhouette as the afternoon starts to draw on. Coming up to 3:45 now. The checkered flag drops on this super sprint for the historic sports sedans, and this category came to fruition about 8 years ago at the Anzac Day event, historic event that the Sporting Car Club puts on over at Malala, and it has been absolutely not only a fan favourite but a competitor favourite, because there are a lot of sports sedans around in garages. In fact, I was chatting with Ian Baird many years ago when he was president of the Sports Sedan Association in Victoria. And I said to him, you should run a sports sedan nationals like they do with improved production. And he said, oh, yeah, I can see how that would go. There'd be 700 cars. Go, yeah, we'll be there. And then 2 weeks out, they'd go, oh, we just need one more week. We've got parts coming from America. And you'd end up with 15 cars. And, that's look, it's a testament to Simon Fitzner and the group that he works with in this realm to keep this category rolling on. And Simon does like to acquire cars and add to his collection. You'd have to say he's already collected the most collectible cars as it is.
Yeah, 100%. And he must have missed the checkered flag because he's coming around again.
He didn't get the checkered flag. He's getting it for the first time now. So there we
okay.
go.
There we
That is
go.
the end of the Super Sprint for this weekend. There goes Mark Sully. Awesome to see Mark get a full weekend of racing through in the old Dave Hunter car. And as you alluded to earlier, Phil, you had your old car radio fixed at Old Car Radios. And that's Mark Sully on every other day of the week.
100%. He's the man to go and see.
Winding down now for the last time. There's going to be, I would suggest there'd be some people here today that would be looking at that car going, wow, I was here the first time that jigger rolled out. It rolled down the road from Shepparton under the cloak of darkness, did some testing around the short circuit here at Winton, did the shakedown, got it all presented up before they went national sports sedan racing.
Yeah, well, there's one of my friends that I think I mentioned yesterday happened to be in the shed where they did a run up on the rolling road on the engine dyno, or chassis dyno, sorry.
Yep.
And he said he's seen a lot of cars dynoed, but that one's frightened him.
Yep. Yep. Well, in its first iteration, it was a twin turbo V8. So yeah, I could see how that would frighten you. The torque that that car would have had certainly needed to be tamed. We wave goodbye to the sports sedans. If you've enjoyed the sports sedans here today, the National Sports Sedan Championship will be at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships on the 22nd and 23rd of August. Make your way to Sandown. We're lucky still to have that facility smack bang in the suburbs of Melbourne. It'd be great to see you all there. If you've enjoyed historic sports sedans, let me tell you, the National Current Spec cars, there's a lot more carbon fibre about. Thank you, Phil. Awesome to have you on board with the sports sedans. We have got MG and invited British sports cars coming your way in just a couple of moments. Back soon. Okay, let's get into some lights to flag racing, and the MG and invited British cars have really turned it on here this weekend. Sadly, well, I thought that Damien Meyer had packed up and gone home, but that car has made it out.
That was for Group S.
Ah, he was saving
Different
it
car.
for MG.
Yes, he's in this one,
Yes,
definitely.
okay. So, let's continue on. So, Damien Meyer, who has had a tremendous run of success here this weekend from pole position. He goes from pole position again with Phil Chester in the multi-power MGB GT V8 right alongside Michael Traffin. The opposite end of things, a 1200cc, very, very light MG midget, engineered to within a 1,000th of a whatever, and Michael drives the thing so well. Warren Hotz, the New South Wales racer with car number 27, will start out of position 4. Braden Taylor, another New South Welshman, out of position number 5. Keaton Darchi has started out of 6th, I think, all weekend. It's time to see the number 40. The heat is coming out of the day. It'll play into the ball court of the Triumph Stag number 40, and we will see how Keith Ondaatje handles it all. Don Bardley. Now, this is interesting. All the New South Welshmen have designed themselves to be up the right side of the grid and the left side of the grid. So what was being led to me to believe during the week from Johnny Makem, this is a bit of a nationals, a pseudo nationals sort of affair that is about to jump away here. Jack Cousins, or James Cousins, out of the ACT in your favourite car, Em?
Oh, absolutely. My favourite car of the weekend.
The V12 Jag E-Type, a magnificent car. Gordon Bunyan will start out at 10th. Jason Edwards in car number 260 out of 11. The aforementioned John Makem for Bennett Signs in his red midget. He will start out of position number 12. Jay Murphy is next. Hank Zwardoveen in the 36. Garth Selig, the New South Welshman. Then right next to him, Trevor Dunford out of South Australia. Kayleen Littlechester with Murray Stevenson right alongside. Of course, Murray Stevenson in the bigger sort of saloon style of car, and Murray does a terrific job in car number 84. That is Murray Stevenson at 61. 84 is Steve Brankstone, Ewan Giles, David Goodwin, and away we go. A race has started, and it is Phil Chester that leads him down into turn one. He did this earlier today, and he just learnt to be a little bit wider here. Off to the dirt goes the midget, and our bright blue and iridescent orange car goes through into the race lead. There is the number 40. And we get a good look at the whole field. Johnny Makem there in the white and red liveried car. The number 61 storming through there of Murray Stevenson. He's got his hands full of MGF for Chester. But out in front now, up the inside slides Damien Maher.
He held 6 corners. Well, coming into the sun in front of Damien Meyer, I thought he was on for it, Phil, but just lost it.
Well, you can't hang around. This is only a 10-minute race here, so Phil Chester needs to not let that car get away, and it doesn't seem as though he's had an answer for it. There goes Michael Traffin and the number 40 of Keith Ondaatje mixing it up as the entire field starts to push Jason Edwards. John Makem, there he is. And Murray there as well. Horsepower comes to the 4, but the 13 slides on through here. Phil is just holding that wide open throttle for a millimetre each braking marker. He's just pushing it a little bit harder. High of his light on the back of that car. Drives on by, needs to cover this off, but the 72 down into turn 1 gets across the line. He leads lap number 1. He'll hold on up the hill here, but under brakes into the water tower is where he needs to. I guess M just needs to cover it off, doesn't he, Phil?
I mean, you can cover only so much. You can't balk, can you?
No, that is true. Keith Ondaatje goes through nicely now. He's in P3. He's starting to get the momentum back into the 40, and he will look in his mirror and go, there's no one there. There's 2 cars right up behind you at the moment. Keith, so he needs to keep a close eye on Traffin and Taylor.
I was just thinking, it wouldn't be that intimidating to have Damien Meyer in that little MG midget in your rear view, but actually he's making it as intimidating as possible for that type of car, as we see him squirreling around the cleavage, as it was called earlier today.
Yeah, I've got it's been called that for 40 years, but I got to admit, at the moment, Phil Chester, he hasn't even flicked on the high intensity LED Le Mans headlights in this one yet, so he's really throwing everything at it here, and he's a guy that does like a challenge in his sporting life and in business too. He's an exceptional commercial operator, and car number 72 just has to capitulate to the 13. And let's see how we open the taps and let the fuel flow here as the MGB GT V8 doesn't have it all his own way like he did the last lap around. In fact, it's going to be the 13 that holds on this time around. So,
does the guy use his brakes, Darren?
Sure.
Honestly,
we'll have to ask Phil that. I'm sure he's scratching his head the same way.
His maintenance budget would be great for brakes.
And I tell you what, you use them here, that's for sure. There's a lot of corners, these right angle type corners, where you've got to get on the brakes here. This is a little bit further back in the pack here, Steve Brankstone, and he's in the 84, and Dave Goodwin in the 66, and these guys, what are they fighting it out for? Just outside the 20 at the moment. So great field of cars, 23 cars entered here this weekend. Sadly, we haven't seen Simon Elliott taking any part in this one. This is an interesting car as well. Car number 41, which is Garth Selvig, a GSM Dart. A GSM Dart from 1963. Come down from New South Wales. No, not that car. It's a different one. Shannon's, thank you very much. It's always a reminder to do a Shannon's insurance commercial. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Something completely different. A GSM Dart 1963 in that very light blue, almost powder blue out there on track, as we get a good look back down through some of the other cars in this field. And that is the 78. We're getting a good look at of Gordon Bunyan, and Gordon drives this Triumph always very, very well, and always great to see Gordon make the journey to the racetrack with his Triumph Spitfire. It's almost like where's Agent 86 to drive away in that one. So Gordon Bunyan always fronts up very, very well. Then it's the 260 of Jason Edwards, the MGF. The green one there, and we go back to the front of this race, and Damien Meyer is doing a tremendous job out in front of 132.13. The lap record is set by the car currently in position number 2, and to his own, I guess his own detriment this weekend, he hasn't been able to replicate that lap time which he set. Sorry, he set that lap time yesterday, hasn't been able to replicate that again today. So a 131.40 for Phil Chester. I guess at the end of the day, the victories are nice, but when you look back through the program at the next event, it's who's got the lap record, isn't it?
Well, you're not going to set lap records at this time of the afternoon, are you? Generally speaking, no, especially with the sun, the way it's been in a bit of heat and the track's a little bit used now. Best time for track laps or for setting lap records is 10, 20 in the morning, 11 a.m. That's the sweet spot for most cars.
Here we go with the Chesters in their MGFs coming up over the hill. I think that's Maddie in the red one. And yep, that definitely is Maddie in the red one as we get our race leader across the line. 3.5 minutes left on the clock for this race, so going to be at least 4 laps we'll get through here as Damien is absolutely hustling. I have not seen any suspension travel on this car at all. I'm sure it is there, but wow, it is controlled. There's a really good set of dampers on that car. We know there's some awesome dampers on this car, but the answer is just escaping Phil at this time. And I've got to hand it to Phil. That's a difficult car to hustle. It's fast, but the faster you go, the harder it gets. And he's not afraid to give it get the whip out and give it that treatment. It's a light car too, Darren. It's 1.5 tonne for a V8 barrelling around the track. It's hard to pull up. Short wheelbase, narrow car. It's a talent in itself to you are working. Yeah. I saw some in-car from Alex Webster in the Group S of Damien Meyer in that midget. And he actually, some of the time, drives one-handed. Yeah, right. He's got one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the gearbox, and he's driving like that. And I wonder, he doesn't have any time for the brakes, really. I've not seen him brake at all this weekend around Winton, which is phenomenal. The last time I drove around here, I think my brakes got half-life. There you go. Down into turn 11. He goes, here it is, Mike Traffin. This is where the race is at the moment. Have a look at this. The Stag is being menaced now by the ZR. And when would you ever have thought you'd hear that? Yes, of course. Not only menacing, the 48 shoves it up there. Tony Vollerbrecht, the MGZR, draws right alongside. There's not going to be a shortage of cubic inches here, though, for the Stag number 40. Drives away with it. Cool car from the 70s. Isn't it just? Absolutely. And Keith Ondaatje, what a top bloke. He loves it. The Ondaatjes love their Triumphs. That's all there is to it. And they love taking it up to MGs in the MG and invited British cars. And they are wheeling them around there at the moment. So just waiting to see if Tony Vollerbrecht can get onto the back of Keith again and hassle him through the bottom end of the lap here. It's certainly the Stag, like the MGB GT V8 of Phil Chester, just drives away in a straight line. But he's got a battle coming in late there. Car number 43 arriving on the scene, Don Bartley. And he's giving him a hurry up now as well. So getting onto the back of the other cars in front of car 40 of Keith Ondaatje is difficult. Our race leader, just taking a couple of the tail enders there. Had to go to the dirt in car number 13. No harm, no foul. Play on. And away he goes.
I'm not sure what to say about Damien, to be honest. I don't think he even broke then and he was going off track.
He certainly was. The last lap board hasn't come out, so they're going to do another 2 laps after this one. So good value. I hope everyone's fueled for the extra journey. So thankfully the race leaders got around and just snuck through before the last lap board went out, I think. But we'll keep an eye on that. And there's a couple of guys in different iterations of MGs watching Damien stream on through here. There we go, a little bit of a replay going up.
Did he break?
No, he didn't break. He just went to the dirt going past the Victoria Tourism signs, and he continued on his merry way around the sweeper. He goes in the live shots at the top left hand of the screen. If you're watching on the live stream, Stevenson just jumps out of the way in the 61. Saw him coming, the MG ZS 180 in the grey and burgundy stripe over the top, a work style of livery that car was raced in the UK. And we just see the GSM Dart getting lapped there as well of Garth Selig. And Garth would know very, very well that Damien Myers coming through, I'm sure, in the New South Wales events. Those guys are used to seeing car number 13 charging through. And Garth just gets out of the way in the GSM Dart, a 1963 built car.
I've got to say, Darren, just seeing all those open tops out there, aren't we so blessed with this weather this weekend for those guys? It could have been a different story.
Yeah, it would be. The other end of that story is like driving around in a bathtub.
Oh no, terrible for them.
Can't be good. Last lap board has been displayed for the final time here for the MG Invited British Cars Race 3. Next race is from the other side of Europe, the Alfa Romeo Racing Crew. But this guy, you've got to say, has been an absolute sensation in the MGs here this weekend, and really taking it up to them. Was running in Group S, decided to concentrate his efforts later in the day today on this particular race. And it's not too many times in your racing career where you clean sweep a weekend, is it?
No, it's also a masterclass in karting and the value of putting money into a karting career early on. If you're getting your kids into it and you're wondering about whether you should spend the money, if you've got the money, they will drive anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a talented wheelman giving us a lesson here at the moment. And there's not too often that anyone shows a clean set of heels to Phil Chester. And Phil holds on to position number 2, albeit 10 seconds behind. And our race leader now making his way through the last couple of corners. And, get out the broom, Em, because it is a clean sweep in the MGs.
The best thing for Phil is that Damien's not in any running for championship points. He's not a threat to Phil's championship.
Yeah, I still reckon Phil were driving home back to the airport tonight to head home to Queensland, and he'll be scratching his head going, I'm not going to let that happen again in a hurry if I have anything to do with it. He gets to the line there as well. So Phil Chester home, ultimately 13 seconds back down the road. We wait for Michael Traffin in car number 1. And he should be lauded as well, because you don't get number 1 on your car for winning just 3 races in a series. You get home and you get on the podium. When it's a bad weekend, you get home and you take position number 3. If it's a good weekend, you take 1 or 2. And more often than not, Mike stands on one of those spots on the podium this weekend or this race. He'll most likely take our 3rd position. Braden Taylor has driven exceptionally well also in the number 19 entry, the MG Midget, and he gets home in 3rd place. Tony Vollebrecht, again, as always, in the 48. He does a good job in the MG ZR. Don Bartley, car number 43, gets home as well. Good to see Don out there enjoying some great racing here this weekend. Gordon Bunyan should be the next car across the line in his Triumph Spitfire. And we've lost car number 40 in the last lap. Keith Ondaatje has gone to the pits. That's a real shame. I did not notice that. Wasn't on screen. Ewan Gilles also, and Murphy. So a couple of cars that were on for a good result. Jay Murphy from Queensland retires from that one as well. Johnny Makem home in 10th place. Stevenson in the bigger saloon style of car. He gets home eventually there as well in the ZS 180. And Hanks Waterbean, Dunford, Colleen Chester, Branxton, Matty Chester rounds out the finishes in this one. And that is the conclusion of the MG and invited British cars here for this weekend. That also sees the end of your official duties here as well this weekend. Thank you very much for bringing your perspective to the event and all of that ace research you've been doing down there in the Group the Group S paddock right throughout this weekend.
Thank you, Darren. Thanks for having me. And thanks for everyone that was watching and that turned up to Winton. It's been a great weekend. Can't wait for next year.
Terrific. We've still got 3 more races to go. The Alfa Romeo Racing M&O Sp Ra at Formula B, and then the Porsche 944s will draw the curtain on the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. We'll take a break, and 3 races still to go. Up next, Alfa Romeo's on track. Alfa Romeo's now making their way on track. This is going to be, as a driver dynamic aspect of this one, this is going to be tough as they come onto the straight with the sun in the horizon where it is. You can see the drivers actually leaving pit lane. I'm just watching them coming out of turn 2 and heading up past the canteen and then putting their hands up to stop the sun getting in their eyes. So one-handing it through this right here in this part of the track is not advisable. It's normally a hang on with 2 hands because the wall sneaks up pretty quickly on you as you get there. Mark Crisafulli has joined me here in the commentary booth for this final race for the Alphas, and just before we jumped on, you gave me the explanation of what happened to David Caparo in the last race.
Yes, unfortunately, David broke a exhaust manifold, effectively having no boost and only 1.4 cc's, and still managed to finish and got it all repaired. So expect him to come flying through the field.
Well, I guess we do. Yeah, I guess we do. So we've got to keep an eye out for him. He did well to continue motoring on as well. To bring it through. So he's starting out at position number 10. So he's got 10 protagonists in front of him. All of them have got some good pace as well.
They certainly do. They'll definitely. I'm sure they'll try and hide him up somewhere along the line.
If you don't mind, Mark, just run us through the grid sheet. Give us a little bit of insight as to each of these drivers as they continue around in the warm-up lap.
Yep, certainly. We had a poll. We've got Mark Baghetto, second, Mick Aarons, Victorian, Michael Musumeci, fourth is Carl Mirabella, fifth, Alfio Musumeci, Simon Greason, six, Bill McGoffin, 7, number 8 is James Ashbury, 9th, Anthony Amate, 10th, David Capraro, 11, Dale Ashby, 12th, Urs Muller, 13th, Peter Tillett, 14th, Bradley Wilson, 15, Matthew Kutza, 16, David McKee, 17, Raymond Pignataro, 18, Rick McGoffin, 19, Nigel Cutchlove, and 20, Richard McKee, 21, John Burkett, 22 is Clara, and and 23rd position we've got Evan Botcher, and then Robert McKee. Andrew Wilson from Queensland, I think he's retired the car.
Okay. Okay, a long way to come to not get a full weekend of racing, hey? That's a shame.
Yep, certainly is.
The 84 there, that car looks like it's had many a battle out there. You're going to say Alfa Sud that was as it was coming around to the grid. Car number 84, Sud TI. And there is, as we've spoken about this weekend, a number of different classes. We've got the Class A outright cars. Obviously, they've got the big A we can see on the front of the grid. Then the twin spark cars represented with a T on the window. So there is multiple classes in this form of Alfa Romeo racing. Waiting for the field now to get the green light. Front row of the grid, Baguetto and Mick Aarons. Two cars, very fairly similar silhouettes as Aarons gets away beautifully. Have a look at that. Pedal to the metal and just drove it away from the line there. There goes that Sud that I was talking about, the TI of Pignataro. But wow.
Mick Aarons got a great start,
hasn't he ever? Wow, absolutely. And Baguetto has gone back a spot because it's Michael Musumeci that's come through. Carmela Mirabella also in the mix there. There's David Caparo. He's given a clear signal to those around him. He's on his way forward, hasn't he?
He certainly pulled out a few spots there, and you'll start to see Mick Aarons pull away through this part of the circuit. He's definitely got the local track experience here, and he's turned many laps around Winton.
It's quite a stout-looking car here. It's got a very racy sort of slant to it. The rake heading towards the front, which the wedge shape of the GTV or the GT style of body does lend itself to that sort of setup.
Beautiful silhouette it is.
It is, isn't it? Classic silhouette. It's synonymous with the brand, that is for sure. At the moment, Caparo doesn't mind what's synonymous with the brand. He wants to be synonymous with winning, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does. He makes sure that he lets everyone know about it.
Well, there we go. Good on him as our race leader. This is a short, sharp journey as well, out over 15 minutes. And that starts when they leave the pit exit. So number 51 doing a tremendous job. Baguetto has gone through on Musumeci just off back of camera there. So the black car has been relegated back one spot there. So there is some information going to the field there on the blackboard. Back to those guys. Nice.
You can already see Dave Caparo in a lap has pulled up to fifth spot already and just about to take fourth.
Absolutely, drives right up the side there, and that will be Alfio that relinquishes that spot as Caparo wants to get right out in front. And it's one of those things, it's going to be just a little bit harder to tick the boxes the further he gets up through the field. The thing that's really going to tell us the difference is at the end of this lap when they come across and we get exposed to what the lap times have been for these guys, because that's where Dave Caparo is going to make up the difference, isn't he? He has to be faster on every single lap than the other contenders in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely, and don't discount Mark Baguetto as well out in front, right behind Mick. He's slowly reeling him in, and we'll start to see that come to fruition, probably down the short back straight as well. So it's going to be a great contest, and as you can see, that he's really reeled in Mick Aarons now. So I'm sure we're going to see something in just a few corners. Here we go.
Mick Aarons in the 51 there has led from the flag. Didn't quite get the task done in the earlier race today, and starting to come under fire now as Baguetto draws alongside, and Musumeci goes with him here in the draft. And Caparo is in the background there. These three guys just have to be a little bit aware that once Caparo gets onto the back of them, he is going to hit the eject button as rapidly as he possibly can. And I refer to the lap time. Let's have a look. He's a full second faster than those three cars on track in front of him. In fact, he's more than a second faster of Mick Aarons. So he'll be on the back of Musumeci in the not too distant future. And wow, have a look at this out in front.
That's Mick's local knowledge coming into fruition there, and he should be able to hold them out all through this section of the track.
Big look at the plunge down there for Baguetto. He thinks better of it, but does go tight in the 11. He'll start to, well, certainly Mr. Mecchi knows that Caparo is in the mix there. Terrific drive by Caparo to get back into contention here. Started out of 10th after he went to, well, effectively a non-atmosphere car or a normally aspirated car. Turbo is what these cars rely on for their power, and good on him for staying out. Like he knew that the performance wasn't there, so he drove the thing home to 10th. If he had to come in, he would have started rear of grid, so good thinking.
That's exactly the reason why he stayed out there. Didn't want to start from the back, and this is turning out to be such a fantastic battle here between these all these drivers here. We've now got 4 in the mix.
Let's have a look at them as they go across the line and see what their lap times between Baghetto. Oh, Musumeci across the line there has gone through. So Aarons has gone back 3 spots now in this lap.
And there you go, Dave's just pulled out another fastest lap.
Number 15 on screen now, the guy on the move. His movements in the last race were backwards. In this race, it is all positive. He is absolutely racing forwards at the moment. Michael Musumeci, Baghetto in front of him as well. So this is where it's at. 3.5 minutes left to go in this one. And just looking at the time and how long it's taken Caparo to get there. Oh, Aarons looks to the inside of Caparo there as well. So he hasn't given up on a podium result here today either. Menacing alongside there, the white car will appear huge in the driver's side mirror of Dave Caparo. And they come on to the back straight. Let's see how the turbo car of Dave Caparo can run down that straight there.
You'll start to see Mark Baghetto starting to pull away now. He's got some clean air, and he can really use that that twin spark turbo car to its effect. If he's not challenged, he will start to pull away. It will really start to show his legs here.
Alfa GT is what the designation of this leading car is. Oh, what fluid coming out of Caparo's car there. Have a look at that. That is spewing fluid out there. I wonder if there's manifold issues there again. You don't want to be spewing fluid out of any race car, that is for sure.
No, that's true.
That really stood out in that setting sun, didn't it? I wonder, that could be water bottle. Who knows? It's been overfilled in that car.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a little bit concerning. Seems to have settled down now, so they're just going to have to keep an eye on that.
I dare say he needs to keep one eye on the temp gauge and one eye on the track direction here at the moment. Car number 15, car number 17 won't have seen that. But certainly Aaron's in the following car. He will have seen that, and I would suggest he's probably got some evidence of that fluid on the front of his car.
Yeah, most definitely.
Have a look at this Baghetto now. He looks in the mirrors, and it's been a change for second place. Caparo. So it's about now, I bet Baghetto just flicks that rear vision mirror up and says, righto, we've got 1 minute and 40 left in this, so we're going to get 3 more laps in this race. I'll just concentrate on the clear view I have out in front. Caparo goes to the lane.
He's off.
Sorry, no, he goes off. He's up
off
at turn 9.
Yep. So something definitely has occurred there, and rather be safe than sorry. He's pulled it off to the infield.
Yeah, let's hope he hasn't gone too far and damaged it, because that's not going to be a nice fix.
No, but end of the weekend, so this is our last race. We've had an absolute ball here in sunny Victoria, I can say.
Yeah, well, I tell you what we saw on the news this morning, the rain and the snow falling in northern New South Wales has been just, well, over the last 6 months it's been endless, relentless rainfall. Who knew here we can see the snow on Mount Buller from where we are here right now. So this has been bathed in sunshine, although now the local time being 20 minutes past 4, or 17 minutes past 4, it starts to get cool, those shadows start to get long, and as I said, the drivers, as they come up past out of turn 1 and turn 2 and just drive up that little rise there, the sun just grabs them right in the eyes.
Yeah, most certainly, and there you can see Mark Baghetto has just set the fastest lap of the race, and as I said, with a bit of clear air, he can definitely put all that horsepower down, and he's certainly showing his skills out here today, extending that lead. He's now got a 3.3 second lead to Michael.
There it is. He's given the international signal to I've broken down, and puts the bonnet up and wanders away. So car number 15 taking no further competitive part in this event. Alfio Muskecki doing a nice job there as well in that blue car. There we go. The number 5 and the 707 right in behind Camelo Mirabella, and those guys started line of stern with each other.
And Anthony Amate, they're all 3 blue cars.
Yes, I've got to say I do like the number 5 Alfio Muskecki's car. That's a beautiful blue racing car. Is Europe.
Yes, it certainly is. And here you have, 2 different models here, a GDV and a 147 GDA.
Well, Amato's done a tremendous job. Started out at 12th and he's now up to 7th. So he's pushing for those points in the championship hunt. We go back to car number 11, and the last lap board has been displayed to him. So you would have to suggest there's car 2 on the road, which is Mr. and then it is the Aaron's entry there, Mick Aaron's in P3. So a really good drive by car number 11. He's been right at the pointy end of all the racing here this weekend, and it's a lovely drive home when you have a weekend like that, isn't it?
Oh,
the eyes are tired and heavy, yes, but you've got a spring in your step.
And you're smiling all the way home. Mark's been absolutely clinical this weekend, and they've had a few little dramas, but they've been able to sort it all out and put it all together. And like you said, the drive home is going to be very fun and full of laughter.
Yep, exactly. And well, the opposite end of the scale is what we all experience at some time. And I'm sure that Mark Baghetto has had the weekends that you want to forget here in the Trident Civil Contracting Alfa. 2 more corners to execute here, and he will greet the checkered flag. Great field of Alfas. 25 cars fronting up for a 4:15 start at the end of the weekend. That's pretty cool to see that many cars fronting up. Testament to not only the category but the event, the gravity of this event. Now people are looking at it as a special one to come to.
Yes, it certainly is. We love coming to Winton here, and we always have a great time and appreciate what the event is and what they do for our category.
Certainly is, and Alfa Romeo synonymous with racing over all the decades that this brand has been involved. The checkered flag has certainly flown for the final time in the Alfa Romeo racing. Mark Baghetto takes a sweet victory. Michael Musumeci started out at 3, came home in 2, and Mick Aaron started out at 2, came home in 3. But not a bad result considering he sort of struggled in the mid part of this race and had to succumb to the fire that came at him. The 777, Simon Grierson started out of 6, finished fourth, so that's a nice result there. Alfio Musumeci started 5th, came 5th. Amante is the mover there. He started out of 9th, coming home 6th.
He's the shaker and baker of the race today.
Absolutely, here this afternoon. The 707 started out of 4, ultimately home in 7th. Then we've got Ashby, Bill Magafin, Urs Muller, Wilson, Ashby. I don't know how to say that.
Kukuza.
Kukuza, there you go. Got to do it with that Mediterranean
That's
accent.
right.
do it with your fingers.
And I did it with the hand.
Yeah. Kukuza. I get it now. You got to do. It's a physical thing, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, look, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mark, for your presence here in the commentary booth and giving us a bit of insight into the Alfa Romeo racing, particularly your mates that you've come down here. You've joined us Mexicans for the weekend, and you've come in numbers. And as always, the Alfa Romeo crews from all over the country.
They certainly do, and we appreciate the hospitality, and we'll definitely be back next year.
Well, take our trophy and buzz off, would you?
Will do.
Thank you very much to Mark Crisvilli and the entire Alfa Romeo racing community for bringing such a great field of cars here this weekend. We're just moments away from seeing the M&O and sports cars with the Formula V's out on track, and then the curtain closer, the Porsche 944s. Gee, let's hope that the racing has been fierce, but let's hope we don't get any coming together like we have had over late yesterday and earlier on today. Good clean racing out of the Porsche 944s to finish things off. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Cars are lining up in pit lane, and Phil Memory will be making his way back onto the mic. But just before we head back into the last 2 races of the day. I'm going to take a quick break. Thanks for joining us here at the track and indeed on the live stream. It's great to see the fans that are sticking around to see out the end of the day. You will be rewarded with a couple of great races coming up, and we will see you in just a couple of moments for the M&O Racing and Formula V race 3 for the weekend.
Groups M-O-Q-R, Sports Racing and Formula V are out on track. That was a big part of the alphabet, all done and dusted.
It certainly is, and well done. You're a well-educated man, Phil.
Oh, I don't know about that. Some of my old school teachers would disagree with that entirely.
Well, I'm not here to disagree with your old school teachers, mate, but you executed that part of the alphabet very, very well. And I like the way you jumped all the way to V as well. You missed some in between S and V, but skillfully done. That's what's written down in front of us. But a really cool field of racing cars in this sort of field here as well. And I guess the entertainment in this one, apart from the fact that we've got some rocks and some nice pieces of cars at the front, the Formula Vs are...
That's going to be where it's all special.
Absolutely. The interesting thing is that in a couple of weeks' time, I've said it a few times this weekend, the Formula Vs will have up to about 30 cars on track at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd of August. So look forward to seeing all of those cars there as well. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. It is Nigel Hook in car number 1, who will be out on the front of this grid. And Nigel with car number 1. That sends a pretty clear message in itself, doesn't it? Right alongside is the Velmorbita entry, Mark Velmorbita in car number 12. That beautiful car. Yeah, beautiful car. It really is. And credit to the Morbitas and, of course, the guy that spends a lot of time making sure that car does look so good. Phil Hughes from Hughes Supercar Services down there in Brayside in Melbourne. And he looks after that car like it's one of his own.
A great first name too.
I like what you're doing there late in the day, Phil. Filling the air full of joy and fun. That's
absolutely
terrific way to go about it. So we go back to Kevin West and Alan Foley, which you said not here.
is out. He's got a clutch problem. Certainly had some issues off the start line, and basically the clutch was just in a bad place.
It looks like we've got the second row of the grid completely clear, so let's jump back to
maybe
Rowan
the third.
Little, Damien Sykes, Chris Jackson, Glenn Briggs, David Crabtree, Ross McLaughlin, Andrew Greaves-James, Callum Ross, Robert Willits, Matt Gurish, as we are set for a start, and away we go. And what a ripper. Car number 1, Nigel Hook, gets the Kadicha F282 well motivated, but it'll be, dives down the inside. Full credit to Velmorbita. He did a terrific job. Great presence of mind to stay out of the way of the charging car number 1.
100%. That was, I'm not too sure what happened there, because Hook certainly seemed to leave the start line in front of everybody else. Didn't see it on screen, but maybe he missed a gear, because Mark was certainly in the lead coming into that corner, and so big late dive and pulled it off as they head on their way around. And as you said, just prior to going on to air, the major part of the race is going to be the Formula Vs, because everybody else is pretty much either pulled out or gone home through some sort of retirement or issue, possibly needing to just get home in time for the wife.
Nigel Hook for Race Car Restorations, that Kadicha F282. doing nicely, and it wouldn't be too often he'd look in the mirror and see the magnificent silhouette of a Brabham BT23. And Mark Velmabita had the entire Velmabita family up here yesterday watching on, and drove very, very well. In fact, he's driving this car better than ever now. So car number 12 is actually staying with Nigel Hook at the moment, and moving over to just follow in that slipstream and get a bit of a toe down. Will he pull out? No, stays line astern. I wouldn't have thought that the Wings and Slicks car would pose too much of a threat from the Brabham, but certainly Mark Velmabita is doing a terrific job at the wheel this weekend.
He certainly is, and we're just back in the Formula V's on screen now, and as you might expect, there's 3 Formula V's all together. Throw a hanky over them, and they'll just swap and change position left, right, and centre.
That's Ian Edgar in the 58. He's leading this charge, and these guys are 4th, 5th, and 6th in the race. So, as we alluded to at the start here, Phil, the Formula V's are going to give us the entertainment bonanza of this one.
100% as they head around the sweeper, and then we've got this little dog leg to the right. Throw it down there. Oh, nice grab. Pulled the inside line to close that off so that no one could come down the inside. A bit of a replay there, and we see just the slightest of touches between a couple of the cars.
I love Damien Sykes. He was watching the mirror there for the car coming through. That's real presence of mind.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for Chris Jackson, who was he saw a flash in his side mirror. Tiny little side mirrors on these things, and we're just watching all of them now checking their mirrors as they come in a straight line. That's the good spot to do it. Check your mirrors in a straight line.
Oh yeah. That's it gets a bit awkward when you're doing it, but mid-corner.
Well, presence of mind at turn 2 to do that. Look at Jackson draws alongside now. Damien Sykes knows he's there. Brakes just a millimetre later. Carries the car through the corner.
Yes, good job from all of those 3 drivers there. Nose to tail, throw a hanky over them. The 2 guys at the back need to just sort of work together and close down. There's a bit of a gap opened up, and if they just work together, they'll be able to close that gap back up again.
Ian Edgar has not happened to be in any troubles here. The 14 now looking up the inside. Wow, they're bunched up through turns 1 and 2. 3 wide down into turn 3. 3 into 3. That won't come out. Oh, wow. Don't know what the square root of 3 is, but 9, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Maths was never my strong subject.
I went cross-eyed then, and I was seeing the square root of 3. But wow, this is what we predicted at the moment, and this is where this race is at. Our race leaders have cleared out, and let me tell you, Nigel Hook and Mark Velmabita are glued together. Oh no, that will be Ian Edgar.
Yeah.
Disappears off in the number 58. I don't think there was any coming together. I'm going to blow the whistle and say, play on.
Well done.
And see if we can get a result now, because the 14 of Damien Sykes and the 80 of Chris Jackson are now very much glued together. Have a look at the mirror there.
Yeah.
It's getting a look. He's going, I know my right mirror is chock-a-block full of car 80, but who's on the left? Because car 80 is now on the left.
Yeah, and makes the big challenge. Wow, gets to in front, but not fully in front. Has to stay on the outside through the right-hander. Manages to close the gap down.
Here we go.
Replay.
Ian Edgar tips it in. He arrived late and went off of his own position.
Yeah, that was... he's played that game himself out onto the green stuff. He'll be ruining the effort that he put in there. Certainly didn't play off for him.
Certainly, there's our race leaders now. Gee, Mark Velmabita's driving the race of his life now in car number 12 as the sun sets out over the back of the circuit here. These guys are doing a tremendous job. Just looking at the lap time of 1:30.24 for Velmabita. And there is again a bit of a timing glitch, because what we're seeing on track is Hook leading Velmabita, but the timing is saying it's the other way around. But they're both in the 130s. This is why they're still so glued together.
Absolutely.
2 different generation of cars. Oh,
back to the V's.
These are into it. The 14 of Sykes looked up the inside of Chris Jackson.
Yeah.
He's going to keep doing it too. He's just going to keep sticking the nose in, sticking the nose in.
Yeah, keep niggling away, and try and force the error. As long as he doesn't cause the error,
yes,
it's all good.
Yes, exactly.
But, I see Scott Ball, Scott Ball has broken a diff in his Clubman car, so Lee Ball is back out there after repairing the rear end of that car, which was why he found himself in the kitty litter. There was a bit of a breakage at the back end of the tube frames Nimbus. Found himself out in the kitty litter, but he's coming back and making a bit of a challenge to close up the gap. Will he have the time to do it? So he's certainly doing pretty well at the moment.
Jackson and Sykes still filling the screens. Well, they have gone absolutely side by side with each other. Ian Edgar has managed to extract himself out of the wet grass, but not obviously playing any part of this. Oh, other side, mate. There he is.
Where's he gone? Oh, there he is.
The 14 mid-corner totally distracted by a shadow, and the 80 is on the other side there. Oh, wow. Shoulder checks even in Formula V's now.
Do not ever tell me that Formula V racing is not exciting, because, boy, it is always exciting. There is always so much hip and shoulder. Well, not hip and shoulder, but look over your shoulder.
Look over your shoulder, almost stand up in the seat and have a good look and see if you can find him where it is. But spatial awareness in car number 14, he held his line, but he was looking left and right frantically to see where Chris Jackson is. Great driving by Chris Jackson. I really applaud that, because he's absolutely confused Damien Sykes. He thinks he's going left and he's going right, and he goes right this time and just gets held out. Great bit of racecraft by both these guys.
And this is playing right into Lee Ball's hands. So Lee fighting like this, Lee is able to close up, and he'll be having an absolute balls, literally sitting in the car watching what's going on in front of him.
There's going to be at least 3 laps to go in this one too, Phil.
Yeah.
So I reckon if he keeps his head down and these two start battling like they are again, side by side, they're sharing the same shadow at this point in time. The 80 has chosen for about 4 laps in a row to cover so much more real estate around the outside. But what it's allowed him to do,
he's done it.
He has.
He's managed to do it.
It's
And Lee Ball is right on the back.
It's allowed Chris Jackson to flow the car, and that's the secret for Formula V racing. There's 3 cars.
Lee Ball right back into it, and down the inside is Lee. He picked a place. He's done it. Lee Ball, well done. I'm
going to validate this, Phil, because this is for 3rd.
Yeah.
This is for 3rd in the race. Nigel Hook and Mark Velmavita have checked out in the Kaditcha and in the Brabham. They're well up the road. In fact, they're a minute up the road. More than a minute up the road of these guys. A minute and 14 seconds up the road. But these guys now are battling it out now. It's going to be Chris Jackson. He's checked out on this battle. Lee Ball has arrived on the scene here. And now Damien Sykes, the guy who just about stands up in his seat to check out where his opposition are, has to fight back.
Well, I think they've been sharing a sandwich on the way around before. You know, they're side by side, so close together.
Here it is, a
bit
replay.
of a replay.
Down into turn 1, slow motion 2. We're going to have to pick this to pieces. Have a look at Lee Ball. Puts the wheel up on the ripple strip. Just a little bit of slip angle there as well. But the 14 is absolutely bamboozled. He's looking in the mirrors again now. He's arching his head around, trying to find where Lee Ball is. Mate, reach out, break those mirrors off, and get out after the guy in front.
Yeah, that's right. They need to work together to try and close that gap back down, because otherwise Jackson is going to take this away. And Sykes and Ball need to work together. They haven't got very long to do. In fact, we've got the blue flag being
Here
flagged
comes
there.
our race leader charging to the line there. Last lap being shown to the race leader, so therefore this battle as well. Car number 1 leading the way. Let's stick with our race leader. He deserves our attention on this final journey around the track. Let's see the Brabham BT23 come through there as well. These guys don't care, do they? They're like, get past us, hurry on. We've got the World Championship fighting out here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing really, really well. Just looking at the Kaditcha, am I seeing the rear wing flexing a little bit there? But it looked a bit that way on the screen, but
Don't talk about rear wing deflection. Crikey, the current day in Formula One, you're only allowed this much and they take that much.
yeah, 100%. But that Khadija, beautiful looking car, and a great effort from Mr. Hook as he hooks around the bottom there. Also, the Formula V is locking some brakes there, a little bit of tyre smoke. All good.
That Brabham, the BT23 of Mark Velmabita, and still Jack Brabham is still the guy that the only guy who's driven and won world championships in the car with his name on it. What, I mean, is that ever going to be eclipsed? I doubt it.
I'll put money on it and say no.
Yeah, I'm going to put money on it too, because it'll probably be after I'm gone. So,
same here. If it ever happens, it'll be after I'm gone.
And that gives the gravity of what Mark Velmabita has done here this weekend. There's the checkered flag, and riding it out is Nigel Hook. A fantastic victory. Lights to flag victory. He was challenged by Mark Velmabita in different equipment, older equipment. And I've got to say, great drive by Nigel Hook, but what a steer by Mark Velmabita. He set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 1 minute 30. A 1 minute 29.30, as opposed to Hook that managed a 129.34.
So it's hundredths of a second.
Not a lot.
It's still the fastest lap. But what a great result. Well done to Mark Velmabita and the team that he's got surrounding him. And I say the team, the one man Phil Hughes, who takes great pride in anything he presents for the racetrack, and definitely the next generation of Hughes. Young Thomas is doing some racing in the prototype championship as well. They've got a Radical that they go racing in, but certainly the M&O Q&R Sports Racing and Formula V. How did we end up? Where are the results for the Formula Vs? Who got that battle? Damien Sykes,
Jackson and Ball.
Wow.
Edgar McLaughlin, Gruvis James and Corish. With everybody else that's on our little list there, a non-starter.
Terrific result there as we now look at the cars that are going to make up the last race for this weekend. I'm not sure if Joey Kellogg is going to join us here in the commentary booth. The excitement factor, there's his voice in the background. I'll take a quick break because these cars are not too far about from rolling out on track. We'll be back in just a moment with the Porsche 944s, our last race of what has been a magnificent Winton Festival of Speed. And I look out, and the 100 or so people that are still lining the fences, you are going to get a massive treat. These 944s have been absolutely immense, Phil.
Yeah, they've been absolutely tremendous. The race last night was just awesome, and Chris Lewis-Williams was pretty lucky and did a great job.
He did too, and did a good job earlier on today as well. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Porsche 944s, the last race for the event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for sticking around, and if I had a chance, I'd come around and shake all of your hands for sticking it out for this last race for the weekend, the Porsche 944 Challenge. I've got to say, this points coming into this weekend, it was Cam Bella who sat across the top of the points table. I reckon that's had a bit of a mix-up. Certainly, Chris Lewis-Williams, who was down in 16th, he's had his championship cause a big jolt along. And fantastic to have Chris on board. He's put the trophies up for the class with his business, Tyre Power Vanilla. If you're local, in fact, I checked out some prices on him and drove up from Melbourne to get some tyres. He was so sharp on the prices, it was well worth getting up the road here. Joey Kellogg, mate, the excitement factor out of the Festival of Speed for 2025. Yeah, how good is this to get this last race of the day?
Unreal.
Our mates from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships getting up here, they've loved it. They really have enjoyed the Festival of Speed. But wow, we've had some paint swap, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely. And what an event. I mean, just cruising around the paddock and seeing all the amazing cars and, you know, in those vintage sports sedans are out of this world. Perspex wings and, oh man, like it's just awesome.
See-through Perspex wings. Did you see that on
Oh,
the
yeah.
FX?
Oh, it was amazing. I took a lot of took photos of that one. It was great. And very exciting with great anticipation, here we go for the finale of such a great event.
Don't we ever? And Chris Lewis-Williams, guy who from Tyre Power Vanilla, who has put up the trophies, he will start out of position at number 1. A big return to the category. Mark Torbett's right alongside. Is the 66 going to bring it home?
Now, they expect a big tussle between these guys because Mark Torbett's had his measure toward the end of the last race. He was catching him. He run out of laps. So we're about to get underway. But it's going to be a race to turn 1, and who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be really exciting. Absolutely.
Michael Westaway and James Westaway. Jimmy will sit off the back there. He will measure it all up. And it was a big dive down to turn 1. And, turn 3, where we saw him disappear off. Tony Westaway, Ads Brewer, Mark Verdino, Josh Brisbane, Ryan Phillips, Nick Carpenter, and, the Aqua car of Cambella, car number 1. What ominous sign do you need in the last race of the day?
Starting from the back position on the grid, he has gone from last to first before. You remember him doing it at Sandown.
And Calder.
Last corner, and Calder. Expect big things from Bella moving through the pack.
Absolutely. Tony Andrzejewski in the 27, he'll start 11th. Jack Atley, the pit lane clothing man, he will start out of 12th. Peter James, Peter Grant, Matty Mezzalma, Sam Roth, Andrew Goldman, and Cambella car number 1. When you say that in any race, starting out of position number 18, yes, that's right, 18th. Where will he go? Oh! Roberts didn't get away nicely. Westaway does. He gets down the inside there. So Mark Torbett's in the yellow, number 66, goes back to P4.
Ouch.
What that does is allows Chris Lewis-Williams to get away. There's Ads Brewer. It's trophy time. Ads Brewer appears on the podium at the start of this race. Bella has just been bottled up a little bit. I think those guys said, let's hold him up as best we can. No, the magenta car in front, and that'll be Roth. Oh no, there's Sam Roth there. That'll be Petter. He'll see the Aqua car come charging through as well. Have a look at this, Jamie Westaway right onto the back of Lewis-Williams in the 37. He started behind, but I tell you what, when Mark Torbett's bobbled on the start line there, Jamie Westaway plugged the hole. He plugs the hole again. Oh, great evasive action there by Chris Lewis-Williams. Now that is good racing right there. He saw the manoeuvre and he went, there's no point trying to block it now. He's outsmarted me. We'll race for another day. Ads Brewer, just a little bit pensive, you would suggest at this point in time. Doesn't want to bend up more panels here this weekend. It's probably going to bust loose with where Tony Westaway is in the mix there. Have a look at Jack Atley. He's driving really, really well. He was actually having a bit of a walk around the paddock before, just gathering his thoughts. I said, what are you up to there, mate? I'm gathering my thoughts. The guy is about 6'8", and when he ranges up beside me,
huge man. I saw him over the back of the paddock burning incense, sitting down and in a meditation pose, just trying to gather his thoughts and just really trying to center himself. He was talking about aligning his chakras. I don't know, whatever he's done, it seems to be working really well right now.
Incense, you say?
Well, no, he was just muttering namaste. Anyway, he's doing namaste. Let's hope that he's going nafaste.
Yeah, let's hope, because at the moment it is Jamie Westaway, the champion of the game, as is the guy behind him. And the champion in waiting, Ads Brewer, ranges up behind CLW. Have a look at this. Mark Torbett's trying to push through on Westaway. There's the Aqua car of Bella. He gets through on Jack Atley. Jack goes, yeah, mate, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll actually jump in behind you. I'll learn something for a lap or two.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, Bella would have loved to have had more, taken more spaces by this time than he has. He has definitely been held up. You'll see the big gap between the front group and the mid group, because Torbett's he did more than bobbled. He'll be kicking his own shins. He's now behind. He's got through one part of a Westaway wall, and he's going to try and claw back some positions, but a big gap between the leading pack and that peloton chasing behind, as we see Lewis Williams. Westaway has made a move on him, gotten in front. We've got Brewer behind, a little gap to Verdino, Westaway, Torbitz, Westaway and Phillips. It's really close in the peloton there.
Peter Grant and Jack Atley just getting together there. I think there's been there has been definitely a step up of aggression and willingness to give each other a bit of a nudge in the mid pack here this week, and I think we probably need to have a bit of a chat about that and get on top of that before too many more rounds get underway, because we don't want to be loading bashed up cars onto trailers at the end of the weekend. It's money we don't need to spend, but look, if the racing gets willing, that's awesome. But
well, we're seeing a few Jekyll and Hyde personalities from a few of the mid pack this weekend, which is actually great to see. As long as it just falls short of rubbing, then that's exactly what we want to see. Tony Andrzejewski's got a new nickname this weekend. I think it's the Enforcer. He has been showing some real aggression and some real bravery. Oh, big spin, Michael Westaway through the first 1 and 2 complex. He's gone off. I think he's stopped short of the wall. And Atley, number 35 in the world's fastest pit lane clothing car, he's not happy. He's off.
I don't know where that is, actually. I can't see where Jack's parked it up. That's actually at the last corner, on the inside of the last corner there. So not sure what happened there. We'll have to have a chat with the guys and report back at Sandown in a couple of weeks' time as to what occurred there. But there's our race leader, car number 28. Got 5.5 minutes. Oh, there's the replay. Not sure what happened there.
Brisbane was in the vicinity, but it didn't look like there was... Oh, here we go. No, I think he... Oh, could be a touch. Hard to say.
Here we go with the replay and slow-mo. This will help. There's a nudge. I'm not sure it was very big, but they certainly were a slight coming together. Bella managed to steer clear of it after he's been involved in a couple of melees here.
That is not the place you want to get a nudge, that's for sure.
Jack Atley, we're just getting the replay. He's asking the question, saying, what's going on? What happened? So Jack Atley, he's removed from the competition, and we're just watching. The 45 has recovered and has joined back in the field as we go back to the front now. Adds Brewer sliding the car around.
Looking very, very quick through there, isn't he?
He's worked the car hard to come back after they had that turn 1 incident late yesterday afternoon.
Lewis Williams has done well to hold him off, but he has been under threat from Brewer for this first part of the race so far. Let's see if you can hold him off.
I got to say, Ads, if you haven't got the pace, mate, hang on to bring home points for third place in this one, because at the moment you've got to say it's going to be a very big effort from the Tyre Power Vanilla racer Chris Lewis Williams to claw back Jamie Westaway. He knows how to win these races pretty much like Campbell does, but CLW's got a number of titles under his belt as well, so it's kind of like Formula 1 at the moment. There's a number of world champions competing in that, isn't there?
That's absolutely correct. We've got 3 of them, and we've got it's a great season thus far. We've got Bella going for 5 or 6 for 5. We've got him and Chris Lewis Williams both on 4. We've got Westaway on 2. Really interesting stuff. We'll see how it pans out as we see. Is that Phillips? No, that's Verdino. The sun shining off the side link car. A little bit battle weary, that machine. With Torbitz running close behind. He's managed to get through the Westaway wall. Didn't have to punt anybody off. Josh Brisbane took care of that.
Yeah, it certainly did. Great that we haven't had to get a safety car. Jack Atley's actually just taken a seat back in his car, so he's put himself back inside the roll cage there, just in case anyone else arrives on the scene. Highly unlikely that someone will, and it's a real shame to see the pit lane clothing car parked up there. It's such an iconic car with this field, and Jack's a ripping bloke. In fact, he's playing category manager for the National Formula Ford Championship these days as well. Another replay.
That is not conclusive evidence that there was a punt there, because it looks like Michael Westaway has gone. He's sort of got that weight shifted, and he's gone very much centre track and sort of hooked it left in front of Brisbane there. I'd be interested to see if there's any paint rubbing there.
I think you're right, Joey. He was already oversteering, wasn't he? And he had the momentum in that direction. So Interesting, yeah, we don't really know. There's a number of battle scars on the cars at the moment. To find a new one is indifferent. Tony Andrzejewski there in the purple car. He's done a strong job at the moment, currently fighting it out for 12th with Matty Metzelma and Nick Carpenter. And there's the 56.
Yep. Don't see any evidence of punting just yet, but so I will rescind my wild accusation once again.
Tony Westaway just in front here.
Oh,
and off
Phillips.
goes.
That's Ryan Phillips, isn't it?
It
the
is.
Pool Master car. Looks like there's some damage to the rear right there, which is a shame. We'll see what's going on, if that's mechanical or if he's just missed a gear there. Looked a little bit more serious than that, though, unfortunately. But as we see Bella in front of Michael Westaway, sorry, Tony Westaway, that is. He's now behind Torberts. The timing board is updated and he's made it to 6th position. There is only 1 minute 10 seconds left. I don't think he's going to get it done this time. It took him a long time to get through the majority of the field in this race. I was under the impression it was a 15-minuter, this race, but we did start around with 9 or 10 minutes on the timing. So yeah, it's run out of laps.
I reckon we've got 2 more laps to go. I reckon the last lap board will come out for this guy on the next time past the start line. But certainly Jamie Westaway, his fastest car on track, 1:35.68. It's Ads Brewer and himself that have done a 35. We look to Bella, his best lap at 1:36.59. And everyone in the last lap round operating in the 1:36s.
Yeah, interesting that Bella's he's a second off his fastest lap is a second off the fastest lap by Jamie Westaway. So maybe that car on that previous lap after that adventure that he had, the double airborne whoop-de-whoop, maybe took a bit of life out of that car, a bit more than was expected. It was an amazing effort to get it back on the road.
I think it took a fair bit of breath out of him as
Yeah.
well. He's pretty winded when he got out of the car there in amazement. Lucky he skated past that concrete wall in the old pit area as well. So Chris Lewis-Williams is starting to feel the heat there as well. Last lap board. The last lap board for the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed has gone out. The last lap board for the Porsche 944s for Tyre Power Benalla has gone out. A big thank to Porsche Cars Australia, Melbourne Paving, Butcher's Diner, LK Diesel, Don Watson Transport, ABI Technology, Poolmaster Bayside, Trico, 888 Home Loans and Pit Lane Clothing for all the support they throw behind this category. And of course, the event, Shannon's Insurance, Races Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts and Equity One, the big partners involved in this event.
Oh!
Riding it out.
Peter James almost lost it, held on to it though through turn 1.
What happened there?
I don't know, a bit of sun perhaps?
Understeer and grabbed the rip strip and got thrown back into the field of play. So
he had been complaining of gearbox issues this weekend, so he possibly had a little lock up there or a rear axle sort of compression lock up. Who knows?
Jamie Westaway now, he has got half a lap to take this victory, and it'll be his first one for the weekend for Jamie, and he's done a tremendous job to get in front of this race. It has been certainly a bruising weekend for the Tyre Power Benalla field, as we just watching cars replay down at turns 3 and 4, car number 14. Continuing on nicely there as well. So a replay there as we get our race leader, the rear shot down to the checkered flag. And Jamie Westaway, surprise winner here this afternoon. A bruising weekend for the 944s, but fantastic racing. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that have remained here, what a great race for the 944s. Joey Callock, how long till you pulled the onesie back on a helmet, mate? With this sort of racing, you've got to be getting edgy.
Well, we'll see how we go. Very busy with work, etc., but you'll definitely see me at Island Magic if you don't see me before.
Fantastic. That is what we want to hear. We're going to miss you in the commentary booth, but I'm sure there'll be another driver that takes a break that we can blood in to call the action like you and Jack Atley have done over the last couple of seasons.
We'll see how we go. It'll be great. Just want to say a big thank you to you, Darren. You're doing such a great job. You've just done an amazing effort this weekend calling all these races, and all the volunteers, and especially all the fans that have hung around for the last race, the 944s. Amazing effort. Give you guys yourselves a pat on the back. Really good.
Awesome, Joey. Thank you for your help this weekend. So Jamie Westaway takes the win. Chris Lewis-Williams home in second place, but for the weekend will take the chocolates. Ads Brewer in third. A good fight back for him. Mark Verdino is home in fourth. Cam Bella in car number 1. What a bruising weekend. He's going home like a beaten up prize fighter, but like a prize fighter, he's well and truly ridden it out. Tony Westaway, Josh Brisbane in the mix there, and Mark Torbitts eventually, who fluffed up the start, started on the front row, but Mark Torbitts in the 66 will live to fight another day. Tony Andrewski has had a terrific weekend, driven very, very well, and I guess the result doesn't actually reflect his efforts. Nick Carpenter, Peter James, Mazzy Menezalma, Goldman, Roth, Grant, Westaway, Phillips, and the pit lane clothing car of Jack Atley just in the replay there. He is very dejected down there, being recovered off the back of the field. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the close of racing. Phil Membry, thank you for joining me back in the commentary booth. A massive effort, mate. Thank you so much for your expertise and talent on the mic.
The massive effort is all you this weekend. It's been huge.
I'm going home with a smile on my face, mate. It's been a ripper.
I'm surprised that you're not the size of a Twinkie bar or something. You know, like you've worked so hard. You should have lost about, maybe a couple of stone.
Oh, I don't think I have.
Language. I should be talking kilos, shouldn't I?
I don't think I have. Well, what a great effort, Phil. All these volunteer officials, they're still working. They're still waving blue flags and yellow flags.
They've got to pack up. They've got to clean up. There's an immense amount of work that's got to happen, and then there's all of the processing of results and all of those sorts of things have got to take place. So, massive, massive thank you to absolutely each and every one of the people that's involved, from, as you say, the flaggies to the people up in the timing booth, the stewards, the clerk, of course,
the race control,
race control people. The safety car driver, I've done that role. You ever been a safety car
I
driver?
I have. At the Thunderdome, I gave a bit of a go at that. I think it was called a pace car because it was the North American iteration.
You got to take that, right,
a lot of hard work from the crew from Lennox Media as well. Phil Harrison, his crew, the cameraman, and all the techs that put on the live stream. And for those fans that are still here at the track, thank you for supporting this event. The Victorian Historic Racing Register reach out and thank every single one of you for joining us here, the campers, all of that. And the stars of the show, Phil, the race drivers and the race cars.
100%. And the people that help them.
Yeah.
In their crew.
Yep.
Like there's so many people behind the scenes. It's incredible. And the amount of work that people put in and helping other competitors. Like a competitor has an issue and all of a sudden there's bits and pieces come from other competitors and people with technical skills to be able to cut, weld, do whatever they've got to do, pop rivet and get things back and going again. So yeah, it's a huge effort and been a wonderful, wonderful weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway for the Festival of Speed 2025.
And with that, welcome everyone back to the Winton Festival Speed 2026. Keep an eye on the VHRR Facebook page and the social medias across that. There's going to be some surprising content coming out over the next little while. And of course, a couple of weeks' time, 22nd, 23rd at Sandown for the next Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. And of course, historic Sandown in November. Roll on 2026, the Phillip Island Classic. Will undoubtedly be a big one. We've sorted out the thing with Adelaide and we've each got a different weekend to run that on.
Very good.
From the 2025 Festival of Speed, a very big shout out to our great partners that make it possible. Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive and Equity One. If you're looking for a reputable fund with a target interest returning over 70%, head to www.equity-one.com.au. I've been Darren Smith, you've been Phil Membry. A great commentary team we've had up here. We've had Brett Florence and Darren Knight. We've had Emma Dean. She's finding her way magnificently in the commentary booth. Ross Jackson and many, many others. We've just said goodbye to Joey Callock there as well across this weekend.
The young man in the Formula 4.
Tom Reed, he's coming along absolutely gangbusters. So a big thank you, of course, to the guys from the Alfa Romeo, Steve Aarons and Marcus Felli, who filled in up here as well. So from us, safe journey home and see you in 2026 at the Winton Festival of Speed.